We have officially arrived at this teenage wasteland outside the city of sin as we bring forward to you Wrestlemania 42 in Las Vegas, Nevada for Legion Stadium as we double down once again and see who truly owns this game. Welcome everybody into our pre-show. Welcome to Cinema Studios and welcome officially to Wrestlemania! Hello, everybody, and welcome back in here once again to the Simply Reliable Studios. You know what this is, for I am the man, the Simple Brand, the voice of the forever grateful for all things professional wrestling, damn it, and my name is Noah Foster, and thank you all for tuning in, whether live or on demand. Please like, subscribe, comment, and tell a friend. And if you want to dictate the conversation, super chat, or PayPal the passions, it is truly as simple as that. Of course, right now, we're preparing for WrestleMania Saturday, the first WrestleMania exclusively on the ESPN app for ESPN Unlimited subscribers, with the exception of ESPN2 giving you these first two matches on their platform as well. Here's the card that we will be discussing here on the pre-show and we'll be covering tonight. We, of course, have six-man tag, The Vapor, ISO Speed, Logan Paul, Sifri, taking on LA Knight, and the Usos, down since day one-ish. And we also have Drew McIntyre taking on Fatu in an unsanctioned match. Before we get into the actual festivities that will kick off, of course, with John Cena, the host of this WrestleMania, we have a women's fatal four-way tag team championship match. It will be the Bellas, quote unquote, Bayley and Lyra Valkyria, Alexa Bliss and Charlotte Flair, and the Irresistible Forces, Nia Jax and Lance Legend, defending champs. Following that, we have Seth Rollins versus Gunther on a match to show who truly is the better wrestler, a match for pride for the Ring General, match for revenge for Seth Rollins. AJ Lee defends the WWE Women's Championship against big-time Becky Lynch, who looks to erase AJ Lee from existence. And the American Nightmare Cody Rhodes will defend the Undisputed WWE Championship against the Viper Randy Orton, while Valkyria Primera will defend the WWE Women's World Championship against Liv Morgan, this year's Royal Rumble winner. And of course, I am never alone in these watch-alongs. You never know who I'm with. Well, guess what? I'm sure you'll approve this kind of analyst. Bringing the stats for the first time to WrestleMania. Please welcome into the commentary booth, Stat Boy Mike. Stat Boy, how are you? It has finally arrived. We are on the precipice. That is WrestleMania live Saturday evening and night. And clearly he's ready. It's going to be a long night.
Well, I made a promise. For those of you following me on social media at LBStatKid1977, I tagged Cody Rhodes. I said, Cody, I am not going to open this until WrestleMania. I might just wait until your match because this is it. This is the King of Kings. This is the day that all wrestling fans await. And I am very happy and I am very proud and I am very grateful to be with my brother here again in his world. He comes into my world in January for football. Now I'm in his world for WrestleMania, friends. He's in charge now. I'm just the backup. I'm backup QB2. He's QB1 in this case. And I am ready, baby. The stats are ready. The win-loss records are ready to go. We've got 7 great matches, a color commentary team, a play-by-play team that is going to rival Michael Cole and everyone else. So strap in, sit down, shut up, enjoy the show, and drink responsibly.
Thank you for that last note. I was about to say, let's add a little bit of a public service announcement. Please enjoy your entertainment safely without causing ill will or harm to your own body. But to your point, Stat Boy Mike, indeed, we have a 7-match card here, a very dynamic 7-match card, as you see here by this little single bulletin. And of course, that's headlined by Cody Rhodes versus the Viper Randy Orton, a legacy that goes all the way back to 2007 with the additional outside factor for the first time ever, Pat McAfee. What does Pat McAfee's influence bring to this match and to Cody Rhodes, who at first was looking towards facing somebody he looked at one point as his teacher, his mentor, his guide, a role model. And this Randy Orton, of course, is not the same Randy Orton that we're used to dealing with even during his return. I don't even know this is 2009 Randy Orton, but I do know he hears those voices once again that make him as dangerous than ever. So again, is Pat McAfee insurance? Is he a negative or positive influence? And how can that affect the American Nightmare going in here, where we have seen now since he's returned, every WrestleMania, some sort of outside celebrity influence has garnered his way on the grandest stage. And unfortunately, it has led to negative fortunes so far at the first night of 40. And of course, last year, he came in as champ and lost it. So again, Stat Boy Mike, what do you think about this dynamic?
I have said this about Pat McAfee. I will say this again. As an ESPN analyst and sports guy, love him to death. As a WWE talent overall, he is good. He needs some work. As a wrestler, he needs some work. When he's behind the table on the headset, he's in his element. He is a journalist. He is a sports analyst. Therefore, he can do what we do. He knows his things. Why the executives or whomever had the idea to bring Pat McAfee into this match so late in the game? I mean, literally, this happened, 2 weeks ago?
Yes, 2 to 3 weeks ago, where he literally punted him in the
exactly.
family rules.
Now, see, that makes it sound like you've taken the steak off the grill when you ordered it medium well. You took it off the grill way too fast, and now you've got a medium bloody steak. Some people like that. I don't. That's my reference there.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Thank you. Maybe I don't want to call this a backup plan because I don't know all the answers, but WrestleMania also has celebrity factors, and well, it's been a thing all the way back to WrestleMania 1. Celebrities get involved at WrestleMania. Pat McAfee truly is a celebrity. He is a person in the public eye. Now, here's something that I don't know if has been talked about or if what is going on. I have seen stories and rumors that there is the possibility of a tag team match going forward, Pat McAfee and Randy Orton versus Cody Rhodes and Jelly Roll.
Correct.
Now, if the WWE executives knew that it might have leaked, then they should have done this match in the 2 weeks prior or immediately after McAfee attacked. Because if that rumor becomes fruition, or if they're going to go with that rumor, then guess what? Orton has to win tonight and get number 15. If not, then what was the point in the first place? To give him a paycheck, to give him the money? At the end of the night, I do not want to say the words, "Get your ass out of here, go back to your show on ESPN." And let me say this, the story feels like it's just being thrown together. It's like, you have your recipe, you have your ingredients, but then somebody wants to come along and add a little too much pepper to the sauce. Why did Cody Rhodes go to the ESPN studios to where Pat McAfee does a show? Why did he take a baseball bat and ruin some limited edition stuff? And why did Pat McAfee fire one of his workers who just happened to be mopping the floor? That's like drawing straws. You don't do that stuff. That felt like it was a last minute. We have got to reel it back in. And now you're aiming at the target with a 9mm when you should be firing with a cannon. And they're just doing it totally in reverse. They are nowhere near the target on this storyline. If they would have just gone with Randy, voices in his head, fine. But to bring in Pat McAfee, and don't get me wrong, I like Jelly Roll too. I do like Jelly Roll. He's a great singer. I'm still iffy on him too. It might be a disaster as we take a look at Allegiant Stadium there. Oh wow, look at that! Look at all the people there getting in there ready to go. We got the DJ and everything. I don't know where they're going with this. If all is right and they maintain course, Cody retains. If they keep the story going, Then we move on to Backlash and a potential tag team match.
Well, it's one of those things also you consider, again, the ties between them. I mean, the last time they faced off in singles action, Cody Rhodes did get the better of Randy Orton at the end of the King of the Ring last year. And, of course, at one point, Randy Orton took Cody Rhodes' career from him in a career-threatening match back in the Authority era. It's also one of those things, though, where tonight, the key word here is business. And it feels like to me what Cody Rhodes and CM Punk had in that summary on SmackDown just last night is a summary of what it means towards both of them to be headlining in this business. And everything could literally change between tonight and tomorrow, whether it's course correct or it's course altered forever, an even worse way, where it looks like TKO might be trying to usurp Triple H's creative authority. There still is that speculation of that civil war between Triple H and the higher-ups above him when it comes to who dictates and influences creative direction. Even Triple H with Joe Tessitore has said, yeah, I understand the fans are a bit aggravated. I am too, and there's not much I can do but try and make things right. But again, he only has so much influence when it comes to, at the end of the day, who holds the richest prize. Pen and paper aside, end all be all with the creative control, you're still working for TKO. And at the end of the day, this is TKO versus Cody Rhodes, who literally told whoever brought Pat McAfee to go F yourself. Put in that perspective, I want to give a shout out to the 63 of you that put in your predictions for WrestleMania, whether you're continuing part of the league or whether you're doing this because it's WrestleMania, damn it. And again, more people right now are looking at that factor, the outside factor, Pat McAfee, especially with that influencing statement where if Orton loses, you will never see me in this business again. Now, whether that's a Hail Mary or a red herring, that remains to be seen. But 93% are going with the Viper of Randy Orton, while, of course, the other remaining 8%, 7.9% went with Cody Rhodes. I also feel like, again, as much as you call me a QB here, Mr. QB1, Mr. Face of WWE, Mr. Polarizing, I do think there's a sense that people are tired of it and want to see a change, maybe not necessarily with this dictation of direction. But again, the pressure is on Cody Rhodes to win at WrestleMania after trying to win last year to stop Mr. 17, who achieved, while Orton is trying to achieve number 15. So again, the very landscape of WWE could change as we know it based on the result of this match. But at the end of the day, I got to look at what you look at for the chase and who's being chased or who's the chaser. And I think that Cody Rhodes is a better chaser than being chased when you think about all the baby faces he faced during his last run before Drew McIntyre and him dictated the championship for 4 straight months. I think that the fact of the matter is that Cody Rhodes is once again going into this alone, and TKO might be back in the Viper more than just Pat McAfee. I think there's more than meets the eye when it comes to this graphic. And I think that Cody is going to be catch off guard. I think Randy Orton is going to surprise and get number 15.
It is a possibility, but also if you remember the offbeat stipulation where the extreme situation where you're putting your potential career on the line, this goes all the way back to the Camp Cornette days. If you remember, a long time ago, Camp Cornette guaranteed victory to the point where he said, if my team loses, I am going to refund everybody. Back then, we didn't know about kayfabe. We didn't know about the business. We didn't know about behind the doors stories and all that. That was an extreme stipulation, which has been used many times over. It evolved into the loser leaves WWF scenario. Of course, that happened Ric Flair versus Mr. Perfect back in 1993. Or it evolved into other people saying, well, you know what? If I lose, you'll never see me again. And somehow, in some cases, because they were leaving, they left. There were other cases where, okay, well, the referee screwed up the count somewhere. The match wasn't fair. Eric Bischoff was one. If you don't get Stone Cold, you're fired, blah, 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 all that garbage. So this is one of those moments. Now, McAfee, of course, has to work just like every normal person in the world. And the strain of it could possibly also be a factor. If he finally wants to not be involved in wrestling and just focus on ESPN and sports, because in 5 days from now, there is a major sporting event. It's called the NFL Draft. And of course, Monday Night Raw starts off the season for going to WrestleMania 43. So if he has to fulfill his duties as a sports analyst, then it makes sense. As we take a look at Gunther coming in to Allegiant Stadium, looking good in his nice blue suit. He should be wearing a tie, I think, but that's his style.
The mat is sacred, as we all talk about. Of course, as we segue now, so we talk about that for the first 15 minutes here. Just basically introduce the line for the Honest movie. And again, thank you to everybody that's watching on the Super Reliable Studios. Apparently, according to a producer, James Heber behind the scenes, who readjusted feeds. Why don't we go ahead and segue into that match? Since you brought up the Ring Generals, they bring up this VTR when Seth and Rollins' vision turn on him and try to destroy him, as we might be seeing a man with a favor versus a man with a vendetta. But who achieves in the end? Let's go ahead and talk a little bit about Seth freaking Rollins versus Gunther. A match literally made at Madison Square Garden after the Ring General saved Paul Heyman. But ever since Masked Man, Seth freaking Rollins came back with this hit list, targeting Braun Breaker at the Royal Rumble, targeting Logan Paul at the Elimination Chamber, Bronson Reed injured, Braun Breaker now injured, Paul Heyman trying to make it personal with his family, assaulted by Seth Rollins with a curb stomp. Before he could give us an encore, the Ring General came out of nowhere, as we see here at Madison Square Garden, and choked the Visionary out. We wasn't sure the reason behind it, but we did see that altercation backstage where Gunther says, "Now you owe me a favor." Does that sound familiar, folks, from last year? And with this new persona being the career killer, and Seth freaking Rollins being such a long standard of WWE, and of course his first match back from that said injury, the pressure's on for Gunther to deliver following he lost last year, while Seth Rollins won in the main event last year. And at the end of the day, is Gunther still going to be awarded that favor in defeat? Because I don't know right now if I believe that Seth Rollins can't burn it down 2 years in a row. He's made this stage more his own.
Seth got lucky, I think, when he beat Brock 2 years ago. I believe it was 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Gunther is much more hungry, and I'm going to say this, the Ring General is much more dangerous than the Beast. That sleeper hold is scaringly, it's frightening. It is frightening. If you do not release that hold, you will turn blue, you will pass out, and you will spend the night in the hospital.
Yeah, you look at the tape right there for you.
Exactly.
Look at that.
Why these two men are going at it, I am stumped, because I thought they were going to go Gunther versus Brock. That would have made a little bit more sense. I'm glad we have not heard Seth's career is on the line. Seth has been injury prone a lot. He's had the knee, the shoulder, and all that. It is not his time to go yet. I do not believe that he does not have to give it up yet. So this match feels like it was also thrown together for quite some time, because I mean, look at Heyman. Heyman actually did an interview, and they said, you're not involved in the main event in any show. Doesn't that make you upset? He's like, yeah, but it's the business, So I am severe. My official pick for this is Gunther. I will be picking Gunther in this matchup. As far as Orton and Cody goes, my official pick is Randy. But I am worried about the well-being of Seth Rollins in this match.
Well, I think anyone should be worried about their well-being when it comes to each other. Gunther, considering the last time they faced each other was back in 2023, and honestly, it was during the whole, thing about, learning who Gunther was. But the actual last televised match they only had one other one encounter, was Monday Night Raw during the NXT Black and Gold Takeover days. We have 39 minutes even on the WrestleMania Vegas countdown clock. It's also one of those things that Seth Rollins is driven for revenge, and this has changed the agenda. Gunther, who has now lost last year's WrestleMania. He lost at 40. He has not won a WrestleMania since 39. And of course, Seth Rollins went into WrestleMania 40 as the World Heavyweight Champion in the opener and lost against Drew McIntyre. But it's also one of those things that I just feel like with Gunther, knowing that he has this favorite Paul Heyman and Rollins putting this target on himself against the Vision, I do think Seth Rollins needs to watch his back. And I think Gunther could surprise us here. Let's not forget, Gunther has retired Goldberg. Gunther has retired a phenomenal AJ Styles. Gunther has retired Mr. 17, John Cena. And Seth Rollins, who's just coming back from injury, could really be at danger here. But more often than not, I think Gunther is a win back from last year after the Yeet experience. And I think Gunther is somehow going to incapacitate Seth Rollins. So I do have the lean general as well as 87.3% of my poll does. 55 of the 63 people, while the rest went with Seth Rollins. We are 37 minutes and 45 seconds. You're at 50, or what are you at?
I'm at 37:45, so I'm 5 seconds behind you.
3, 2, 1. Okay, now we're
40.
perfect. There we go. Now we're perfect. And you know, we always take care of stuff. I always take care of you, dude.
Now,
at least the nice thing with this WrestleMania being on just this service, it's just going to go straight right into it. We don't got to like go in and out of anything. But anyway, let's go ahead and move on because we still have more matches to talk about. You were talking about fights of barbaric nature. It doesn't get more barbaric, Stat Boy, than a freaking unsanctioned. This has gotten so damn effing personal. It is ridiculous. The fact of the matter that everyone thought Drew McIntyre was going to go in this year. You want to talk about changing the plans this year as the WWE Undisputed Champion. And Jacob Fatu took that away from him after Nick Aldis forced Drew McIntyre to defend the title against Cody after Drew wanted to make sure Cody wouldn't get a second chance on his own merit, a victim of its own sins, I would say. But he still says that Jacob Fatu is the one that's the criminal. He committed the crime, and I'm going to make sure that you do the time. Again, but Jacob Fatu says that life no longer defines me. And the fact of the matter is these two have literally destroyed her to the point WWE does not want to be responsible for any risk of well-being or injury.
Indeed. When it gets that bad, you know, this is some serious stuff. Now, of course, when it comes to these two, you know, Jacob won the U.S. title last year. Drew is below 500 when it comes to WrestleMania. He did win last year in a street fight. So now the undisputed match is one level higher. I mean, I think that's as high as you can go, because if this is truly unsanctioned, that means anything goes. They could go into the locker room of the Las Vegas Raiders. They could probably fight on Las Vegas Boulevard if they wanted. Well, unfortunately, Allegiant Stadium is nowhere near the Strip. So Las Vegas Boulevard is safe. I'll give them that one, unless they decide to get in their cars and reference the old Bronco chase of 1996. If you know, you know.
Fair enough.
Drew McIntyre has been and I've said this for the better part of 2 years. I love him to death. I am sick and tired of the whining. You are a 300-pound Scottish warrior. You came out with a claymore sword that could turn anybody into human shish kebab. And all I see is, I want my title. I want my title. I want my title. If I don't get my title, I'm going to throw on a set of Huggies and start crying like it. Enough. You had your title run. You didn't do well with it. And now, Drew McIntyre, I'm sorry to say this, this is your penance. This is your punishment. If you want to be the dominant Scottish warrior that you were, then kick the crap out of a guy that makes Thanos look like a pansy. Jacob Fatu can take it. One, he's Samoan. You know how tough Samoans are. Look at Haku, for God's sakes. Two, again, he can take a punch. He can take a chair shot. He can take steel steps. He could take. I'm anti-gun, but I think you could even shoot Jacob Fatu and he would still survive. But let's not go that deep. I mean, hey, guns have been used in WWE before. But
that's fair. But that's nonetheless continue. Jesus.
But these guys, and if these guys don't deliver, then they're going to be stuck in developmental hell This is your opportunity to bring the brutality. I mean, if you want to send a message to each other that you truly don't like each other, this is the match to do it in. If not, then sorry guys, I'll give you at least a few more months before you hit the future endeavor line.
That's just one of those things also where I do wonder where either of these men's future go. I mean, again, Jacob Fatu, he was in line to challenge Drew McIntyre for another contendership to Cody Rhodes' Undisputed Championship during his last run, before he was literally taken out, bludgeoned, bleeding, teeth down on the floor, and we still don't know who truly did. Drew never admitted that he did it. Drew says that I have nothing to do with it. He still denies doing that. And that could also be another thing that comes into play here, and what is, I believe, their first ever one-on-one encounter. And again, Jacob Fatu came back with red in his eyes, cost Cody the championship during his last run, and of course eventually led to Cody becoming a 3-time champion, with Drew having nothing to lose but everything to get revenge. And Jacob Fatu, all gas, no brakes, with nothing but revenge on his mind against the very man he thinks that assaulted him. This is a very volatile situation, and there are literally no handcuffs as we look towards the Legion Stand and the crowd going in here as we have 32 minutes and 40 seconds away. Capacity crowd on can, or less people looks like, especially with a smaller set, T-Move WrestleMania 17. But nonetheless, of course, we continue forward here, previewing WrestleMania Saturday that kicks off at the top of the hour as we look now towards another very personal situation when it comes to work ethic, value, and proving yourself, or watch me live in the moment. Let's go ahead and look at the WWE Women's Heavyweight Championship. La Primera Stephanie Vaquer, who won this when it was vacated, of course, against Io Sky at WrestleMania, has been a very commendable fighting champion, even if the fights have only been with literally Judgment Day participants and Nikki Bella. In fact, she's faced Raquel now 4 times in some capacity with the title on the line. And Liv Morgan, who's been in WWE, has had everything pretty much earned, some would say handed, because she always had somebody to back her up, whether it was Wyatt Squad, whether it was Judgment Day, whether it was How You Doing, Enzo Amore and Big Cass in her Genesis. But the thing here is Liv Morgan, she has to find herself strictly in WWE. La Primera, world renowned, to find herself from Chile, through Mexico, through Japan, through AEW, and found her way through NXT, and literally not find herself on the grandest stage just 1 year about in her main roster career. And this is her first WrestleMania. Of course, Liv Morgan, no stranger to this stage, and Liv Morgan finally won the Royal Rumble for the first time ever to earn this opportunity. After calling out each other's work ethic and family values, and Stephanie leaving Liv Morgan with one hell of a knot on her forehead, literally concussing the freaking, let's call it what it is, young teenage-like attitude here of a little girl that loves nothing but trouble. There's a very realistic chance here that Liv might finally get her crowning moment on the grand stage of them all, and some would say that she earned it. But again, Stephanie, it's her first WrestleMania, and the pressure's on the champion to see if she truly can prove why she's worthy of it.
Indeed. Liv Morgan, it's sad to say, she is on a 4-match WrestleMania losing streak. Like you said, Stephanie Vaquer, it is her first WrestleMania. I do like Stephanie Vaquer. She is a beautiful person. She has got something. She has definitely got that character. But I am going... You better watch her. I am going with Liv Morgan on this one. Her losing streak needs to end. I do like Liv. She is just as beautiful as Stephanie. There will be a devil's kiss somewhere in this matchup. I just don't know where. Liv will surprise you somehow. I don't know. Liv has worked hard at WrestleMania. You could also argue that at 34, 35, and 36, those didn't count because they were the kickoff show. I counted them. I said, yes, they do count. She did have her only win was against Natalya on the kickoff show of 36. Other than that, it's loss. It needs to stop. Liv needs to break through and reestablish herself big time and get that woman's title. Stephanie has done a great job. She just needs maybe just a little bit more time. That's all it is. All it is time. I mean, she's got the look, she's got the gimmick, she's got the charisma, she's got the talent. but it's just not. It's so close. Next year at WrestleMania, I would absolutely pick Stephanie over almost anybody, depending on who the match is. If by some chance there's a rematch, I would go with Stephanie, but right now I'm going with Liv.
Yeah, well, either way, I just feel like Stephanie, though, has also definitely earned the opportunity here after beating Io Sky with the Valkyria Inferno, the corkscrew splash, also known as a spinal tap. And it's just one of those things right now with the Battle of Pride where Stephanie has done everything on her own. She made herself. Liv Morgan was created with the WWE with every tool possibly handed to her in that creation. Again, she literally was born in WWE, folks, practically as a wrestler, as a superstar, as you know her today. And I'm not going to argue anybody that works in WWE under any sort of like role, especially if it means they're on the WrestleMania stage. But Liv Morgan, to me, she still feels insecure. She still feels immature. And I think that she has this back up because she feels more comfortable with that. Donna Mysterio, Raquel Rodriguez, Roxanne Perez, can she actually do something on her own? Tonight, I think, may be her only and last and most valuable chance to prove it. And again, we know Stephanie has nobody in here backing her up, and she has to be aware that the Judgment Day, especially since Liv Morgan ousted Finn Balor and proverbially called herself the leader, is going to be in Liv Morgan's corner. And this is gotten as personal as it could get. Right now, more people are going with Liv Morgan, 84%, while, of course, the other 16 are going with Cindy Valkyria. As far as the unsanctioned fight, 55 people are going with Jacob Fatu, 87%, while, of course, 8 people are going with Drew McIntyre. Again, we also want to point out that the Women's Heavyweight Championship match last year, title did not change hands. Chemindin had a disadvantage even in a triple threat scenario, and she was able to escape with the gold. But Liv Morgan has also defined this championship prior to Mommy Rhea Ripley beating her last year on the Raw on Netflix. So again, no stranger to this gold. But it's the first time ever a one-on-one encounter. So we'll see what happens here soon enough. As we continue to go through this card, speaking on the women, let's go ahead and talk about another very personal situation where the statistics have been pretty much one-sided, I would say, Stat Boy, as AJ Lee has tapped out Becky Lynch every opportunity. Your wrestler's favorite wrestler, her first WrestleMania, though, literally in fragging 12 years almost, 11 years actually, because it was at 31 and 42, but you get the idea. And of course, Becky Lynch, she is big-time Bex. She's graced this stage through all the way WrestleMania 32, being the best of the best in and out of this business. But ever since AJ Lee came back, she has been unable to outlast the Black Widow, quite particularly. Of course, we know AJ Lee won this title at Becky the Elimination Chamber, and we thought that this was going to be the match that she would have that crowning moment. Now going in here as champion, though, where Becky Lynch is at her wit's end, has the man hit the ceiling when it comes to the big time, and is AJ Lee here to take over. And what has been your thoughts of AJ Lee's return? Shout out to Bonnie Man in the chat. In the WWE and the momentum that she has pretty much walked through. I mean, you think about it. She's only had, 3 singles matches, if that? And, of course, one of those matches is where she won the championship.
Indeed. Thanks, Pop, for watching. I'm glad you're watching. I love you, Pop. I got to call you later. I got a story to tell. The only thing I don't like about this whole story is that Becky Lynch is on this tear of, the referee is corrupt. I want Jessica Carr fired. She's trying to hire Danhausen to curse people. Why? You're Becky Lynch. You are big times Bex. You are the man. You are capable of doing things that normal men cannot do in some cases. I do believe that. As that girl would taught us, women can do almost anything that men can do, if not better. Look at the military, look in careers, look at G.I. Jane. I've said it on many cases, if a female sniper can take me out at 500 yards, if I'm doing something stupid to protect the country, let her do it. Why is the Irish last kicker bringing a character in who is only had one match, and that's a joke? I'm sorry, Danhausen, I love you to death. You're funny, but this is crazy. Stop it. Be the man. Get your title back. Bottom line, I am picking the man gets her belt back at WrestleMania. I love you, AJ Lee, but I mean, check out Charlotte. Whoa.
Flair and Alexa Bliss walking in, of course. We'll talk about that match for sure. I believe that will be our opener here. as Alexa Bliss is still looking for her first WrestleMania moment. As, of course, we continue talking about the preview here. And, of course, the Queen originally defined at this stage, but I would argue with what Becky Lynch has done, she has surpassed that. Ever since Charlotte Flair lost to Rhea Ripley at WrestleMania 39, the Queen has not been the same. Honestly, during her time off, it might have literally breathed some humility as she's been a tag team specialist since losing last year to Tiffany Stratton at WrestleMania. I'll talk more about that here in a moment. But going back to what you're talking about here, streaks are meant to end. And it does feel like if Becky Lynch loses here, there's no coming back. But again, it's AJ Lee's first WrestleMania. It's also AJ Lee's fourth match. She's returned to WWE. And AJ Lee is really looking to challenge the entire women's locker room to step up, like Becky Lynch was trying to keep everybody underneath her. Let's not forget, the Intercontinental Championship is the workhorse championship. And there wasn't a greater workhorse last year for this title than the inaugural champion, Lyra Valkyria. And Becky Lynch decided to usurp her of that for her own selfish gain. And it hasn't made Lyra better. In fact, it's put Lyra into the tag division. Is that a better dynamic? You tell me. I also look at the fact that people are probably tired of seeing Becky Lynch at the top or holding down the division, and maybe think she doesn't need a championship. But it's one of those things where if you want to challenge a pillar of the business and get them out of their spot, much like Roman Reigns we'll talk about tomorrow, prove it. AJ Lee has already proven it, though, like I said, 3 times over. His 4th time going to be the final time, as both these women are looking right now to erase each other from their existence. But for me, though, considering it's the first one, I almost feel like AJ Lee was going to win if this was the inaugural match, but much like you talked about, I think Becky might surprise us here and get her win back. Of course, Becky Lynch, who, like I said, won the tag titles last year. She challenged Rhea Ripley for the World Championship at 40. She was part, of course, of a 6-woman tag at 39. And 38, of course, she lost her women's championship to the EST, Bianca Belair. But for me, I just feel like if Becky wins, we're going backwards. If AJ Lee wins, maybe AJ Lee can finally move forward. That's why I think AJ Lee is going to retain. And it wouldn't surprise me if Jessica Carr was the one to decide it again. Or Becky clocks her and another free comes to play. Because I think Becky is really burnt a lot of bridges and is literally on the edge of insanity. And all it's going to take is one mistake for AJ Lee to capitalize on that. And I think AJ Lee is more driven. So I'm actually going with AJ Lee on this personally.
That's a good point. I mean, I do like Becky. I really want to see her. I just want to see her be the man again. And you know, I don't know if I want to see Becky 2 belts again, if that could be a thing. But you know, it's iffy with that. I mean, if she can somehow survive the Widow's Peak or the Black Widow again. That's a talent in itself. I mean, but I mean, how many times can you tap out? I mean, you every time you put in it, you tap or you snap, and you can't afford to snap. You have a beautiful daughter who wants to probably see mommy win on this one. Mommy being Rue's mommy, Becky, not mommy Rhea Ripley.
Yeah, Cargill, I know what you're talking about. Of course, we'll talk more about that later when we look more into it tomorrow. But please continue.
Oh, that's pretty much it. I'm just only agreeing. I like AJ. You know, the skipping with the Chuck Taylors all the way up to her knees is wonderful. You know, I would have liked to see maybe a little bit more between her and her husband, but that kind of fizzled out a little bit. But you know, hey, you know, she has the chance to show herself and continue a very small winning streak. This is her 3rd WrestleMania. She had the Divas title and she won a tag team match at 30 and 31. It's been 10 years plus. This is for her 3rd WrestleMania. So, and of course, Becky is the veteran, but unfortunately, Becky is just under 500. This will be her 10th WrestleMania. She's 4-5, so it would be nice to get her even. That's probably why I went with that as well. Always going with the stats.
I'm about to say it's a fair point, and again, sometimes stats are meant to be rewritten, and sometimes you don't follow the common median. Sometimes you literally put in one of those points that flux the data. And again, this match has been very polarizing as well, and I think people are looking at that streak. In fact, more people are going with Becky Lynch to win, but it's 60-40. the most polarizing match so far that we discussed. And again, if you want to learn more about the stats, folks, stay tuned for me and Papagino breaking it down statistically with our post-show recap, analyzing the scores out of City Predicting. That'll be Monday night, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Me and Papagino subscribe to him today. As, of course, fans are still filing in to Allegiant Stadium. And as we are nearly done with our preview here, and we probably got a little bit under 18 minutes before we go live, of course, and we kick things off, not with the women, but some of them might as well be bench warmer because this is ridiculous. Nonetheless, we have this 6-man tag where we look at social media influencers and the Vapor against the Usos and LA Knight. Yeah. And of course, that will be live on ESPN2 alongside that unsanctioned fight. But let's go ahead and dive a little more, of course, into this match. Of course, the Usos have been at their wits' end with the Vision, former WWE Raw Tag Team Champions, losing it, though, in a street fight thanks to ISO Speed's inadvertent interference. And LA Knight, of course, has also been a victim of ISO Speed's tomfoolery to the point the Usos and LA Knight cannot wait to rip ISO Speed's head off. But ISO Speed, who has literally been endorsed by Randy Orton, has been in the performance center, been training, has shown us a little bit of his agility, and of course, the Vapor are now the new Raw Tag Team Champions. This is about as ridiculous of a bench woman 6-man tag as you can get from a man that used to be the United States champion to a man that won the World Heavyweight Championship. Boy, how a year changes. And the bottom line, this is also ISO Speed's in-ring Wrestlemania debut. Celebrity, social media influencer, kid-friendly streamer, a guy that wears Crocs and barks like a chihuahua on WrestleMania. That's what Joey Styles was right back in 2006, the sports entertainment circus. Nonetheless, I'm not going John Oliver here. I'm just stating facts and talking here. In my opinion, this has to be one of those things where it's like, if LA Knight and the Usos lose to this, there's your future at WWE, folks. How you feel about ISO Speed and LA Knight on your screen weekly? Nonetheless, I think the Usos also need this win to get back in contention, though they should have a rematch, and this should be for the titles, for the Raw Tag Team Championships. LA Knight, though, is a victim of circumstance when it comes to the fact before Seth freaking Rollins, he had a vendetta against freaking Vision, and he was the last guy to beat Seth freaking Rollins. Let's forget Saturday night's main event, where it leads to the biggest bamboozle of the century, but nonetheless. It's also another one of those things where LA Knight has also questioned about the Usos falling in line to go back to being the bloodline. Now, so far, we haven't seen tensions, I think, on paper or the surface between LA Knight and the Usos. They've been working very well together. They even got a win this past Monday night on Raw against the MFTs, Bloodline T-Blue, Bloodline 3.0. But for me, it's just one of those things right now where if LA Knight and the Usos don't win, where do they go from here? They already are saying a low bar doing this match. You're going to be even lower if you lose to the Vapor. What do you think about this, Stat Boy?
I totally agree. Without a doubt, I am going with the Usos and LA Knight because if ISO Speed who is an influencer and can train and can be impressed by Randy Orton, and he gets a WrestleMania match, then there's hope for this ageist wonder right here, who's about to be 50 years old in 2027. There's still hope for me to make it to the biggest stage of them all. Adam Pearce, are you watching? Okay, I mean, he came, of course, he came into the Rumble 2 years ago. I get it as a joke or whatever. And, Randy took him under his wing and they actually released the footage out there. Logan Paul, I was skeptical. He impressed me. He peaked. I'm sorry, Logan Paul has peaked. He's on that. He's starting to fade down because, one, he has Austin Theory as his partner who hasn't been relevant for quite some time. Austin, I'm sorry, but you were better with Grayson Waller. With the Vision, I have no idea. And again, poor Paul Heyman is playing second fiddle to a YouTuber. He jokes with YouTubers on a daily basis. I've seen him do it. And again, I totally agree. Where would the Usos go with this? Jimmy, I'm pretty certain he's about to be a father soon. I don't know how far along Trinity is, God bless you for that. Go be a father. LA Knight, you've peaked as well. I don't know where to go with you on this one. That leaves main event Jey Uso. I love when you get the crowd together. I love when you grab the children and you yeet with them, and yeeting is a thing.
Yeet.
But, I mean, come on. We can only do this for so much. His father, Rikishi did he defended his son when Jey lost the heavyweight title. It didn't go anywhere. You're tagging with your brother. That's a beautiful thing. You lose to these guys at WrestleMania. I don't want to say you're done, but I don't know. I don't know what more you can do. Would you go crawling back to Roman and rekindle the bloodline? I mean, Jimmy won't, because he's a father. He's going to be a father now.
Yeah.
Roman and Jey could do something, but please, wrestling gods, keep the momentum on the Usos side.
Yeah, and hopefully that was just a blemish, because, again, it was also a street fight, so maybe there's the asterisk there. And we don't need to see Tom Brady or Gronk or other football players getting involved. You get triggered.
Black, I Brady Bash for 3. I am going to steal a line from Triple H. I've taken that rose as far as it can go with Tom Brady. I can't go any farther, okay? Please. And
okay.
And we lived through. Gronk is as exciting as Mike Adamle was back in wrestling, okay? Gronk can stay on the football field and lower the ratings on Fox. He will bury WWE faster than TKO will. And I said that.
Damn.
Hey,
all right.
I have no filter. What can I say?
You know what? Hey, you know what? Whatever. It's WrestleMania, man. Go wild. Again, we got 11 minutes and freaking 50 seconds now until we actually go to the top. As Alicia Taylor's making her entrance. Of course, we know the commentary is also going to make their entrance as well. And again, as far as this match goes, yeah, it's got to be LA the Usos. 84% went with LA the Usos, Logan Paul influencers, ISP followers, and Paul Fury selfie takers. 10 of them, the other 60%, they went with the Vapor. So again, we'll see what happens soon enough. And yes, I said what I said. That just leaves one match. You were talking about Charlotte Flair earlier. Let's go ahead and look towards this fatal four-way dance, where for the 9th umpteenth time of imaginary number existence, we have reinvented the WWE Women's Tag Team Division. And is now being defined by the newly called up Last Legend and longtime running Tag Team Champion Specialist, Nia Jax, known as the Irresistible Forces. After they beat Rio, again, another thing that literally flipped the script on WrestleMania, where people thought that Io Sky and Rhea Ripley were going to come in here and defend the championships, and Io Sky's name on the card. Boy, the mighty have fallen. We now find this fair four-way where we've had no contest and disqualification matches for the championships amongst all 3 other teams. And yes, Nikki Bella is asterisk, but nothing is official yet, so it's staying the way it's staying. So if you want to talk about the current state and the altered state, possibly, you are more than welcome to, chat, and Mikey. But nonetheless, Lyra winning her last year as WWE Intercontinental Champion, and originally was supposed to go after the title against the Judgment Day with Bayley, who, of course, was taken out by Becky. Bayley, in my opinion, is the most underappreciated member of the women's locker room. Between Lodestone, between guiding influence, between being the work wife of either AJ Lee or CM Punk at this point. Everybody loves Bayley, and Bayley loves this so damn much. Period. There's no woman that loves this more than her right now in WWE, in my opinion. And I think Lyra, underneath or alongside Bayley, it's been odd, but it's worked to a degree. But Charlotte Flair and Alexa Bliss, like I said, ever since after last WrestleMania, we have seen Charlotte Flair and Alexa Bliss build this chemistry. You know, not best friends, are friends, former WWE Women's Tag Team Champions as well. The Bellas, though, they have been in the conversation of women's tag team wrestling, for whatever reason, and women's tag team championships since WWE first introduced them back in 2016-17. They were won through a damn elimination chamber by, you guessed it, Bayley and Sasha Banks. Of course, the champions are now to be involved in this match through the decision to lose the titles, though. As we know, it's a fatal four-way. You know how I feel about multi-team, multi-person matchups. The last time I had fatal four for the titles, though, or just a showcase, didn't change hands, and the right team won. Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler. In fact, the last time we had a fatal four-way, the titles did change hands, and the appropriate team won, and that was the Iconics WrestleMania 35. So, Stat Boy, with the idea of Lyra getting the moment with Bayley that she was supposed to get last year, with the idea that Charlotte Flair could go into WrestleMania for the first time and become a tag team champion alongside this bitch who's never had a WrestleMania moment, with the Bellas that define a whole different era that no longer exists, that could bring it back, winning the women's tag team championships, whether it's them or somebody else that makes it their house, or the Irresistible forces that have been, let's call it what it is, a foundation of this tag division that no one's been able to stop. What do you think happens here?
What happens here? Well, I think that this is going to start the split between Charlotte and Alexa. They've been a great tag team, but you've got the queen. You've got that, Charlotte needs to get back on her throne by herself. I'm not saying that they haven't worked as a tag team, but there have been some motions where the split needs to take place, and by WrestleMania 43, those two will go at it next year. Do I see them winning the titles? No. They've had their run as the champs. Alexa doesn't need it. Charlotte doesn't need it. What Charlotte needs is maybe I don't know, with that outfit I saw, that blue. I mean, can you get away wearing with that in Las Vegas? Yes, but for WrestleMania, different story. I like Bayley. I love Bayley. Bayley is a hugger. I just wish Bayley would change teams, but she's from San Jose. I'm Anaheim, Los Angeles. I'm in the playoffs, and you're not. Sorry, I went there. But we did have to beat. We can thank Bayley and the Sharks for putting the Ducks into the playoffs. That's a whole other story. Should Bayley get the title? No, I don't think her and Lyra, they're great as a tag team, and no. So that now leaves the two. Do we leave the titles on the champs that with the nod to the Irresistible Force? And where is Nikki's medical status? Rumors are going crazy. I didn't even know she was injured. So, and of course, yes, there is the rumor that Paige has signed a contract. It has not been made official. If by some miracle they flat out say, hey, Nikki Bella is injured, she needs a tag team partner, out comes Paige. Then it would be Paige and Brie. That'd be like a last minute thing. That should not be the focus of the match. Therefore, the Irresistible Forces will retain their championship at WrestleMania. As much as the people dislike Nia Jax, I do not dislike Nia Jax. I am concerned about Nia Jax. Okay, she has had plenty of incidents in the ring. I get it. But at the end of the day, she can work. Lash Legend, her career is just starting in WWE anyway. She is very impressive. They put the belt on her. She should at least keep it a little bit longer. Clock was down at 5:43 on the last film, so we're getting closer and closer to the finish here. So we got to have at least one title retention in this lineup for night one. It'll be the women's tag team.
Nia Jax, again, no stranger walking in as women's tag team champion, as we know. At one point, her and Shayna Baszler had the goal. I believe it was WrestleMania 37. And also Lash Legend, I feel, has been taking a mentorship role underneath Nia Jax, going all the way back to the first time they faced her back in that black and chrome NXT. And to your point, it does feel like there's a lot of new opportunity for new talent to stand and deliver here at WrestleMania, that being called in NXT. Lash Legend included as we go to the megastar backstage, LA Knight in the orange, green, white, and blue, sporting along defiant same color gear with the Usos, Jimmy Uso and Jey Uso, as of course, as Statboy pointed out. We are just a little bit under, at this point, 6 minutes, I believe, from things kicking off. And again, we got 46% going with Lyra and Bayley. We have 8% going with Charlotte and Alexa Bliss. We have 20% going with the Bellas. And we have 25% going with Nia Jax and Lash Legend. So again, very dynamic. At least everyone is figuring out each team. So that goes to the credibility of each team toward the women's tag team championships, as Joe Satori, Big E, and Corey Graves are taking in the sounds, the sights, the feels, the semi-filled building that is Allegiant Stadium. As, of course, we are minutes away from WrestleMania kicking things off at the top of the hour, and things will kick off, of course, with our host of WrestleMania, Mr. 17, the GOAT, John Cena.
Yeah, we have to, the fans want one more appearance of John Cena. You will not get one more match. He is done. Accept it, friends. It's over. He has put in the work. He gets to temporarily rest from the WWE, but we do have to have one more appearance. And why not? As it looks like we're getting a performance ready. We're doing, is this America the Beautiful, I believe?
I believe you are correct. So with that, we will take a moment of silence.
Lovely. The Las Vegas Mass Choir performing God Bless America.
A very nice rendition here, as of course now we officially get ready to go into WrestleMania. So that being said, folks, as of course we'll get our long substanding cold opening, it is officially time to kick things off here from the Stadium in Las Vegas for WrestleMania Saturday. So without further ado, let's get right into it.
I did not hear about this. When did this take place?
I'm pretty sure he probably answered it as a question at some point during an interview. Wouldn't surprise me.
I do like the podcast as we get a great look of the Las Vegas skyline. That truly is Las Vegas Boulevard. That is the Strip. That is everywhere where people go with $5 in their pocket, hoping to catch a jackpot. And right there along the 5 freeway, that beautiful black stadium that Stat Girl despises because it's a big black stadium, is Allegiant Stadium, the home of WrestleMania 42.
And over 40,000 WWE fans are expected tonight to file in for the Showcase of the Immortals, the standard of all sports and entertainment. Of course, that is WrestleMania, as we see QB1, the undisputed WWE champion Cody Rhodes, preparing to defend his kingdom against the Viper, Randy Orton, and define his legacy and hopefully sending Pat home permanently.
Indeed. As you see on the stage, plenty of Las Vegas memorabilia, the Las Vegas Neon Cowboy, which was a staple in Las Vegas in the 70s and 60s, a throwback to the yesteryear of Las Vegas. But now the ultimate stage is upon us as we get... Who is this? I don't know. It's your official... Oh, Lin-Manuel Miranda. Okay, he's officially welcoming us to WrestleMania.
3-time Tony, 3-time Emmy, and a 5-time Grammy award-winning, I'm guessing, a writer, a narrator, or actor?
I believe so, yes. I believe he... that was Rami Malek. He is very talented in the world of music.
That's okay. Fair enough. I'll take your word on that then. So I'm not going to disparage somebody on their credibility.
As we're just getting a good old montage of WrestleMania moments of the past, people flying,
The grandeur, the spectacle, the matches, the moments, the encounters, the once-in-a-lifetime memories created, and career-defining expectations.
ESPN did do a top 5, and the streak breaking actually has surpassed the slam heard around the world, which is a shock. The breaking the streak at 30 is now, according to ESPN anyway, again, that topic will always be debated, but I say the slam heard around the world is the greatest WrestleMania moment. And then you get the heist of the century. You get the return of Cody Rhodes. You get finish the story. There are so many moments that just, and tonight, more moments are going to be added to that list. Will it be the top 5? You don't know until it happens.
One thing for sure, according to what we've seen, everything could change because it is truly anybody's game.
Indeed. It's not blackjack. It's not poker. It's not craps. It's not a slot machine. This is win or go home. And then come back the next night, because the players of WrestleMania Night 2, the bar is going to be set high. Can Night 2 surpass Night 1? The good old-fashioned follow that
Bleep.
Come into play.
Yeah, about to say, follow that bleep, which is definitely going to be the tale of the tape tonight.
Indeed. I mean, Obafemi versus Brock Lesnar. Why not put these two in a slab of meat like you did back in 1983 and start punching?
I'm going to be honest, Step Boy. When Paul Heyman calls that the real main event, it really feels like that. It feels like the biggest match with the biggest fight feel, and that's friggin' tomorrow. But nonetheless, as of course we look towards what brought us here tonight, insanity, a drive to be better than the other, defining a legacy, proving your work ethic, and of course, proving that you are the better wrestler, bell to bell in the ring. All of these taglines are literally the stories to be told tonight, and then some, at WrestleMania Saturday.
Indeed, indeed. 42 years in the making, back-to-back years in Las Vegas. Of course, that happened way back in the day, a long time ago.
And now, of course, the Silabo Studios and Snickers enthusiasts, as well as WD2K26 gamers, bring to you WrestleMania Vegas. As we welcome everybody officially across the Silabo Studios, YouTube platforms, and X. You are looking live at Allegiant Stadium as we welcome in our host for the festivities for the entire time, Mr. 17, the GOAT, John Cena, in a suit nonetheless.
A nice blue pinstripe suit with a nice yellow tie. He's talking to Stu, as in the back, animated feel of the Doctor of Thugonomics, and he salutes the crowd, and he is going to just walk down.
I'm about to say, he's retired. Let's remember that he's retired, but who else is here to join us right on time? As of course, you have a tremendous 3 on the call tonight. She's yours, she's mine. She's our Canadian friend, Ash. So please welcome Ashley Vincent to the call. Dressed for the occasion. Quite lovely, must I say. I'm very impressed. As again, Noah Foster, Stat Boy Mike, Ash Vincent. We are your commentary team of the Simple House Studios tonight for WrestleMania Saturday 42. Ash, how are you?
I am doing very well. Oh my God. The other call I just was part of. Oh my God.
About to say, probably the most memorable wrestling call of your life.
Oh my God. So it was outrageous. It was outlandish. It was good. Pretty much the motto of the show was good fun, good vibes.
And that's all you can hope for professional wrestling. And John Cena personified that as the face that ran the place, the franchise, Mr. Sports Entertainment, for the better part of 23 years. The first time that we're seeing John Cena since he's retired. Dapper man, dressed for the occasion. Curious
and a nice head of hair, too.
Oh, yeah, that's right. No bald spot.
No bald spot. His voice is cracking
soft
up.
as the heart. No boos tonight for John Cena. I mean, how can you boo this man? Like, seriously.
He is nervous.
I mean, it's the first time he's hosting the stage that he's graced the better part of his career since WrestleMania 20. Accurate.
Chaos and unpredictability. True.
Road to WrestleMania. Accurate.
Mm-hmm.
Very
local indeed.
I mean, Rhea Ripley almost had a freaking nervous breakdown prior to coming out of WrestleMania 40. It wasn't for Jason Jordan. And polarizing is the appropriate word, I would say.
There you go.
There it is.
The moments he loves the most. Damn right, time to talk is up. Yeah, I knew he was going to bring that back.
I agree.
Who tonight will step and deliver. But everyone, you best do your best.
The iconic words have been spoken, and the pyro goes off.
Well, that's about the best way to bring things forward. As, of course, we get right into the action and get ready to yeet and say yeah as we get ready for six-man tag team action with not main event, but curtain opener, Jey Uso. Again, what a year, what a difference a year makes, right?
Although, to be fair, wasn't he also in the opening last year as well?
I believe so, yes.
Ash, let's figure about this. That opening last year was for the damn WWE World Heavyweight Championship. He's facing a YouTuber and a vapor because he and his brother lost the tag titles at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, fair point.
Let's just call it what it is, folks. This is literally your spectacle of viral sensations.
Absolutely. Like I said in the pre-show, if IShowSpeed, who I believe is in his 20s, can put in the work and get a debut match at WrestleMania, then friends, there is hope for me, who's turning 50 in 2027. As Jimmy has now joined his brother, and they're both going to yeet together in the crowd.
Well, at least it's a shorter walk versus last year, considering they had to make sure that more of the building was open and rearranging the seats due to the amount of tickets sold. But nonetheless, again, folks, as John Cena welcomes us in again, welcome officially everybody you're tuning in just now to WrestleMania. And hello, everyone. Noah Foster, Step Boy Mike, and our lovely Canadian friend Ash. We are proud to bring you coverage tonight for WrestleMania 42, as we have, of course, Michael Cole and Wade Barrett. Wade Barrett's second ever WrestleMania. And Ash, your first ever WrestleMania.
Yeah, calling with you guys. This is fun.
This is a great moment. I mean, we've put in the work, and now we get to deliver in a way that we think is the right way to do it. This is all us, folks. If you can do it, prove it. Now is our chance to do so.
Well, at the end of the day, Mikey, at the end of the day, I always just tell people that gesture of professional wrestling is as simple as that. But the fact that I get to live out the dreams of my favorite voice of wrestling, good old JR, to call wrestling with my friends on a weekly basis, and we're calling the biggest wrestling show known under the principle of professional wrestling sports entertainment. It's definitely a special, humble moment for me, and I hope everyone else enjoys and appreciates it as well. Shout out to everyone in the chat: Kate Rare, Matthew, Zach, Ivan Frame Pro Wrestling, New York State of Mind, the London Cheesehead. That's a great name. Volley Man and Safed, as I say, yeah! As we welcome in L.A. Knight, who rides up in style.
In a brand new looking LA Knight wrap Dodge Ram.
Well, I mean, last year he came with a damn Maserati. How many vehicles does the megastar own? But boy, does he know how to make an entrance, Ash.
Yeah, he does. That's a really nice-ass truck.
The megastar who's taking the world by storm, with everybody saying L.A. Knight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ash, remind me again where in Canada you're from, or where you currently live.
I'm from Winnipeg.
Okay.
She's a lovely winner pig and we wouldn't want her any other way. And of course, LA Knight came into WrestleMania last year as W United States champion, lost to Fatu, but he beat the phenomenal AJ Styles, now retired WWE Hall of Famer, in his WrestleMania debut back at WrestleMania 40.
Indeed. Let me quickly bring out the stats here on Jay, Jimmy, and LA Knight. This is Jay's 13th WrestleMania. He is even at 6-6. Jimmy has had 14 matches. He's below 500 at 5-9. And this is LA Knight's third WrestleMania. He is 1-1.
The megastar getting a pop and ovation and a yeah everywhere that he goes. And of course, LA Knight and the Usos have recently formed this trio, Ash.
Indeed. And now as we await the entrance of Los Ruidos, the heels. And that's why he came out in the Dodge Ram, because Ram is the official sponsor of WrestleMania.
Freaking product placement, of course.
Cheap plug. Cheap plug.
Here's the cheap plug. Don't be a dickhead. Subscribe to Bag for Wrestling Day for all your Shinny on Pro Wrestling content. Think about the way the dogs have tuned into every watch along across the channel and all channels here at the Super Labo Studios, as well as our coverage of Stardom. I missed you there, Ash. And stay tuned as me and Ash will be bringing you more Shinny on Pro Wrestling analysis and coverage in the near future. Oh, give me a break.
Oh, what is a giant white fabric with the Vision logo on it.
With the most unhumble individual on the internet with a black heart. I'm just saying.
Damn.
As we have the fabric comes down, and there are your tag team champions with super ISHO speed wearing a red cape.
I forgot they were the tag champions.
Everyone did.
Oh my God, Nick and James. Oh my God, how those two were during the Zack Sabre Jr. match at my expense.
How did you bear that is what I'm wondering.
I was laughing along with them.
Okay, so you're cheeky. You said again, she's cheeky. She's a cheeky young punk.
Yes.
And apparently Ash broke everybody. I'm curious if either of these people will break me tonight or if WWE breaks me. But nonetheless, we're looking at 9 squares, far less valuable than Hollywood squares. The Maverick LA Knight, of course, coming off a win last year against phenomenal AJ Styles in his last WrestleMania match. And Austin Fury, with less pressure than a slow cooker on your lowest setting, currently holding the Pepperoni Tag Team Championship Monday Night Raw. Sorry, did I say that out loud? And ISO Speed, Park wearing, Chihuahua barking, streaming extraordinaire with maybe a little bit of potential in his athletic capability, is joining these two men tonight in his WrestleMania debut.
This is Logan Paul's 5th WrestleMania. He has about got the best record, you could say. He is 3-1. He's on a 2-match WrestleMania streak. He is wearing all blue this time. He is not in his traditional yellow. It's kind of like a blue-green. Austin Theory, this is his 6th WrestleMania. And, of course, this is ISHO Speed's first. And I'm actually surprised. ISHO Speed has got some muscle. He's not as scrawny as I thought he would be. He's got a little bit of definition. So maybe he can hold his own in this. We're about to find out. Ring jacket's being taken off. The chain is coming off. And we're going to find out who starts this match. We got a little bit of jaw jacking going on right here.
Well, it's just one of those things, though, where, again, what sort of dynamic do you start with and what sort of pressure is on ISO Speed to actually not look like a clown, as he already does on the internet, inside a WWE ring against these well-established names of WWE. As the bell rings and we will see soon enough who gets in.
Oh!
Double super kick. Well, that
in
is my
stereo.
question.
Okay.
And that's going to leave LA Knight and ISHO Speed, and he's coming to work now.
Well, considering LA Knight literally interrupted this man during his live stream in his own house, we know how personal this has gotten, especially when ISO Speed, Denhausen curse or not, inadvertently knocked LA Knight out with brass knuckles at MSG.
He's got him in a nice headlock, so he's wow. LA Knight is just lifting him up, not even using his arms, and
lands on his feet, though. And again, right now, we'll see if ISO Speed brings to the dance. Now going up to the top rope. Moonsault lands on his feet. And LA Knight meets him there with a clothesline.
Nice. Good bump, too. Well done. Well taken.
Well, I mean, again, Ash, we look at LA Knight and we look at, again, the last year that he had. Before Seth Rollins, of course, came back with his own hit list towards the Vision, LA Knight's been trying to take the Vision at every chance he could get. It was literally Logan Paul that cost LA Knight a chance at the Elimination Chamber to be in the main event at WrestleMania.
Nice body slam, but LA Knight is no selling it, so he actually slammed LA Knight. Now he's getting pumped up, but...
Mike, I was speaking to Ash. You interrupted.
Oh, no worries. It's okay. You can call the match because I think I'm a little bit ahead of you guys.
All right, fair enough. It's one of those things also where you can tell the energy is very high here, as well as the animosity of all 60s men, as Logan Paul's pulled inside by LA Knight. And so far, Iso Speed right now, they're early going, not torn apart yet. I don't think that's going to last long enough, though. And again, how mad are the Usos internally, knowing that they lost the Raw Tag Team Championships in the fashion that they did?
Right, especially before like WrestleMania too, because you would think like the Usos, because like how prominent they are in WWE as a tag team, they would walk in WrestleMania as the tag champions. So this is really going to put a chip on their shoulder, especially since the Vision has been a thorn in their side for quite some time now.
I don't think it'll be like we talked in the pre-show. I mean, if they lose this match, then they've got a serious rebuild to do. If they win, then the rebuild comes quicker.
There's a cover now by Jimmy Uso up the double elbow drop, gets a 2 count on the Maverick.
There you go. It'll be a serious rebuild either way, I think. Nice chop.
I mean, again, like we talked about, WrestleMania is the end of the season for WWE. The Raw to Mania is literally the new beginning. And I'm pretty sure the Usos want to begin on the right foot with a win here and maybe get their title rematch Monday night after Mania. Rolling in with a drop kick, Austin Theory, though. And let's also talk about Austin Theory. This guy who was over taking selfies with Redacted literally at one point was at WrestleMania as one of the hottest rising stars. Now comes back being part of Paul Heyman's vision. Let's call it this, Paul Heyman's vision. And was once Christian, a Paul Heyman guy, former Evolve champion. And we haven't seen Austin Theory with this level of pressure on him to deliver in a long time. Of course, last time we saw him match was that ladder match at 40 alongside Grayson Waller when they're trying to win both sets of tag team championships. Oh!
Nice double suplex there. I don't think shaving your head for one thing is going to make you more of a badass. I'm sorry. Is it aesthetically pleasing? Absolutely. But will it change your persona? No. It'll just make you look tougher in a bar fight.
Ash, anything to add to that compliment?
Yeah, it's like what a new it's like not everybody can pull off being bald. Some people look intimidating, others not so much. And Austin Theory doesn't do it for me.
Nice
suplex there by Jimmy, looking to make a good chance here to go to his corner. As ISO Speed rounds legal for the Vapor. I said what I said. And right now, ISO Speed crawling over to his corner, stumbling him telling lies. Tag made to Logan Paul, the most impulsive superstar in the WWE system. But again, the way he's taking this like a fish out of water is incredible for a social media influencer versus any celebrity in the history of WWE that cannot be discounted, Ash.
Yeah.
He's a dad too, right?
I got a message from JJ in the group chat.
What'd you get?
Okay, so he sent a picture of him and Zack Sabre Jr.
Dickhead.
And oh my god, you want to talk about like really bad timing?
Uh-oh.
JJ video chatted me, right?
Right.
And so I missed the call because I was running an errand for my mom.
Well, family first.
Exactly. And because of that, Zack Sabre Jr. was right beside him. I was this close to chatting with Zack Sabre Jr.
Oh, womp womp. Well, Ash, you'll get your moment, I'm sure. Don't count yourself out.
Oh, no, not at all.
There's always the next WrestleCade or WrestleCon. And I assure you, as long as wrestling keeps going, Tam made a J so you will have plenty of opportunity to get with that bloody Tecker at some point.
Absolutely.
You batty little young punk. Now Jey Uso teeing up against Austin Theory here in the middle of the ring as the Yeets rain out, a little bit of flash and style. Whoa, and Austin Theory catching him on the fireman's carry, able to escape. That's with the clothesline, and now Uso at the Rollins spear.
Nice.
That's
rib.
Covered by Prince and Logan Paul with the save.
Not necessary, but why not? I mean, get your work in when you can.
Yeah.
About to say, you were saying, Ash.
Oh, I was saying, was that Jimmy or Jay who did the spear?
That was Jay, I assure you.
Okay, because that was like the best looking spear he's hit in quite some time. Because his spear is not that good.
Well, when you give the man distance or you give a man enough reason to be pissed off, you're surprised how effective his spear is, considering who you're trying to deliver it against. Super kick by Jimmy, rocks Austin Theory.
You don't want to do this.
Go back to YouTube, kid. And right now, trying to get in the ring, up and around.
Whoa! Impressive.
Look at that. Take over T. Harris on Jimmy.
Nicely done.
Good night.
LA Knight on the fray. At the midside, look for the BFT, and Logan Paul inadvertently collided to LA Knight. Smart reversal by the megastar.
Why is Austin Theory ticked off?
Because at the end of the day, they just may have literally inadvertently cost themselves there. And you know that Austin Theory and Logan Paul are egomaniacs when it comes to themselves. They're directing traffic. They're directing ISO Speed on their game plan. And ISO Speed is unaware of this. ISO Speed didn't want to be involved in this. Let's just call it what it is. Now off the ropes. Oh, no! And it's going
BFT!
And the cover!
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, LA Knight, the Usos with the win.
And just like that, ISO Speed with the crying face, questioning Austin Theory, causing his team to lose.
Well, that's what happens when inexperienced. It's freaking YouTubers, Grace WrestleMania. LA Knight and the Usos getting a bit of comeuppance against the Vapor and this YouTube freaking streamer.
And now ISO Speed is going to get it.
If I was ISO Speed, I'd get the hell out of the ring. I'm just saying.
Oh,
God.
Oh.
He's got clocked.
He got clocked for real on that one. And Logan
like
Paul,
I said,
he's giving him an earful.
I mean, right now he's literally breathing ISO Speed the Riot Act. He basically cost them WrestleMania. I don't think look, I may not care about, YouTube celebrities and viral sensation and social media influences, but even I have a heart to know that ISO Speed doesn't deserve that.
Here we go. If you've got the table being broken on your WrestleMania bingo card, get your dauber out because it's about to be smashed.
I'm pretty sure Ash has that on her free space.
Yeah, possibly.
about to say, what's a WrestleMania without a table bump, right? And again, LA Knight, the Usos, they're not doing anything, Ash. They're just watching this.
I mean, can you blame them?
No.
Can you blame them?
ISO Speed invaded the WWE. Call it what it is. He interfered in business, and now he's going to pay for it. Not everyone can be a WWE superstar. Oh, wait a minute. Well, Jey Uso, though, again, I guess, the animosity towards the vision to the one day.
Guess they must have had second thoughts then.
Well, at the end of the day, who actually likes the vision, want to see them achieve anything?
Well, there's some lovers out there. Okay, wake up, Speed. Come on, wake up. You're at WrestleMania. You're good.
Well, maybe LA Knight realizes what happened was a mistake back at Madison Square Garden. Maybe they're going to give him some mercy.
No, they're going to give him a. He's like, go up there and do something. They're telling him, go up there and do something. Come on.
Now, hold on here.
ISO Speed is starting to gather the rage. And they're gonna put Logan Paul through a table.
I guess turnabout's fair play, I suppose, right?
Oh, let's talk about WrestleMania moment. Am I right?
Yeah, get your cameras out, folks. Use hashtag WrestleMania and capture this in 4K. LA Knight holding Logan Paul down. ISO Speed to the top of the ring post, looking down on Logan Paul.
I love you, baby.
Allegiant Stadium.
I love you, baby. Throw it up.
Oh boy!
Do it, man! Come on!
No way! What the hell?
Nice.
Oh, what a debut for the guy!
Down goes Logan Paul.
And LA Knight approved.
And that's not insult. This is a fact of life. Yeah, what an elbow drop.
I think it was more of a splash than an elbow drop.
I was saying, to your point, though, look like he was going for Macho Man. Yeah, you're right. He literally crushed Logan Paul. Well, the Maverick got his moment. Unfortunately, it was a moment of embarrassment. I'm not going to lie, though. That was freaking amazing, ISO. That was a pretty damn impressive high-risk maneuver.
Especially the height that he got.
Right? And now it's celebration time at WrestleMania. I guess the pad's been put away for now when it comes to ISO Speed, the Usos, and LA Knight. Welcome to WrestleMania, kid. You might have a future in this business after all.
Indeed.
Good grief. Take a look at the replay here, Ash. The height to your point and the launch.
Right? Like that could have gone
all of it.
so wrong, but it went so well.
Yeah, perfect execution on the distance and the landing, crushing Logan Paul through the announce table.
Whoa, the Wile E. Coyote cam. Look at that. That was a good one. Here's the front view. There you go.
Just flying, pumping his arms in midair. I don't know if he's pumping himself up or just trying to literally read his last known rights. Well, either way, Usos and LA Knight victorious at WrestleMania, and ISO Speed in his WrestleMania debut creates another viral moment for all of his followers on YouTube. As we take a commercial break, fuck streaming services. And again, thank you to everybody that is tuning in right now. Again, we are the Simple Apple Studios. All 180 plus of you that are tuning in. Share the link with your friends. Of course, follow us at SR Studios today. And please subscribe, comment, and tell a friend. As we are here for the entire night as we look towards our next match. While we got a commercial break and no one gives a damn what's happening on the feed right now, I do know you are a baddie woman of the techers, but you also are a fair lady. And the ladies are going to try and kick ass tonight across not one, not two, but 3 WrestleMania matches. So let's go ahead and get some baddie influence from you while we have this commercial break. What are your thoughts on the fatal 4-way here for the Women's Tag Team Championships and the run of the Irresistible Forces?
So they've been proved, like their name as they're proven to be like a dominant force to be reckoned with, especially like with the way they've been booked on SmackDown. Charlotte and Alexa have been working so well as a team, especially with the differing the dynamics that they have, like because they started off as enemies and they became friends and they formed quite the bond. Lyra and Bayley are so fun to watch together and separate. It's very rare nowadays where you get like a tag team, especially like one of those where like mixed together, who not only work so well as singles but work so well together like equally. Like they're equally successful individually as they are as a team. And the Bellas is a different story because that sisterly bond, there's nothing like it from what I've been told. Like there's nothing, like because it's a sibling. Like when you're with your siblings, there's no greater bond than that of your sibling.
Right. Love or hate, one in blood.
Exactly, right? Because I can't imagine what life without my brother would be like. That's just too scary.
Is it really a big what if sometimes you want? Never mind.
Yeah, because I'm the older sibling, so.
Well, enough said. You know what? I can agree with that. My little brother and me and him, I never see eye to eye. He's street clothes. He's full on hands. I'm a technician. I'm a suit man. So, there is that. But again, that's what binds you. But the thing that binds these teams, of course, is unique alliances. And to your point, the only team that literally is a team are the Bellas because they're friggin' twin sisters. Well, not so much twins anymore since someone got a... But the other one also went more natural. But nonetheless, Lyra did get the moment last year, and she won the titles. Bayley was supposed to win for her, but taken out by Becky. And Charlotte and Alexa Bliss, they became a team shortly after WrestleMania last year after Charlotte lost to Tiffany. So do you think that the growth in cohesion and chemistry for the two opposing challengers on the left side of the champions could play in either of those teams' favor?
It's really hard to say because like there's so many different dynamics. Like you can make the case for any team to win.
Yes.
And that's what you love, and that's what you want in the tag division. You want to like go in there thinking any team can win and not be like, oh yeah, it's super obvious this team is winning.
So with that being said, Ash, what's your pick?
So I went with the Bellas because I think that's like the like going back to what I said. I think that's like the obvious and that's the safe choice. However, I wouldn't be I would be okay with like Lyra and Bayley winning, or even Alexa and Charlotte winning.
I think you just picked 3 teams out of one pick.
I know, but I'm just saying, like,
she's hedging bets is what she's doing. She's hedging bets. How fitting. We're in Las Vegas.
The point I'm trying to make is I'm expecting a title change, and I'm fine with either team winning it, even though it's more likely the Bellas are going to walk out as champion.
Again, do we reset the division for the 10th nonagon time, or do we set it backwards back to its genesis? A whole different conversation. It's also one of those things, though, that, again, the champions do owe a win. Whether it's no contest or disqualification, they have beaten each of the other teams. So, again, just some food for thought for y'all here. Of course, we still have a commercial break. I also just want to point out, again, congrats to LA Knight and the Usos on winning WrestleMania. Again, if you want more Batty outtakes, don't be a dickhead. Subscribe today to Batty for Wrestling. Follow her on the X and Shadow Bad Ash. Follow her on YouTube. Stay tuned for further outlooks on Best of Super Junior, Thuntaku, and of course, upcoming events and previous events, including Sakura Genesis. Again, join Batty's Army today, Batty for Wrestling. As we look down the strip here, of course, in the City of Sin, entertainment capital of the world, neon lights out bright, at least not right now because it's broad daylight. Of course, the host of WrestleMania for 2 years in a row, Las Vegas, Nevada, as there is Allegiant Stadium, the biggest dome in the desert. And speaking of football players, there's George Kittle, 7-time Pro Bowl tight end for the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, that's how you drink a beer, George. Who else we got? We got Detroit Lion running back Jahmyr Gibbs. He's in Sin City.
And also Tyrese Halliburton for, of course, the Indiana Pacers.
Oh, Kittle just stole his beer. He's like, nope, you're too clean cut.
Now, hold my beer. Take my beer. Why the frick not?
You know how much that beer cost at Allegiant Stadium?
$25.
There you go.
I'm just guessing.
Boo! He got cursed. Danhausen cursed him.
Stephen A. Smith being booed out of the building, including by you, of course, ESPN representative.
He is my rival.
As we get ready now for our unsanctioned match, get ready to see shit hit the fan. Oh boy.
Where
of course, nobody not held liable for damage, injuries to either competitors, as we are about to literally let the dog off the chain, or should I say, the Samoan werewolf. We're about to go savage here, folks.
Oh wow! Look at this. We've got some fire dancers here.
Oh, nice.
Well, I'm about to say it goes back to the tribal roots, of course being a cousin of the Anali family. We know the roots of that bloodline. And check out Fatu has been hell bent on revenge and getting his hands on Drew McIntyre ever since he may have been the one to take him out last year ahead of number one contendership.
Wouldn't it be cool to learn how to fire dance? It's dangerous as all hell, but once you learn it, it's very beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I know it's not going to be beautiful. The fact that these two men are now going to be able to beat the living shit out of each other without any consequences or repercussions.
Yeah, this is going to get bowling shoe ugly, as JR likes to put it.
This is going to be monkey butt ugly. And, of course, this really boiled over when Jacob Fatu came back across the pond and cost Cody Rhodes the USPW Championship in 3 stages of hell and has been hell-bent on getting his hands on McIntyre ever since, to the point he cost Drew McIntyre the USPW Championship that allowed QB1 to get back to the main event tonight.
Jacob
Fatu. I mean, how much further do you go when you T-bone collision a man in a car and you freaking throw a man off at you off 20 foot of scaffolding?
I don't think you can get any worse than that.
No, I was about to say, because all those emotions, they make a person do some wild, crazy things.
Jacob Fatu wearing camouflage right now, camouflage vest. This is his second WrestleMania. But can we even count this? I mean, if it is unsanctioned, will it go in the books?
I don't think it matters what goes in the books. I think what matters is one person wants to go into a coffin at the other person's expense, and we very well might get that. Jacob Fatu and Drew McIntyre are here to end one another. Records be damned. This is one word that defines this fight, and this is a fight, and that is revenge.
I was about to say that this is just a match built on revenge, especially for Jacob Fatu, because he wants to get his hands on McIntyre and put an end to this.
And let's keep in mind, Ash, last year at WrestleMania, Drew McIntyre won a Sin City Street fight against Damian Priest, so he knows how to win here.
Do you think a win for like either person will put him in possible title contention going forward after WrestleMania?
Well, that's got to be each person's end goal after this. After Jacob Fatu could have been the one to challenge Cody Rhodes at one point for the title.
And we've got a pyro entrance for Drew as the brick wall falls.
I don't think that was Brit, dude. I think that was metal. That was literally a Scottish psychopath using a sword stronger than Excalibur to pierce his way onto the WrestleMania stage. It's a whole different mindset tonight for Drew McIntyre.
Is that the true Claymore sword? What was that name again? He named it after his mother.
Yeah, Angela.
Yeah,
Angela.
Angela, I think. Of course, given to him literally after he re-signed with WWE. And in fact, this man at one point, he said, I quit. And then he cost Jacob Fatu a match against Trick Williams. And every week and every chance he got, he tried to beat the shit out of him.
Eyes locked.
Yeah, I'm about to say, Drew McIntyre, complainer number one in the entire WWE, more than anyone on the IWC, been complaining literally the last better part of 6 months that there's been a conspiracy against him, against having corporate Cody be the champion.
Indeed. Well, we're about to see a slobber knocker of epic proportions. Get ready for this one, folks, because he has not blinked. He has not locked. He has not left his sight on Jacob. Jacob is just looking right back at him.
Yeah.
This makes Ronda Rousey's death stare look like a cakewalk.
I dare you to say that to Ronda Rousey's face and not get your arm ripped off. She's still the baddest bitch on the planet.
I have said if I ever meet her, I would not want to make eye contact with her. Rushes through the ring and we're starting.
You want to talk about locked and loaded, am I right? Like, golly.
I say all gas, no brakes. I don't give a damn what gear you're in, Drew McIntyre. Again, I don't have to be freaking restrained anymore. There's no Nick Aldis. There's no freaking SWAT team, security, police, or freaking fake-ass WWE security. Just you and me. Until the next bell rings.
As the bell rung.
I'm talking about the end bell, Mike. And Drew sit up and over into the timekeeper area.
Las Vegas SWAT couldn't stop these two.
Right?
I'm about to say, McIntyre might need a tranquilizer gun.
Oh, boy, here we go.
Oh, crap.
There's a plunder.
Well, it would have been an unsanctioned fight without a table, right?
Exactly. Not just one table, but 2 tables.
Someone tells me that's not the only tables we're going to see tonight. Now bringing out the chairs. All I'm waiting for is the L.
4 chairs.
About to say, we're going Terry Funk here. We're going ECW here. Good grief. Referee wearing black gloves, all black gear. Again, this is not a sanctioned bout. This is an unsanctioned fight. Oh, man, just driving his knee to Drew McIntyre.
Not the toolbox.
Well, he was looking for the toolbox, and then he saw Drew getting up, so instead he used his own tool, his damn knee. Now, what the hell's in there?
Tools.
Case in point.
Pipes and wrenches.
Whoa!
He fell down.
I mean, the toolbox itself could also be a very effective weapon. I'm just saying, you can literally brain a man with that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, let's not forget, literally, Drew McIntyre at one point had 17 stitches in his freaking head after the assaults for Jacob Fatu. Both these men literally bruised and battered each other. We had busted ribs for Jacob Fatu, and the last time these two were in the ring, freaking McIntyre handcuffed, hanged him on the ring post and assaulted him. Oh, no, not from there. Now, McIntyre with Fatu up and that's it for the catapult underneath the steel beam on the apron.
Ouch.
Throat first.
Yeesh.
I'll say, let's not forget he crushed Damian Priest's larynx last year at WrestleMania at the end of that Cincy Street fight with a Claymore with his head braced in a steel chair. And that was under a sanctioned match.
Mm-hmm.
Now, setting up a table here between the ring and the English announce. Oh, they built that pretty quickly. You
A
guys announce table.
Slim Jim table, no less.
Oh, it's still
That'd be
annoying.
good.
Now McIntyre looking to hoist Fatu and Fatu driving McIntyre back first into the ring post. There's a raw power here. We're talking about two of the biggest powerhouses also in WWE. And Fatu on the run, wipes out a lariat.
Nice recovery there. Drew's a little wild, and we're gonna take a selfie. Are you serious?
I think that's his brother, by the way. Pretty sure. And yeah. Well, you talk about Drew McIntyre being complainer number one. He's also been social media influencer number one. Every chance he's gotten, he spoke his mind or took a picture of it on social media. I'm sure someone's looking for that right now. Using
that
the
is a
hashtag
first, using
WrestleMania
a cell phone as a weapon.
I can't recall the last time I saw a cell phone used as a weapon.
I mean, anything goes, right?
Through that.
Well, Drew McIntyre in the ring with a wrench.
This is not home improvement, but obviously McIntyre's trying to improve his chances on getting the championship without Fatu interfering next time. The Irish whip by Fatu as Drew sent off in the ropes, and it's a knee lift. And again, Fatu unfazed by that, wipes McIntyre out with a lariat and a senton drop.
Never hit a Samoan in the head. It doesn't do any good.
Accurate. Big splash in the corner by the former United States champion and MLW heavyweight champion before coming to WWE last year in Chicago, previous year ago in Chicago. Now just driving his head into Drew McIntyre. Of course, the man that he once was, he no longer is that, but might go to those roots to destroy McIntyre tonight. A man that literally served a prison sentence. And homage to, of course, Umaga and Rikishi. Does need the clothesline. And pop-up Samoa drop.
Nice.
Cover now. Look at the far leg. Side press. Kick out at 2 by McIntyre.
First actual pin attempt there. He wanted to get it done, but just not good enough yet. You're going to have to hit him more with that than just a good old pop-up Samoan drop. This might do it as he got the chair. We go to replay.
Yeah, okay. Look at the replay here, Ash. And to your point, Mikey, that's a 280-pound, 6'5" Scotsman he popped up Samoan drop.
Ooh, that was nicely executed.
Oh! I think McIntyre just hit Fatu with a launching Glasgow Kiss headbutt to take the chair out of his hands.
It worked.
Yeah, but for how long is the question?
Mm-hmm.
Not too long, because as he sets the chair up in the corner, this might end up bad for both of them, because I don't think it'll phase Jacob very much, especially if he goes for the head.
I just got done watching the Conduit of Karma, freaking Kaya McKenna in a couple of wrestling matches, and Karma could really be a bitch here. To your point, whoa, Irish whip, back elbow strike, and Drew preventing the collision with his own weapon of future destruction. I say future because it hasn't been used yet. Sidestep and Fatu goes face first, lunging into the ring post. Now McIntyre taking advantage with a German suplex, taking up and over on his face.
Oh.
Nicely well done. And now Drew gets a breath, a much-needed breath.
And the malice of that angry Scotsman, former Undisputed WWE champion, former NXT champion, former TNA World champion, and Drew McIntyre. Well, I did say how big this man is, right? And also how much this Scottish psychopath is capable of in the ring. Now looking out the Legion Stand as Drew McIntyre might be looking to fly back on Kilo on the outside.
Ooh.
He got all of that. He got him good.
Right.
Can he capitalize?
You don't expect men that size to do that.
No,
Nope.
not at all. Especially like that fluid.
Calling for it.
Uh-oh.
3,
Countdown to
2,
Claymore, country,
1.
and missed.
Missed.
And Fatu able to get out of the way. Now Fatu grabbing McIntyre and sending McIntyre face first into that steel chair. Looking for that pop-up over the moonsault. Then McIntyre with the cover.
Wow.
Check out 2.5. How many people have actually survived the moonsault, Ash?
Not that many that I can think of. Did you see the height of that? Like, holy crap, man!
And look at the replay here, Mikey. To Ash's point, look at this.
Right, like look at how much hang time and flight he got off it. It was so beautifully done too.
Deep hook on the far leg, and somehow McIntyre got the shoulder up, and I'm pretty sure he's one of only maybe 3 men, to my recollection, to kick out of that moonsault here in WWE. Over 50,000 versus how many last year? 70,000? Anyway, over 50,000 here at Legion Stand. McIntyre Oh, man, just wrenched the knee of Jacob Fatu.
Literally. Didn't use the pointy end, he used the blunt end. Now he's using the blunt end of the wrench.
Now he's
using the pointy end.
He's really trying to take the man's eye out at this point.
We've done that once already. We don't need to do it again. And he's laughing about it. He's smiling about it.
The disdain of these two men to each other and the absolute joy of punishing one another on full display here. And again, this unsanctioned match. And Fatu right now in a world of trouble, and Drew McIntyre setting up another chair in the ring, and maybe setting up a bed of disaster.
Have a seat,
bed of bedlam.
Yeah, this is not going to go well for either man.
I'm about to say, well, at least the chairs aren't, face to face with their tits. But you're like, fuck you for the chair behind Fatu. Now McIntyre hook up the near leg, back press, kick out 2.5. The only saving grace I could see there, Ash, Fatu, to your point, he only hit one of the chairs. He did not hit both.
True.
And it wasn't like the top part of it either, because that would have been yikes.
Yeah, the flat bed, to your point. Mm-hmm. And right now, Drew McIntyre arguing with the official, and again, the official right here. Oh, he's actually looking.
He wants the belt. He wants his belt. He wants to whip him
like a government mule or a disobedient dog. You decide.
A good old leather belt can't stop you. I mean, hey, it makes a good weapon in a pinch.
Well, if you can't tame an animal, you punish them, right?
Exactly. You never hit a dog with a belt because they'll come back and bite you.
And super kick caught McIntyre before he can even whip that lash.
Now Jacob with the chair.
And Jacob on 2 pounds first, and Welling McIntyre with the steel chair. Trying to crawl away, and again, Fatu not letting Drew McIntyre crawl anywhere, now using everything he could grab to literally punish McIntyre's upper body. And now Fatu with the belt in hand. Jacob taking the high from the Scotsman.
Oof.
Oh!
That's going to leave a mark.
Oh, yeah.
Or 2 or 3 or 7, he cracks that whip. Right. Every sort of punishment McIntyre's put him through, physically and verbally.
6 belt shots across the back. And it's no secret. A belt will do that to you. I still feel
like both these men are nowhere near done punishing each other. Yeah, that's a scary, scary mindset. And with that toolbox in hand with no tools in it, what is Fatu figuring here?
I think he's going to try to whip back into the toolbox.
Got it.
You're saying that! Back press, flipping their leg on nowhere, check out 2.5.
Claymore out of nowhere doesn't get the job done. And there goes the whining. There goes the complaining. It's starting.
Okay. What is Drew McIntyre going to become now, knowing that, bam, this did not put Fatu down. That Claymore caught him flush, and still Fatu got the shoulder up.
As one Raiders fan is in shock and letting everybody know it's 2.
And I'm about to say, you and 50,000 others know it's a 2 count. These two animals of a different breed are still assaulting each other in the middle of the WWE ring, unsanctioned, I might add.
Right.
Well, it's fists right now by Drew McIntyre. Big uppercut by Fatu as both these men meet in the center. Knife edge chop to Samoan Werewolf. Oh! That kick, I thought he almost caught him low, but I think he caught him in the hamstring. And both these men, again, just teeing off against one another. Again, it's unsanctioned. That actually would be legal here, technically.
Indeed.
And now look at Fatu, again, just braining McIntyre down, headbanging him harder than a grunge movement.
I get that reference. That was good.
And now Fatu bringing the other table back in the ring. Who could literally dig the deepest in their most vicious, sinister ways to win this unsanctioned match. And we still don't know how deep these two are willing to go yet.
Indeed. I mean, the worst we've gotten is a toolbox and a wrench.
Yeah.
Fashion table. We'll see.
I'm about to say, Ash, I mean, I'm just saying, it wouldn't surprise me if this match does involve a kitchen sink.
That's happened.
Yeah, I believe that.
In Chicago.
I'm just happy that there's no bricks involved.
Don't jinx it. Oh! Here in the midsection on McIntyre, who is right now laying on a table, and Fatu. Oh, Fatu, what are you?
Is he gonna try to moonsault him through the table or splash him through the table?
Well, wouldn't be the first time he splashed McIntyre through a table. Let's forget he splashed him for the announce table after that T-bone collision. Now McIntyre getting off the table, and hello, walling the chair into Fatu's face.
I was wondering to stop him.
I was say that ascent allowed McIntyre to capitalize, and right now he's making Fatu pay for it. And now trying to off the top rope from our table on the floor.
Oh, I forgot that table was there.
Yeah, you and me both. He still have that table at ringside. And now McIntyre looking at Fatu, a fallen Fatu in a heap. Devastating landing, just free falling and crashing, burning through that table. Now bringing it back inside the ring. Of course, we still have to remind ourselves, pinfall is happening inside the ring. It's not false count anywhere. As McIntyre scouts Fatu, possibly looking once again. Oh! Resolute super kick, though. And again, caught another super kick. Drew McIntyre down. How the hell is Fatu still functioning?
He's Samoan. That answers everything.
Fair enough. They are built differently. And probably that toolbox is to the point of the head of McIntyre.
Ooh.
And McIntyre may be out for two, but the top rope. Moonsault for McIntyre.
Is
and
that
the
enough?
cover. Hook of the leg. Fatu wins the unsanctioned fight.
Hey.
There you go.
Damn. What you call it, Ad? You damn sure got freaking downright dirty, bowling shoe ugly, and Fatu with the victory. Look at him. He's freaking headbutting a chair.
What an absolute madman.
Accurate. Well, either way, the Samoan Werewolf rides high tonight at WrestleMania, putting down the Scottish psychopath in its unsanctioned fights. That's what happens when you deal with a freaking Samoan Werewolf that's all gas, no brakes, and you literally let him off the leash.
Right?
Good grief. Let's take a look at the replay here, guys. Again, to your point, that table set up earlier, he literally pushed him off and he fell freelancing through that table to the floor with almost a somersault. But he had to bring the boy back in the ring, and Fatu capitalized the point of that toolbox to the head of McIntyre. He had to be after that. And for added measure, that freaking Samoan Werewolf moonsault was the death note for Drew McIntyre. Hell of a victory here. Again, look at the replay oversight, though. Picture perfect. To your point, Ash. Flawless execution each time tonight for that moonsault.
Right? Like, never missed a beat.
And now I wonder, Mikey, now that we don't know still, again, was Drew the man that attacked Fatu? Can Fatu put Drew behind him?
Hard to say. Where Jacob's stock just went up, Drew's stock just went down. So they're going to lick their wounds. They're going to come back. But I don't know where they're going to go with Drew after this. And it's up in the air. The match could have been I say this a lot with unsanctioned matches and all that stuff. I would have liked to see a little bit more brutality and all that, but you also got to remember this was shown live on ESPN, so time restraints. It is almost the top of the hour. So if you are watching on ESPN2, you now have to switch over to your ESPN Unlimited plan to continue watching WrestleMania. So there was a time constraint in this one as well. But honestly, it is too soon to tell what is going to be going on with these two gentlemen after this match. We still got 5 more matches to go.
Yep, to your point, of course, our main card, call what you will, our main card, the top echelon up tonight for Saturday WrestleMania still to come. Rollins versus Gunther, Fatal 4-Way for the women's Tag Team Championships. AJ Lee versus Becky Lynch for the Women's Continental Championship. Stephanie Valkyria versus Liv Morgan for the Women's World Championship. And, of course, our main event tonight for the Undisputed WWE Championship. Cody Rhodes versus Randy Orton with freaking Pat McAfee in Orton's corner. But for now, Fatu owns WrestleMania 42. Y'all know what I mean? as we now have another commercial break for streaming services. Well, overall, that pretty much was what I expected it would be underneath WWE and unsanctioned in the same sentence. Sheesh.
Indeed, it was, and now everybody has to follow that. I don't know how they're going to do it, but they will.
Well, honestly, at this point, I probably would open with the Fatal 4-Way for the women, or I would probably do Seth Rollins versus Gunther to set the pace, because arguably for me, that's going to be the most competitive wrestling match of the night. We have another 3-minute and 52-second intermission. Again, fuck streaming services. Let's go ahead and further talk about that with our Canadian friend Ash, since she didn't get a chance to preview it at all. And of course, she, like me, believes the mat is sacred. So, Ash, the Ling General Gunther, most longest reigning NXT UK champion, longest reigning WWE Continental champion, a win-loss ratio practically about 85% his entire WWE career, being perfectly honest. On the main roster, he's only lost like maybe 4 times, if that. But since coming back as the career killer, he has yet to totally lose a match. Seth Rollins, though, his first match since coming back from injury, and has literally taken a swerve on his hit list vendetta towards the Vision. But apparently Gunther now has Paul Heyman owing him a favor. Don't those words echo a little bit of the past, folks? What do you think about this singles match?
I'm looking forward to this match, and it's just one of those matches where who needs to win more? Do we give Rollins the win back, like a good welcome back, or do we continue with Gunther's momentum? Especially like not only because like you look at the caliber of matches he has, he's retired Cena, AJ, and is there another person he retired? Goldberg, yes, that's it. Yes. So like Rollins' stock is so good right now that he can afford to take a loss. Whereas Gunther, on the other hand, if he loses to Rollins, where do we go from here?
I mean, the last time he lost was SummerSlam last year, and he literally went back to his roots in ring cop, bringing back the Corbeck's New World Symphony to a degree, NXT incarnated. And to your point, Seth Rollins, who came in as a white vision, bringing a dark omen of the future with this newer vision, now trying to literally kill what he created. And of course, if Gunther beats Rollins now, I don't think it kills his career, but I think it kills the momentum that Rollins has towards filling out that mission of destroying the vision that he once made. And again, he's hit Braun Breaker, he's hit Logan Paul, he's even hit Austin Fury where it hurts. But of course, Bronson Reed and Braun Breaker, they're also out injured, and we just saw the Vapor lose during the proverbial 1-hour kickoff show. So again, Gunther, though, his WrestleMania fortunes, though, have not been that great, as we know. He lost last year coming as champion. He lost at 40 coming in as champion. He hasn't had a WrestleMania win since 39.
Oh, wow. And that was when he was the Intercontinental champion, right?
Correct. And it was a triple threat match against freaking Drew McIntyre and Sheamus. Though, of course, Sheamus, the only title he hasn't won. Seth Rollins, though, he's been a standard of the WrestleMania stage since freaking WrestleMania 30 when he came out with the damn Shield, and 31 when he pulled the heights of the century. Of course, injuries have prevented Seth Rollins being involved in a couple of WrestleManias, including 32. But ever since then, he's pretty much been involved in all of them.
Yeah, Rollins has been having a very good showing at WrestleMania as of late, hasn't he? Because what's his win-loss record for WrestleMania?
That point.
Who are we talking about?
Seth Rollins.
Rollins.
Seth Freeling. Let's try that again. He has a over 500 record. He is 8-6. This will be his 15th WrestleMania match.
Wow! All right, 15 already.
That's right.
15.
Wow. Where's the time gone?
29, he came out during the pre-show, of course, as part of the Shield, as well, much to Stat Boy Mikey's point. And Gunther, again, he's only been part of WrestleManias since WrestleMania 39. He's still very much young in the WrestleMania record books.
Indeed, this will be Gunther's 4th WrestleMania. He is on a 2-match WrestleMania losing streak, of course, losing both the IC title and the heavyweight title. But in this match, there is no title. This is a good old-fashioned one-on-one match.
on paper.
Does that make a difference? I mean, if you're not really fighting for a title at WrestleMania or a title at all, because let's face it, Gunther, like you said, has held a belt for the better part of 80% of his career. Is this a throwaway match, perhaps, or will it set something in the future?
Well, of course, they're inside Legion Stadium as we look towards the future, of course, of the WrestleMania cards to come tonight and the WrestleMania outlook of the weekend that leads into the Raw demand. That is the reset. Shout out by the way to over 300 of you that are watching our feed right now, whether on X or on YouTube, as you all continue to make this possible for the passion to persist and pursue and progress for all the watch-ons we do here at Simple Studios. Hope you all enjoy our coverage tonight of WrestleMania 42 Saturday. We'll be back, of course, tomorrow with Sunday, as we just saw a human car wreck with Jacob Fatu and Drew McIntyre, with somehow Fatu able to escape the Savage Wasteland in victory, if you want to call it that. And, of course, we did see the Usos and LA Knight put down the Vapor, as, of course, we introduced our Spanish commentary team, Jerry Soto and Marcelo Rodriguez. I can't imagine how many WrestleManias Marcelo Rodriguez has called. Good grief. That guy's been there for who knows how freaking long. But let's go ahead and get into it for the rest of the night and see what's ahead here at WrestleMania. We have a Women's Intercontinental Championship match to the comic course, and the Women's World Heavyweight Championship match as Liv Morgan, who finally looks to seize her WrestleMania moment and make sure it's for everyone else to cry about at the expense of La Primera, Stephanie Vaquer, who's held this Women's Heavyweight Championship since last year at WrestleShalooza, as, of course, they run down what is still to come. And as we just talked about, Ash, the reigning general Gunther looks to show Sophia Rollins that he can't even lace his boots as they go one-on-one for the first time since 2019, last time aired live. And that ended in no contest. And, of course, here in Las Vegas, AJ Lee and Becky Lynch look to extinguish each other from their proverbial existences, with the Women's Intercontinental Championship in the middle as their assurance. AJ Lee's first WrestleMania in 11 years. And it all culminates with seeing how we reshape the story as the American Nightmare Cody Rhodes defends his kingdom and legacy against the Viper Randy Orton, with Paul McAfee in the Viper's corner.
Paul McAfee?
Paul McAfee might as well be the skinny Paul. Can you imagine Paul Heyman looking like Pat McAfee? That'd be kind of funny, honestly. I mean, you know, he could lose some weight, honestly. Poor guy. All right, let's go ahead and get ready for women's fatal four-way action for the WWE Women's Tag Team Championships.
Holla, holla, playa.
Terry Long probably would have booked it better. But again, I think at least three of these teams are due to be on this stage for this. Again, this is non-elimination, folks. The first team to score pinfall or submission will leave with the WWE Women's Tag Team Championships. And, of course, there are no countouts and no disqualifications because it's fatal four-way action. As we welcome in Little Miss Bliss to WrestleMania for the first time to in-ring action, if you can believe it. Since I believe WrestleMania 34.
And she is dressed like a moth.
Well, no, that's not a moth, Mike. Look at the background symbol. That's a firefly. Let's not forget one of her closest friends that gave her a new resurgence in her career, the late, great Wyndham Rotunda, Bray Wyatt. We'll see the Fireflies are out tonight for Little Miss Bliss to achieve a moment alongside the Queen, Charlotte Flair.
This is Alexa's 4th WrestleMania. This is Charlotte's 9th WrestleMania.
And, of course, as Charlotte Flair, Alexa Bliss are former WWE Women's Tag Team Champions. They beat the Judgment Day for those titles, of course, back at SummerSlam last year.
Charlotte wearing a multicolored butterfly costume.
I think you might be right, Mike. Alexa Bliss might be like dressed as a moth because the juxtaposition between the moth and the butterfly.
It's a fair point as well.
The darkness and the light. Alexa is all in black and white, and Charlotte's all in color. So it's kind of almost like oil and vinegar with these two.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, they never said that they were friends. We're not friends, but they have been tag team partners since after last year's WrestleMania when Alexa Bliss fought Charlotte Flair, you need a friend. And we've seen their chemistry develop over time since that point. After last year, Charlotte Flair came to WrestleMania and lost her chance to win the SmackDown Women's Championship against Tiffany Stratton. But again, Charlotte Flair, that is a name synonymous with WrestleMania, going all the way back to the introduction of WWE Women's Championship by Lita back at WrestleMania 32. You think about, of course, all the type of matches that Charlotte Flair has dealt with on this stage, whether it was Ronda Rousey, Rhea Ripley, Tiffany Stratton, Sasha Banks, Becky Lynch, Bayley, Nia Jax. And of course, she's the one that made Asuka immortal, beating her at WrestleMania 34.
Alrighty.
Oh, boy. Yeah, shout out to everyone in the chat, by the way. Nathan Banks, Matthew Hollister, Sean Garner, and Charles Stultz. I mean, again, I think there's a real chance that anyone can walk out here tonight becoming new WWE Women's Tag Team Champions, as we pointed out during our pre-show and Ash's Batty analysis. And this match brought to you by Ash's fellow pop culture friend and our fellow Mighty Morphin and Pink Power Rangers about Studios, Datilla. Follow her when it's wrestling time at Rangers of Wrestling. As a Valkyrie ascends to the WrestleMania stage once again, this time actually alongside the person she should have been with last year, Bayley.
Matching costumes or matching ring attire, blue and black.
That goes that unison, of course, for the role model and the former inaugural WWE Women's Intercontinental Champion that left WrestleMania last year as Lyra Two Belts, who won the Women's Tag Team Championships last year with an impromptu Becky Lynch at the expense of the Judgment Day's Liv Morgan, Raquel Rodriguez.
This is Bayley's 7th WrestleMania. She's even at 3-3, and this is Lyra's 2nd, having the win last year.
And of course, as the key word here is chemistry, the synergy, the bond, and the history with Lyra and Bayley even going one-on-one over the WWE Intercontinental Championship. Much like Charlotte Flair and Alexa Bliss, we've seen this bond form with Bayley and Lyra, although for more of a screaming argument, but nonetheless. And of course, Bayley, who's pretty much done every accolade possible in WWE, role model, locker room leader, and of course the pioneer with the Lone Stone seminars.
Yeah, Bayley's done like almost everything she has to offer at this point, like, or the company has to offer.
And here come the tag team champions wearing Mad Max gear, it looks like.
Outfitting as Saturday's a freaking proverbial wasteland. But to your point, the Irresistible Forces, Nia Jax and Les Legend, who are the current WWE Women's Tag Team Champions, who already have a win over each of these teams, despite the fact 2 of these teams went to a disqualification and 1 of them went to a no contest under triple threat. But to your point, Lash Legend called up to the main roster, also had a great performance at the Royal Rumble alongside Nia Jax. And Nia Jax and Lash go all the way back to the Black and Chrome NXT when Lash first faced the Irresistible Force for the first time ever. Now both together, they are the Irresistible Forces and the current champions of the WWE Women's Tag Team Division.
For 50 days, they've had the belts. And we just saw Demolition in the ring. So their gear, I believe, is...
Demolition inspired, exactly.
Nice.
But it is white, not black.
Well, how fitting, considering we're dealing with women here. And, of course, the straps are in a proverbial white blonde. And, of course, Nia Jax, as I said before, she has graced this stage prior as a women's tag team champion.
This is Nia's 5th WrestleMania. She is even at 2-2. And this is Lash Legend's WrestleMania debut.
And, of course, pressure for Lash Legend to stand deliver. As you said, this is her WrestleMania debut as we wait for our 4th team. As here comes everyone's original tag team of women's wrestling in WWE, the Bella Twins, Nikki and Brie Bella.
Uh-oh, we've got a medical problem, and Nikki is coming out with a crutch and a microphone.
A red crutch of all things. Try really hard to overcome this injury. Fortunately, I could not get medically cleared to compete. But I wasn't about to ruin Brie's WrestleMania moment. To take my place is an old friend.
Oh, here we go.
It's Paige!
It's Paige!
What the fuck?
Your first WrestleMania surprise, Paige is back.
God.
What? Paige hasn't been seen since WrestleMania 31 when she and AJ Lee beat the Bellas, the former WWE Divas champion. Paige is back in WWE. I'll be damned, they were right. I don't think anyone expected this unless you've been on the internet, currency and no DQ. As I don't believe shit until I see it, but the Saraya, the rule breaker, Paige, the anti-diva, is back here tonight at WrestleMania 42. Well, that definitely changes things up now, doesn't it?
Exactly. So what do we do with simply predicting? I mean, if you pick the Bella Twins, do you now automatically get Paige and Brie?
I would say yes at this point, because let's not forget, for a long time, the Bellas shaped Paige's career as well as adversaries. And like I said, Paige and AJ Lee beat the Bellas the last time they were here at WrestleMania. Scream for me if you wish. Paige is back in WWE. What a shock.
You know how I said AJ Lee is like me for real?
Yes.
That also applies to Paige as well.
Well, then I think I know who Ash's favorite is now, and you didn't even speak her name until she appeared. But yes, folks, it is now Paige and Brie that are your fourth team against the Irresistible Forces, Charlotte Flair and Alexa Bliss, and Bayley and Lyra Valkyria as the WWE Women's Tag Team Champions are on the line. Again, when these were first minted back in late 2016 or 17, they were won in Elimination Chamber by Bayley and Sasha Banks. Other legacies that followed include, not limited to, Kabuki Warriors, as I said before, Lyra and Becky, of course, Charlotte Flair, Alexa Bliss, Judgment Day on numerous occasions, and others. But the first time we're seeing Paige in a WWE ring since freaking 2015. Bell rings are underway.
Right?
I maintain my pick. I maintain my pick. I still say
you can't change it. The picks were final. Oh, God. 5 p.m. Standard Time. It's Lash Lynch. It's Claude Bayley here. And I imagine it's going to be 2 women legal at the same time. And if you tag any corner, that brings a person in. Right now, we got 3 people in, I think. Or 4. No, actually, it's going to be all 4 people. So 1 for each side. And a tag made now to Nia Jax, who arguably has the most tag team experience here. As I said before, she came into WrestleMania as the tag team champion. Oh, pump kick, Samoan drop combination by Lash and Nia on Bayley. And I gotta say, Lash Legend has really been an incredible ally with Nia Jax since only being a tag team specialist in WWE. They really have formed a great chemistry together, Ash.
They have. They're called the Irresistible Forces for a reason, and they've been proving that name.
And Charlotte Flair, the high crossbody, of course, the Queen proves why WrestleMania is defined by the Queen's name on the marquee, though, since WrestleMania 32. Knife edge chops to Brie. Big uppercut, though, by Bayley. Bayley and Charlotte Flair, of course, 2 women, horsewomen of NXT. And Lyra went for the drop kick. Unfortunately, got caught, though. She might be looking for the figure for a leg lock. And Brie, though, with the inside cradle, hugging the leg. Gets a 2 count as Nikki watches on from the outside. Then he stole that kick. Knee lift. Thrust in the midsection. Knee lift again. High kick. Caught by Charlotte and caught by Brie. Oh, and sent it to Charlotte. Losing Vaquer as a weapon, went for the step as a Guri, and Brie able to scout it. Of course, Brie Bella, who came back to WWE literally at the Royal Rumble this year. Of course, the wife of one Bryan Danielson. And the Young Cats raining out here at Allegiant Stadium.
Indeed they are.
Teeing off against Lyra, teeing off against Charlotte. And Lyra and Charlotte cohesively, continually. I mean, about to say. And now, looks like we're finally going to see. Oh, wait a minute. Looks like Lyra. Oh! Coming to Guri as Brie was looking for the tag page. And Charlotte Flair, though, schoolgirl roll through. And Brie just trying to find some way to her primary corner. Gets the boot up, though. Now, Nia dragging Brie to the outside of the ring, sending her into the barricade. The fact of the matter is, this referee's letting 4 people legal at once, though, is the confusing bit here. And I believe Lash was just tagged. Lash Legend, of course, Mrs. Williams, for those that don't know. Oh, gosh! Choke slammed on the apron. Comes to us with a background in basketball. No previous wrestling background for Last Legend. Big boots, Nia Jax, one of the many athletes from the NIL program who just big booted Charlotte Flair's face off.
Ooh. Man,
There's so little, though, that you could do against somebody that you don't know.
Right? Oh my god, this tag match has just been action-packed from the get-go.
As looks like we're finally slowing down, backbreaker over the knee, and a tag made to Alexa Bliss by Charlotte Flair. It looks like we do have only 2 women right now in the ring. Bliss out of the corner. Oh, man, and got the tornado DDT. Now Lyra coming in. Valkyria back into the fray. The Irish whip to Little Miss Bliss and the corner. The tag made to Bayley. Of course, Bayley, who's held this title on numerous occasions. Elbow strike. Hell, at one point, Bayley and Sasha had all the gold in WWE when there was only that many titles in the friggin' company. So far, Lyra and Bayley. Of course, Lyra says, you want to know how I know you're going to WrestleMania moment? Because I'm going to be there with you. Going multiple times to Adam Pierce. Big elbow drop over the knee as well. Backbreaker combination covered by Bayley. And Lash saves the titles for her team. Of course, Paige, the only one right now to get involved. Brie lunging forward and Lash exerting her dominance, driving Brie into their corner. How important would it be for Last Legend to win her first WrestleMania, walking in and out as champion?
Oh, that'd be ideal for her, and that would be quite the statement.
And right now, Nikki trying to will Brie on, but in a world of trouble as Lyra and Alexa Bliss might be forming an impromptu alliance to take the Diva out of the equation. Looking to hoist Brie Bella out of the corner with superplex and Lash. I sense disaster.
Uh-oh, Tower of Doom spot, perhaps?
Oh, wait a minute. No, the double choke bomb instead to Bliss and Lyra as Brie escaped the Tower of Doom situation, it seems. Off to the top rope, the mental drought kid takes Last Legend down. And all 4 women down for the time being as all other partners are willing their cans to make the tag. Can anyone reach out a hand? Can anyone make the tag? Charlotte Flair, Nia Jax, Paige, you heard me right, Paige, and Bayley stand ready. Tab made to Nia Jax, tab made to Bayley, tab made to Charlotte Flair, and right now for the fireman's carry, able to escape. Oh, big boot by Charlotte Flair to Bayley. Stumbled over Bayley's head though there. Big headbutt by Nia Jax, former WWE Raw Women's Champion. And tab made to Paige! Paige is in! This is the moment everyone's been waiting for since she screamed her way to the WrestleMania stage. Oh, man, wiping out Bayley. Former NXT Women's Champion, might I add. I think she was the inaugural NXT Women's Champion.
That she was, yeah. Her
Look
and
at the leg of the Fisherman Buster.
Her and Emma putting on the classic that does not get talked about as much.
No, it doesn't. It should be talked about more. Uh-oh. Well, that's Legend looking to spoil this homecoming. Again, Triple H, Paul Levesque always says, you're always welcome back home. Rising knee strikes here by Paige, who's been a standout for the UK scene.
The cameraman went down.
I'm about to say, her and her family. Just look at her moving fine with her family. Paige out of the corner with a cross body. Lyra, though, hooking up Paige. Hoisted up on the shoulders, possibly looking for Nightwing. Up, Paige, able to escape. And look at that. Paige Turner! Paige Turner, cover! 2! Oh, and Bayley saves the titles. Talking about the clout to the point that she beat AJ Lee with that move for the WWE Divas Championship in her Raw debut.
Mm-hmm.
And Nia Jax now in the fray. Get the midsection to Brie, and and Brie hoisted up. This is not going to end well. Looking to retain the gold here tonight in front of Demolition, who just wins the WWE Hall of Fame last night. Looking to be their own Demolition Derby. And Lyra sends Nia and Brie out of the ring, but Lash, though, hooking up Lyra. Oh! Cover of the last extension, and Paige and Charlotte with the save. I'll say it wasn't for Charlotte and Paige. That might have been it right there. And of course, those two were once teammates many moons ago. For those that don't know, Charlotte Flair, Paige, Bayley, all part of the first class of NXT. And look at this face-to-face.
Here's your moment.
Classic black and gold Genesis rivalry restored between the queen and the one who screams. I never thought I'd see Charlotte and Paige share a ring again. I'm just going to put that out there. Elbows exchange right now between Paige and Charlotte Flair. Charlotte Flair, of course. SmackDown, Raw, Tag Team, Royal Rumble winner, WrestleMania statement maker. Knife edge chop here. Pick at the ankle. Pies looking to step over for the figure four leg lock. Captures the head though. Inside cradle by Paige. Inside cradle. And Charlotte gets out at 2. Oh, natural selection. And that could be it right there. She drives into her corner though. Tag made to Alexa Bliss as Nikki Bella watches on from the outside. Now Alexa Bliss to the top rope. And that cheerleading background might come into play. Elbow picked up by Nikki Bella. What the hell is she doing?
She's getting involved. It's a fatal four-way.
That's a good point. And we all know Nikki Bella knows how to play dirty. That fearless little. And Alexa Bliss is strategy. Trips up Bliss, but hits the knees up. And now Paige in the follow through, hooking up Alexa Bliss. Oh no. Rampage! Cover 2, and Paige and Brie are the new women's tag team champions.
What a welcome back for Paige, huh?
What a comeback! Paige returns home to WWE to win tag team gold with Brie. The Divas are back on top in WWE. Talk about turning the page back in time. Shock and all galore tonight at WrestleMania 42 with Paige returning home. Again, though, to your point, though, Mike and Ash, Nikki Bella got involved as we knew she was going to, using that crutch across the back and the midsection of Charlotte Flair, distracting Alexa Bliss, allowing the opportunity for her to get the knees up just in time off the Twisted Bliss, and then literally turn back the clock and the page of this division with the freaking Rampage crowning Bliss in the ring and crowning her as a tag team champion. I'm sure it's going to be a very polarizing bit of conversation here.
I should have seen this one coming, but I guess I just didn't see it. So, I mean, the 50-day reign is over. We've got new women's tag team champions. Where is this now going to start the split between Charlotte? Because Alexa didn't know which way to go. Was she going to win the match or was she going to help her friend? We don't know. If you saw that tiny little moment there where she's like, do I finish the match or do I avenge my friend? She chose to finish the match. And unfortunately, thanks to Paige's knees, Twisted Bliss got reversed.
And again, as Paige returns home to WWE and restores former glory with former rivals, foes, and allies of the Divas era, now the new one-half WWE Women's Tag Team Champions. I don't know whether or not we evolved or went backwards in time, but definitely turned the page tonight.
Mm-hmm. I think Nia Jax and Lash Legends, I don't think they're done yet because they have a case to be made because they weren't in part of the pinfall.
And also, to your point, Bayley and Lyra wasn't either. But Charlotte Flair and Alexa Bliss, they might as well have been taken out of the championship equation. And the fact, the last time that Paige and Alexa Bliss shared the ring together was over the NXT Women's Championship back in 2014 in the black and gold. Again, we're tying all the black and gold roots together. Paige pinned Bliss. As we got another commercial break, fuck streaming services.
Now we have a Star Wars commercial because they showed the Mandalorian and Grogu in the crowd at WrestleMania. This is one of the Star Wars moments that I know nothing about. I am movie trained. I am not TV show trained when it comes to the current Star Wars product. So I have no idea what this is all about. You got to remember. If I
take a line from my favorite women's tag team right now in Wrestling, the Brawling Birds, I don't give a flying fuck. That being said, thank you. I do give a fuck about the 600 plus of you that are tuning into us right now, covering WrestleMania. As you continue to make this possible, hopefully you're all enjoying. Again, use the hats of WrestleMania for to be part of the conversation and share as we are known as the SR Studios 2024 here. Follow us on the X. Subscribe to all the outlets here on YouTube. Want to give a shout out to our brothers that are on site, not necessarily on, the freaking Allegiant Stadium. As, again, these breaks really allow people to go take a liaki, take a break, grab a drink, order DoorDash, or do something more worthwhile than watch these streaming commercials and infomercials that might be more time combined than the in-ring action for WWE, if I'm being perfectly honest here. As I look at the comments here real quick, well, Stat Boy, we were thinking what if, and for once the what if fucked everybody that damn picked the Bellas. Paige is back and is a freaking NXT Women's Champion with the Bella Twins. Technically, it's the Bellas and Paige that might freebird these. They might be a threesome.
Not the threesome I'm expecting, but hey, good segue into that. Let's face it, when a surprise like this happens, you know that something had to be done. You know, she was not medically
4-minute
cleared.
commercial break, by the way, in case you're all wondering. So, yeah,
she does need to heal up. So as soon as Nikki's injury is complete and she is cleared to compete, will this turn the Bellas heel? Will Paige become the sacrificial lamb? Will there be possibly a first where there'll be maybe like an impromptu 2-on-1 match, and if Paige can pin one of the Bella Twins, she can then pick her new tag team champion partner, and if the Bellas beat Paige, then the Bellas get the tag team belts. Who knows what can happen in this WWE era, TKO era that we live in? We don't know where this is going. These things are being written in real time. You know, we're waiting on social media for the good old point picture to show that Paige is officially back, but you know, it was rumored. This rumor is now fact. Paige is back. She now is a tag team champion. I did not even know this was coming. I didn't even have Paige's stat. I should have been more prepared, but I'm a workaholic.
How are you even prepared for someone that has not been in the freaking company for 11 damn years?
Stranger things have happened, my brother. I mean, just look at Cody Rhodes.
Fair enough, WrestleMania 38, but everyone pretty much saw him coming home. But Paige, one of those names that literally has been a rule breaker, a reckless outlaw, but being perfectly honest here, Saraya rediscovered, was one person I did not think would be on my radar tonight. But hey, how circumstances happen with familiar allies, foes, and ties. Nonetheless, Paige is back in WWE, and she's back as a champion. My friend Noah Garber probably is up right now, literally jumping out of his chair, considering that as one of his favorites overall ever. And again, congratulations to Paige. At one point, wasn't sure if her career was going to continue due to the debilitating injury. Welcome back home. I hope WWE doesn't fuck you over. Well, that being said, we got another break here again, folks. Again, that is our opening match for the main card. Still to come in tonight, of course. We have Seth freaking Rollins versus the Ring General Gunther. AJ Lee versus the man Becky Lynch for WWE Women's Intercontinental Championship. Stephanie Vaquer defends the WWE Women's World Championship against Liv Morgan. And our main event is Pat McAfee, also known as Timu Johnny Bravo, in Randy Orton's corner. He'll be challenging, I said what I said. He'll be challenging Cody Rhodes for the undisputed WWE Championship. What?
You know, that was a good one. That was very good.
I broke the stat boy.
No, I'm not broken yet. That was just a good one. I love the Johnny Bravo reference. He could play that part in any. If there was a Johnny Bravo live action movie, I would cast him in a heartbeat. I almost want to open the Wheatley vodka and salute you for that, but not just yet.
You're welcome.
That was a good one. Very well done, brother. Well done.
And again, shout out to No DQ. So yeah, No DQ, and Arab does his live review following the conclusion of WrestleMania Saturday night, WrestleMania 42. As we have 40 seconds left, so we get back hopefully to more in-ring action. And again, to our fearless Bella in the No DQ community, she sent me a message, and I quote, "Grrr." She was not happy about Nikki Bella not being involved, crowned as champion. But hey, she was involved in the decision of making it happen for her sister, so I guess it's got to count for something, right?
Indeed, it does. Indeed.
Well, anyway, I hope everyone's enjoying the conversation, the reaction, the coverage. As Ash right now is literally taking care of bad business. She'll be joining us here shortly once we get ready for in-ring action again. And once again, the women's division has been reset for the tag teams as the Divas rule again. Oh,
yes,
boy.
Again, don't forget, coming up on the 23rd, that would be in 5 days. That's when I'll be coming back into the sports bar to do live coverage of the first round of the 2026 NFL draft. Where are the top prospects going? Who knows what's going to happen? And I will call them live as I see them on ESPN. That'll be in 5 days. I believe the time is 8 p.m. Keep an eye out on our social media accounts for all the details. And of course, tomorrow there will not be a baseball game because we're going to be back here tomorrow for night 2 as we take a look at
the WWE Superstore at WrestleMania World. It's, of course, you can spend your mother's kidneys to get whatever memorabilia you wish or whatever moment you wish for the WWE Superstar. As long as you spend responsibly, you should also be drinking responsibly. As we go back inside Allegiant Stadium where the stars are out tonight, probably more stars than regular people, I'm guessing, based on those ticket prices. As we have about 50,000 on hand. And, of course, we have all the advertisements possible, including the Cone Zone for if you need a cold treat, go get a drumstick today. Of course, the fudge nut covered. The drumsticks are okay. I'm not a big fan of nuts though. That's just me. But they're all right. I prefer a Klondike bar personally. I think you get more from them than forget drumstick cone.
My go-to is a good old-fashioned ice cream sandwich.
Tradition as it gets. All right, let's see what's next here at WrestleMania.
We've got the band.
Welcome who? It's time for the big time, as when the time you came back, as the man has come around. It's time for AJ Lee versus Becky Lynch for the WWE Women's Intercontinental Championship. Ash, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, figuring that the result will eventually be different. For Becky, that is the definition of big-time Bex. Now falling to the Black Widow, not once, not twice, but 3 times. AJ Lee has literally been her kryptonite. But tonight, she looks to recorrect the history that AJ Lee has put her through and regain the Women's Intercontinental Championship. So, that being said, Ash, I know that you are very high on the fire red-headed steampunk lass, Becky Lynch, the man who has literally graced this stage in the main event, outlasting Ronda Rousey, Charlotte Flair, with wins over insert name here in WWE, a former 7-time Women's World Champion, and of course, former Royal Rumble winner and 2-time Women's Continental Champion. As we wait for Ash to come back and get some further thoughts. Again, Mike, we talked about it. If Becky Lynch doesn't win here, she's really going to have to reflect on what the hell her career could go from here. We already talked about retirements that we've literally had within the last year alone, and Becky has even pointed out one point: enjoy me while you still have me. Could this be Becky Lynch's last WrestleMania? She doesn't get it done against AJ Lee tonight.
Indeed, and now we're also going to ask the question: can the live performance curse? Whenever a superstar gets their music played live, usually they lose. The latest instance of that curse being broken, of course, was Rhea Ripley with Motionless in White. So now, can Becky continue a new tradition? Can she regain her Women's Intercontinental title? This is her 10th WrestleMania, and she gets right in the face of Jessica Carr.
Oh, no. Jessica Carr's the referee. Ouch, here comes the conspiracy.
Shenanigans to be had, possibly.
As we line it up with AJ Lee's first WrestleMania in freaking 11 years.
And she's got the kids paying homage to John Cena, and the kids are coming out and skipping and dancing along with the Women's Intercontinental title.
In their own Chuck Taylors. All right, that's kind of adorable. Taylors. I'm not going to lie, though. Like I said before, she was the fucking woman in a Divas era. She made crazy her superpower, and she is your wrestler's favorite wrestler and someone that could really redefine women's wrestling on the WWE roster.
Now, wouldn't it be ironic if one of those children is Little Rue? We don't know. Wouldn't that be ironic?
That would be very ironic there, as those little ladies are definitely going to have a WrestleMania moment to remember for the rest of their lives. Everyone's favorite lover of anime, AJ Lee, graces WrestleMania 42 And as Mikey pointed out, she is the current WWE Women's Intercontinental Champion, has held this title now for 50 days, and this will mark her second defense after beating Bayley, who was a longtime friend of AJ Lee. Remember, when AJ Lee was previously the Divas champion, she went down to NXT and told Bayley, just be yourself. At one point, kayfabing, literally facing the hugger one-on-one to where Bayley is right now. But as I said, Ash, AJ Lee has been everyone's favorite gift, except Becky. For Becky, it's been nothing but a curse and a nightmare.
I would also be surprised if Bree's daughter, Bertie Joe Danielson, was maybe one of the kids too. That'd be pretty cool too.
Well, WWE is for the kids, and AJ Lee has definitely inspired a younger generation, and that is nothing to deny.
And of course, if you also remember, Bianca Belair did the same thing with the children.
And her sister, that's right. Her sister was part of her entrance. You're right.
Yeah. She needs to come back too, big time, because Raw's coming to Knoxville on Mother's Day, and we need the EST back in WWE.
That's also one of those things, though, Ash. Like I said, Becky Lynch, she lost, of course, her chance for the WWE Women's World Heavyweight Championship against Rhea Ripley at WrestleMania 40. She lost her title at WrestleMania 38. When it comes to singles championships at WrestleMania, it has not been the good fortunes of the man as of late.
No, it has not. To answer your question earlier, I forgot what I was going with because I lost my train of thought and it's unable to come back to me. Sadly.
Yeah, it's okay. Everyone needs to pause once in a while to gather themselves. And it looks like we're not going to pause here as Becky immediately on the attack. Wow, that really shows how important this is. Screw a freaking ring announcer, big fight Phil. I mean, it's a mid-card title, to be fair. That literally now is just a year and 4 months old. Nice arm drag takedown there by AJ Lee. Of course, AJ Lee, for those that don't know here, in case you all have been living under a rock your whole life, she was the one that truly inspired give divas a chance, give women's wrestling a chance. Not Stephanie McMahon, with all due respect, as she went to the WWE Hall of Fame just last night. AJ Lee, 39 years of age, has been involved in the game of wrestling now for 7 years and probably knows Becky more than anybody at this point.
And there's the pose, sitting in the ropes, taunting, and out goes Becky Lynch.
And again, AJ Lee has gotten in the man's head since day one.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Her body, though, as Becky catches AJ out of midair, though. Oh, jeez. The fallaway slam into the barricade.
The front row just got introduced to AJ Lee.
I'm sure
in front of green shirt guy.
How much did he pay for that damn ticket? You forget.
Who knows? It's one of the mysteries that WWE will never give us the answer to.
I mean, Randy Orton shirt guy might say at some point on his YouTube streams, as I guess he became a video game streamer, but who knows? That probably know it's the market. They probably adjusted. Big top rope leg drop by Becky Lynch. Hook of the far leg to get the title. Card counts 2. Of course, just a card was part of AJ Lee and Becky Lynch's last match, which is ironic because at Elimination Chamber in Chicago, that was where AJ Lee won the WWE Women's Intercontinental Championship at the expense of the man. And once again, tapping her out to the Widow's Peak submission.
Indeed. And here comes Becky into the corner. And nice little shot there.
And look at there. Backsploder. Bringing AJ Lee back towards center. Now the cover, hook of the far leg, and gets a 2 count here. Forward aggressive motion by the man after AJ Lee said, after WrestleMania, your little girl Rue would not be seeing her favorite wrestler is Becky Lynch. You'll be seeing her favorite wrestler is AJ Lee. And that has to strike a nerve when it comes to a mother.
Mm-hmm.
Now Becky going to the turnbuckle. We saw how this worked out at Elimination Chamber.
Oh, come on.
The title.
Exactly. Now Carr, though, trying to cover it up. Just a Carr trying to do her job here as Becky is literally jaw-jacking her. But this also gives AJ Lee great reproof to recover. And Jessica Carr saying, I think you are absolutely insane. I think there's a poll that would agree. That's the first time I've seen an official actually be able to. It's a cradle by AJ Lee. 2 count. That's the first time I've seen an official actually be able to tie back on the turnbuckle pad. Good for Jessica Carr, by the way.
That was a technique I never learned in Ring Crew.
Now AJ Lee just teeing off against Becky Lynch here. The Irish whip reversal. Becky sends AJ Lee to the corner. AJ able to get the knee up, though. And now going up to the second rope, hooking the head of the man, looking for the nail DDT. Becky able to fend her off. And Becky, Oh, man, just both of them collide. Kind of awkwardly there. Elbow strike, though. Of course, AJ Lee. Ring rust still has to very much be a thing, as she's only been involved now in 4 matches, and only 2 of them have been a singles. Her third one here being a singles match as Becky crashes into AJ. And AJ follows up, looking for the ankle pick. Drops Becky face first. About to say, though, despite Becky Lynch's short-range record of championship losses, I would still say the man has made WrestleMania her own stage, Ash. Oh, missile drop kick.
Yeah, she's been like putting on quite the performances for WrestleMania, win or lose. Because when it's Mania time, she comes to play. She shows out.
Becky Lynch, 39 years of age, involved in this game for 23 years, trained by Paul Tracy, Fergal Devitt, of course, coming to us from Dublin, Ireland, and of course, created by W Performance Center and Sarah Amato. Up and around, partially looking for the Mystica, but Becky Lynch hooking up AJ Lee. AJ able to get the knee, though, to the point that of Becky. Now reversing, hoisted up, sliced bread!
She hasn't hit 40?
No.
Oh, wow.
Now AJ Lee back in the driver's seat, going up on Becky, and Becky, flying with a power bomb. That starts her up the cover, hooking the near leg, gets a 2.5. AJ Lee bent sideways off that power bomb. Still the shortest competitor, probably next to Alexa Bliss at 5'2", 114 pounds. 50,000 on hand. Keyword 50,000, not 70. 50,000 on hand at Allegiant Stadium here tonight for WrestleMania Saturday, WrestleMania 42 Vegas. AJ Lee, Becky Lynch 2 over the WWE Women's Intercontinental Championship. A title first held by Lyra Valkyria, taken by Becky, won by Maxine, taken back by Becky, and then taken by AJ Lee. Cazadora, Andra takeover by AJ Lee. Big high kick, rocks Becky. Now AJ right now looking to follow through, up and around again, looking to hook the man, possibly for the Black Widow, and swung back first and head first in the second turnbuckle. Hell of a counter by Becky Lynch there. And you think how many times with Becky being trapped in that hold, she would know how to counter it. Manhandle slam!
There you go.
Back press, flip the front leg, kick out 2.5 by AJ Lee. Now, is that shock, is that frustration, or is that desperation on Becky Lynch's face right now, Ash?
Could be a combination of the two, because she thought she had it well scouted, and now it's having her kick out. She's like, "What now? What do I have to do now? Like, what else can I do in my arsenal to put you away and finally recapture what is rightfully mine in her mind?"
Becky Lynch, of course, saying that again, AJ Lee is nothing more but a nuisance in my career, and Jessica Carr is part of the conspiracy. And again, been blaming Jessica Carr for all of her losses.
She's going to snap at some point. Oh, there it is.
I'm finally going Hebner on Becky, and I don't blame her. And Becky's shoving Carr, and Carr shoving Becky.
Oh,
boy.
Here's your moment. Here's your turnaround.
She's been waiting for a long time to have a reason to clock Jessica Carr here. But again, she needs to put her opponent. What's going for a shot? Man, slam AJ Lee! Match bump, counter, hop off legs, kick out 2.5 by Becky. A split second away from AJ Lee retaining with the man's own move after that missed collision with the referee.
That's going to be the start right there. That's where the story starts.
You're saying, Ash?
I didn't know what that move was. Like, holy crap, did you just do a Uranagi? Because I've never seen her do that before.
Yep, the manhandle slam. Becky Lynch's finisher. Turnabout's fair play.
Right, and she actually hit it pretty well. I'm very shocked and surprised by that. About how well executed that was.
Well, despite the fact she's been on hiatus for a freaking 10 years on her own mental health journey, God bless her. It's not like she doesn't know what the professional wrestling game is as much as her husband, if not more. Now Becky Lynch teeing off against AJ Lee, looking to hook up again for the manhandle slam. AJ able to escape. Looking to hook Becky now, possibly into the Black Widow.
There it is. It's locked in.
Center of the ring, and AJ Lee all her body weight being carried by Becky. Nowhere to go. Looking for the ropes to force the break. Bottom rope there just in time, and pulling AJ Lee by her hair to actually force the break. Again, desperate, aggressive nature by the man as Becky removes the turnbuckle pad again outside Jessica Carr's vision. Oh, wait a minute now. Oh, no!
Not the ref bump, not the dreaded ref bump.
AJ Lee driven first for the top turnbuckle. It was a small bump, though. Car still legal in the match. Manhandle slam. The counter. But the follow by press. Becky Lynch wins.
Oh,
Becky
well
Lynch is
then.
once again the WWE Women's Intercontinental Champion.
Well then.
Stole it. She stole it.
Of course she did. She's still the man. And to be the man, you got to beat the man. And the man just beat AJ Lee.
4 times was indeed finally the charm as Becky Lynch embarrasses AJ Lee in her own mental state and wins both the WWE Women's Intercontinental Championship. The man rises again to the top. And shining with the gold. Cry about it, folks. Again, though, this shoving contest, though. I mean, look, an official is supposed to be emotionless, integral. But there's only so much you can take being jaw-jacked and physically interrupted. And Becky was trying to exploit that, and it nearly cost her hair. To your point, Ash, Manuel slammed her both legs. AJ Lee nearly retained. As she went for the Black Widow submission, the move that has tapped out Becky on every other occasion, she grabbed her by her hair and forced the break. And out the sides of the car's vision went back to that same turnbuckle, finally fully removed it and threw it away, and literally sidestepped Carr, who had a minor collision with AJ Lee, didn't take her completely out of the equation, and sent AJ face first in the exposed turnbuckle. And again, the referee didn't see it. Followed up by a manhandle slam, center of the ring, and Becky Lynch regains the championship, and AJ Lee loses her WrestleMania return.
I have a feeling AJ might have slipped out of the submission. I don't know if the hair pull was a bit of a botch, but it still went off. And we have had 2 title changes at WrestleMania, folks.
And that might be a formula of things to come as the man is once again WWE Women's Intercontinental Champion. AJ Lee left embarrassed and beltless.
Where do both Becky and AJ go? So who's next for Becky Lynch? Because she finally thwarted AJ, and what's next for AJ?
We don't
Well,
know.
the way I see it, it's like the proverbial saying, you got the monkey off your back. As far as I'm concerned, Becky Lynch probably thinks she doesn't have to deal with AJ Lee again. As far as AJ, though, she's going to have to really look at herself in the mirror and figure about, can I still do this for the long haul? She just had her WrestleMania return performance, and she lost. A lot of people don't recover from that, especially in a short period of time. So we'll have to see soon enough what's next for AJ Lee and Becky Lynch. We go to another streaming service commercial break. Fuck streaming services.
Also,
my heart hurts for AJ because it's one of my favorites. But again, trends have to change. It's as old statistically as data itself. Nothing follows the same trend forever, even Undertaker's streak. You had to think that Becky was going to find some way to usurp AJ Lee, and she used the greatest stage to do it for the first time.
I was supposed to say, what's the record for most title changes out of Mania?
Ooh, good question.
WrestleMania where every title changed hands because to your point, so far each time has the title change hands, and let's not forget what our main event is.
Yeah.
As we got another 3-minute, 10-second break, because again, fuck streaming services. If you all agree with me, please put in the chat. Shout out to the 780 plus you that are tuning into us, covering WrestleMania 42. As of course, we'll be back here tomorrow. Still a comic here tonight. We have Seth freaking Rollins versus Gunther, Steady Valkyria versus Liv Morgan, boy, and Cody Rhodes versus Randy Orton with Pat Johnny Bravo McAfee in his corner. So again, folks, stay tuned for everything that's ahead here at the Cinema Studios. Of course, we continue to preview too with all the biggest shows, pay-per-views, PLE specials across all things, including the two WWE, NXT, ROH, AEW, TNA, Independence, GCW, HLG, and so many more. Let's go ahead and
how about
chat.
that, Ash? I got your answer. It happened all the way. It happened all the way back at WrestleMania 13. There were 4 title changes.
Oh, okay.
And of course, back then, there were 4 titles available, I believe.
That's fair point. Yeah.
How many titles are available now in WWE? Should we do the rundown? Let's not do that, folks. Okay.
No, let's not.
I think we have the time. We have 2 minutes?
Fair enough. Okay, so let's see. Men's World, Men's Heavyweight, Women's World, Women's Heavyweight, Women's Intercontinental, Men's Continental, Women's United States, Men's United States, SmackDown and Raw Tag Team Championships, Women's Tag Team Championships. That's 10 on the main roster alone.
Now, are we counting NXT and AAA as well?
NXT, I would say so. AAA is yet to be defended in WWE, to my knowledge, outside the tag titles, which are even more relevant. So I'll just say NXT. So yeah. So let's see here. World, Women, North, Speed, absolutely irrelevant speedometer stickers. Tag Team, North American. So 18 total titles in WWE.
Okay.
And now you know. Okay. That being said, we got another commercial break on again. We already talked about this match. I imagine it's got to be next, right? You're not going to do both the women's championship matches back to back, considering this is semi-main worthy, considering Liv Morgan wants to live in the moment and earn this moment at the Royal Rumble. Ash, your thoughts on Liv Morgan trying to finally get her WrestleMania moment and the run of Lyra and Vaquer and the idealisms of both of them when it comes to who really is the stronger worker? Because that's really what this stems from.
Yeah.
Defined outside WWE, built in WWE. That's the tale of the tape.
Yeah, the two different what am I saying? That was the way we came up to pro wrestling.
Journeys.
Yes, that's the word, journeys.
I got you, bro.
Thank you. Sorry, I hate my ADD brain sometimes. I can't word proper.
Again, I was born to be delayed. I will always preach the gospel, protect your mentality, and mental health matters. There's a reason why hashtag mental health is on my X. Continue, my friend.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it just my brain works in weird ways sometimes.
So does everybody. Brain no work is what I like to say. Continue.
Yeah. The Liv Morgan, as much people crap on her, she's put in the work. She's earned her keep. Because the way she started off because from how she started off in NXT to what she is now is quite the character progression that we have not seen in quite some time. She's starting to she's found herself. Now the question is, because she's so attached to Dom, I want to know what it'd be like if she has her on her own without Dominic Mysterio. That's what I want to see. And if she does beat Vaquer, it's because she's earned it and she's proved that she's the better performer this night.
But will you still justify that if she actually doesn't do it on her own, knowing that Judgment Day is at her beckoning call? Remember, she gets out Finn. Mm-hmm. She's really the leader of Judgment Day. She's got Roxanne Perez, who was clocked by her own forehead, by the way, thanks to Stephanie's interference in their clubhouse. She's got Raquel Rodriguez that's not even on this card, but might as well be Big Daddy Cool to Shawn Michaels based on their cohesion. And to your point, Dominic Mysterio might also get involved. Tomorrow now he has to face the Demon.
That's true, because that's another thing Stephanie Vaquer brought up is that Liv Morgan has a team, whereas Vaquer, she's on her own. She's doing this by herself. So that's going to definitely play a factor into this match as well. How can she fight off the Judgment Day? Because you end up bringing up a really good point, because even though Liv Morgan's gone on the character progression, she's always been with a team and not as a solo.
That's fair. And Mikey, you got something to say real quick before we find out why the man is sacred? Go ahead, brother.
I'm seeing that there have been 4 WrestleManias with 5 title changes, but I'm having a lot of trouble confirming all this stuff. And so we're gonna I'm gonna do some work on this tonight, and I will get that back to you tomorrow, because there were not 4 title changes at WrestleMania 13. There was only 1, and that was The Undertaker, as the ring general is making his way down to the ring. So I've got some work to do tonight. Moving on.
Fair enough. And of course, Gunther has work to do to prove he is the best wrestler bell to bell in the ring, and that Seth Rollins can't lace his boots. Again, Ash, you and I have argued ad nauseum sometimes who are the best wrestlers ever. The simple foundation of what a wrestler is. When you look at Katsura Shibata, Zack Sabre Jr., Kenny Omega, AJ Styles, John Cena, although he might be the best sports entertainer, Gunther has always been a traditionalist. He's a throwback. He's a minimalistic style. but he holds himself to such a high regard of what professional wrestling is supposed to be. It's hard to argue that he may not be the best wrestler here if he beats Seth freaking Rollins here at WrestleMania tonight.
Yeah, that's the one thing I love about Gunther is just he's the embodiment of it's not how many moves, it's how you do the moves.
And of course, getting into the short-range story, Seth freaking Rollins literally asked Gunther why you want to face me at WrestleMania. Straight up, folks, it is a battle of pride. The pride that the Lean General holds himself up to.
Mm-hmm.
When he was World Heavyweight Champion, Seth freaking Rollins did not go after him. He was a useful idiot for Paul Heyman in Gunther's mind, in Gunther's wording, and honestly, Gunther may have been right. As Seth Rollins is about to burn it down here tonight at WrestleMania 42. So we are going to see bell to bell, according to Gunther, who the better wrestler is.
Also,
and that's hard to argue with Seth freaking Rollins' track record.
Look at this freaking outfit Seth has. Oh my god.
I think his outfit is literally smoking.
Yeah, it's like I was about to say, it's like, did he make a hoodie out of his shower curtains?
I think Becky Lynch has something to do with that, but we just saw the man win back to the Intercontinental Championship, so it could be a good night in the Rollins household. Seth freaking Rollins has his first match back here in WWE, and good grief, look at that vision. That vision is nothing but pure black in Seth freaking Rollins' eyes,
Right?
Ash.
Oh my god. This is
Former six-time world champion, former Crown Jewel winner who beat Cody Rhodes for that, which of course led to Seth freaking Rollins' injury last year, lest we forget.
Mm-hmm.
It is live and loud by the 50,000 plus the Legion Stadium for the architect, the visionary, and in Gunther's eyes, proverbial second fiddle in WWE, Seth freaking Rollins. To think last year he came out in angelic white to be a change. Now he looks like nothing more but a dark omen who's soulless on a vision to destroy what he created last year. But he has to go through Gunther to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Gunther, as I talked about before, longest reigning NXT UK champion, longest reigning WWE Intercontinental champion, two-time World Heavyweight champion. The accolades of the Ring General go all the way back to 2009 through Ring Comp, WXW, Progress, GSW, Over the Top, before he became a WWE superstar and dethroned the Bruiserweight Pete Dunne.
Mm.
And
Yes.
arguably the best score ever.
That's quite the resume Gunther's built up for himself, hasn't he? Just like how Seth Rollins has quite the resume too, because Rollins has like almost done everything in the WWE as well, just like Bayley.
Cashing of the century, Money in the Bank winner, Royal Rumble winner, Ruse of the century, and oh gosh!
Right off the bat, holy cow!
Okay, well, I guess I'm not going to waste time. Just get right on it. Big
No,
Saino's
not at
two
all.
blocks.
Gunther's here to make
Gunther's
us
pissed. All right, Gunther's pissed. Hoisting upset power bomb, and that might immediately be it.
That's the thing. Also, that's another thing about Gunther. He has so many different finishers. You don't know what he's going to hit you with.
Well, Seth Rollins learned the hard way how hard Gunther hits, considering they haven't met each other since 2019, if you want to believe it.
Yeah.
Good grief.
Firing all cylinders with that shotgun blast to start off the match. Like, damn.
And let's not forget, Seth Rollins was just medically cleared. He was just medically cleared a few weeks ago. And Seth Rollins immediately teamed up against Gunther on the outside. And of course, Rollins came in here to fight, considering what his personal vendetta is towards the vision. Oh! And the regard he holds himself to as a professional wrestler. And now both these men remain in the furniture in this marriage announce table. And Seth Rollins is literally unhinged.
Jeez.
About to say, Rollins did not forget that Gunther literally assaulted him not once, but twice since he returned. And they were outside matches, let's forget, as he literally saved Paul Heyman inadvertently from Rollins' wrath.
Oh! Has the bell even rung yet?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think so. The chair was just thrown. This just turned a straight up fight.
And this match is being sponsored by my insurance company, The General.
Well, someone might need health insurance after this, considering how hot and humid Seth freaking Rollins and Gunther are. Damn. Referee trying to regain some sort of law and order here. Good luck with that. Seth Rollins, to your point, as I was trying to say, former World, former United, Intercontinental Rock. He's a Grand Slam champion. It looks like we're finally going to be in the ring. And the bell is officially rung. This match is now underway as Gunther and Rollins come to blows in the center, trading elbows. And Gunther, of course, retiring AJ, John Cena, and Oldberg, coming back as the career killer, has yet to lose a match. Oh, man. Big boot, and Seth Rollins meets Gunther with a boot in center. Now, Gunther meets Rollins in center with the boot. And the motivation here for both men is at a boiling point. Now, Gunther,
he's already going for it already.
Yeah, that sleeper hold that literally has been the undoing, to your point, Ash, though, of most of Gunther's opponents right now in recent matches.
Yeah, because that's how he retired all three of the people he retired with.
And he also beat Dragon Lee recently on a singles match in Monday Night Raw with that move. Although, proverbially, he also rearranged his mask and concussed the man. And right now, Seth Rollins bringing Gunther down. I'm going to literally stomp his fucking head in. Shout out to Bryan Danielson. Of course, Tyra Black also has Ring of Our Roots for those that don't know. Uh-oh. It might be looking to burn it down with a curse on. Gunther wipes him out with a short-range clothesline. I did not expect this tonight and this early in the match from Seth and Gunther. Like two bats out of hell.
Seth used an old play from his old playbook. Get the match going before the match starts. He did the same thing with Brock, and he ended up walking away with the title. So why not do the same thing twice?
Because Gunther and Brock Lesnar are two different human beings and two different professional wrestlers, in my opinion, and one's a combat athlete.
True, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the architect, always known to have a different blueprint to success. It's been the MO of Seth freaking Rollins ever since he destroyed the Shield, joined the Authority, cashed in on the Beast, beat the King, slayed the Beast, and to your point, created the Vision. Once as a freaking visionary, literally. Get to the spine right there. And of course, Seth freaking Rollins, you also talk about him being injury-prone, Ash, and the freaking list of injuries that Seth freaking Rollins has endured his WWE career alone.
Yeah.
Gunther, I believe, has never faced an injury in WWE.
He has. They weren't as severe as all the other ones. I mean, he has been out on injury before.
Very rarely, though, and that's a whole different statement right there.
Very rarely, yes.
Yeah, it's because Rollins has like a history of like knee injuries. Because it's like every time he goes on the top rope, I get like
scared,
very concerned. I was like, "Oh, you gotta watch yourself, Seth," because that's what happened. Because gotta keep in mind that's what took you out the first few times.
Oh man, that slap to the head just took Seth freaking Rollins out there. Literally, the hands of Gunther could rearrange a man's jawline as he drives his boot down the side of the Seth Rollins' head. To your point, Ash, it was literally a leg injury that Seth Rollins faked out on, and it might have been karma for him, as we saw Crown Jewel with that high-risk move to Cody Rhodes that injured him following. And now Seth Rollins on the apron, and Gunther looking to bring Seth Rollins back down to his level. Big forearm again. Seth Rollins actually in kind. Seth Rollins, who won last year's Saturday night main event at WrestleMania after the plan by him and Paul Heyman screwed CM Punk and Roman Reigns, who will main event WrestleMania this year for the World Championship. A man that Roman Reigns has not yet beaten via pinfall or submission. Now, Gunther right now hoisting up Seth Rollins. I sense disaster.
This is going to be bad.
Oh boy, the Reign General with evil intentions sitting Seth freaking Rollins literally on the top of the ring post in the front face lock, out of the corner on the inside second. Now Seth driven up to the top. Going to be sent down the hard way if Gunther has his way. Hoisting up the Visionary.
He got out of it.
It was set up.
Too. He stuck the landing. The knee did not buckle, thank goodness.
And right now, Gunther might have a nasty landing on Seth Rollins, showing his strength. Hoisting Gunther forward with a buckle bomb in the opposite corner.
Impressive. A buckle bomb out of that.
And now looking for the curse on Gunther, able to escape again, though. Waistline, German suplex to Seth Rollins up and over in his head and neck. And Gunther falls in. Seth Rollins, the sidestep, rebound German. Gunther back to his feet, though. Wipes Rollins out with a clothesline. Rollins back to his feet. Wants Gunther out of that clothesline.
Wow.
Both men down.
This is a side of Seth Rollins I have not seen.
Right? What a beautiful sequence we just witnessed here.
Just look at this, by the way. Show it straight to your point. The bugger ball in the corner on the freaking 6'4", 250-pound Austrian anomaly, and almost on instinct, both men throwing cuts to the wind, just throwing themselves at each other, and both men down with that exchange. Good
I
grief.
think Seth might need like a mini stepladder if he wants to get the full effect of a stomp. But you got to get Gunther down. You got to chop down the tree and go for the legs.
And Seth Rollins can curb stomp Omos. Seth Rollins can curb stomp anybody. But to your point, it did take leverage to do that.
Exactly.
Seth Rollins and Gunther at a reset point right now. Again, this is WrestleMania Saturday. Thank you to over 800 you that are watching us all across the X and on YouTube. And you all continue to make the passion persist and be persuaded forward, as Gunther is just booting Seth, and Seth just throwing his forearm, and these two men are literally just throwing everything they can at each other from any position. Whether or not it's full force, or whether or not it's just insulting, aggravating, or frustrating, that's the tale of the tape here tonight in this second ever one-on-one matchup. Just looking to beat the living daylights out of the other here. And the fact that Seth freaking Rollins, again, did not challenge Gunther during the last time he was World Heavyweight Champion, a title that Seth defined for over 300 plus days when that title was brought back.
I'm seeing a bit of a mat burn on Gunther's knee, but that's normal. And now the chops. Now the chops.
One of the most lethal weapons in Gunther's arsenal, to your point, Ash. Simple and effective.
Exactly. That's the way Gunther does it.
Again, the defiance, though, Seth freaking Rollins, that's the way he does things, to the credit that he holds himself to up in a WWE ring, chopping Gunther back to the opposite corner now, and teeing off against Gunther right now with these machine gun chops, wearing down the range arrow, referee trying to break the two men. Seth, though, hoisted up by Gunther, powerbomb connects, high stack, kick out. You see how quick Gunther is? All that freaking assault by Seth Rollins, and immediately goes with a powerbomb, stacks him up high, and somehow Seth is able to find a way out. But immediately Gunther turns the match around in his favor.
Indeed he does. He's got to get that second and third win going. It's a great match so far. Seth has to follow his wife.
For these two, man? Let's be honest here. I wouldn't expect anything less from these two.
Of course not.
This match is literally about defining the better wrestler in both Gunther and Seth freaking Rollins' head. And again, Seth is a freaking just foregone assistant to this mission statement that the ring general's looking to set. He wasn't originally planning to do this. Let's be honest here.
Indeed. Somebody's got to get up soon. It looks like Gunther's going to be the first one to get to his feet, which he does.
That says a lot. And we all know the gas tank that Gunther and Seth freaking Rollins has. Gunther, one of his longest matches, was against Tyler Bate, and as the UK TakeOver Cardiff, 41 plus minutes of action. One of the most damnedest matches Gunther ever had in WWE was against Ilya Dragunov, not once, but twice. And Seth Rollins, of course, been a who's who in the WWE in this reign. Survived Brock Lesnar, challenged John Cena, overthrow Triple H, insulted and aggravated the tribal chief Roman Reigns, that has even been challenged by The Rock at WrestleMania 40 this weekend in the second longest ever WrestleMania main event in WWE history. Now Seth Rollins up and over charging the clothesline, looking for the double undercut plus the pedigree, back by drop though by Gunther. Unable to counter. Oh,
nice.
With a first kick, takes him down though, and looking for oh man, the knee to the side of the head.
That will slow the big man down. It will not stop him, but it will slow him down.
Looking to hoist him up for the pedigree. Again, on the straight by Gunther. The overhead back. Oh, man. And somehow Seth able still to maintain arm control. Looking for the pedigree.
Got it. Surprisingly, he got it.
Oh, he's
Gunther is down and in position.
Guard
stomp.
And the counter as he burned it down. And no.
Wow.
Kick out at 2.5 by Gunther. Unbelievable.
Damn, he did him with like not one but two finishers. Like, damn, like what does Seth Rollins have to do to take out Gunther?
Well, this goes back to what Gunther was saying, the fact that Seth freaking Rollins may have been scared to face him while he was the World Heavyweight Champion. And he says very personally to expose that Seth freaking Rollins can't lace my boots.
I wonder how long it takes to actually lace a pair of boots properly. I'll have to find out sometime.
And again, the Architect making his in-ring comeback tonight on the grandest stage of them all, WrestleMania, and his doubts starting to seep in Seth freaking Rollins' mind. To your point, Ash, it looks like he might be going to the top rope for something high risk here.
Here we go. Watch it, Seth. Watch it.
Yeah.
Now Gunther back to his feet, looking for an avalanche curve stop. Gunther able to escape. Arm wringer, standing switch, looking for the O'Connor roll, and Seth Rollins cover to Gunther though. Can't do a sleeper.
Oh.
And Gunther right now has that lethal sleeper, as Ash pointed out, in the middle of the ring, but the body is not grapevine. That might be only Seth freaking Rollins' saving grace.
He has got that locked in tight, better than any UFC fighter ever did.
I'm about to say, Gunther Lee trying to squeeze the life out of Seth freaking Rollins' return. May not kill a career, but might kill a comeback, as Seth somehow is trying to find a way back up to the vertical base to try and force the break or escape. And once again, going after the right arm and binding the left forearm of Gunther. Desperate measures by a desperate man.
A discus punch. I haven't seen a discus punch in years.
Discus again, clubbing Gunther in the side of the head. Someone's going to drop here soon enough.
Oh, God. Here's the answer.
You called it. You called it.
What a fucking clothesline. Now Gunther going up to the top rope. We don't normally see this a lot. But Seth, though, following in kind, springing up like a pimple on prom night. Looking to hoist up the ring general, possibly looking for superplex.
Nice. And the ring
is
in
control, floats over.
Oh,
and the cover to win, and a kick out of two by Gunther. And now Rhodes with the sleeper hold.
Put him in the sleeper.
Remember, Jey Uso tapped out Gunther last year with this very maneuver.
I was about to just say that. No, you and I are thinking the same thing.
And then Dragon out tapped out the ring jump with this maneuver. Will Gunther tap? Will Gunther tap? Will Gunther fade? And Gunther's reach forces the break.
Ring awareness.
Holy hell. Again, the huge frame of Gunther, like I said, 6'4", his saving grace. Out of that submission hold. I don't think no one's going to question the pedigree of the great wrestling for these wrestlers here, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to Gunther and Seth freaking Rollins and what probably could be our match of the night.
Oh, absolutely, yes. This is a match stealer right here. There is no denying that. These two are putting on a clinic.
Mm-hmm.
Again, though, Gunther rolling to the outside of the ring as trying to reset Seth freaking Rollins' momentum.
Calling for the crowd to get that adrenaline rush.
Looking to burn it down. Looking to get fired up. Looking to fly off the rails. Looking for positive. The top axe to see it on the outside. And Seth Rollins looking to follow in kind again. Picking up speed from 0 to 100 off the opposite side. A second top axe to see it to the ring general. Standing him against the Spanish announce table. But Gunther's still on his feet. Now Seth Rollins trying to keep up pace, keep up the momentum. Another tope, and Gunther catches him, puts him up, grand power bomb. And Gunther's not done. Power bomb on the English announce table, and the table doesn't break. And Gunther has not finished punishing Seth freaking Rollins. Looking to send an emphatic statement. Oh no, this is not good. And right now,
if this happens,
Seth able to escape. Seth with the double underhook. Looking positive for the power for the English announce table that buckles.
And the announce table didn't go. I'm surprised.
And again, though, Seth and Gunther gotta be aware of the referee's 10 count. Now Rollins rearranges the furniture on the Spanish announce table. The freaking nature that Seth freaking Rollins can be sometimes when he goes at this speed and has this much control. Looking to follow through with a curb stop.
Finally, it's the curb stop.
Through the English announce table.
No, the table stood firm again.
But Gunther is down and out.
Get in the ring. Get the win.
The referee checking right now. I figure,
Breaker's back.
Bob Breaker like a bat
out of nowhere.
Bring Seth Rollins.
26 miles an hour.
The first person on the Vision's hit list. And the first person brought in the Seth Rollins Vision last year at the Raw After Mania. He's been out with a freaking major injury since the Raw to the Royal Rumble.
Oh, wow.
Breaker just broke Seth freaking Rollins.
Oh, it says, looks like we're going to be picking up where we left off.
Someone told me this match was going to happen sooner rather than later. Again, Gunther now staggering inside the ring while Seth freaking Rollins is trying to rearrange his ribs and kidneys, unaware that Gunther is back on his feet. And the sleeper hold again. And the buying grapevine this time, middle of the ring. And remember the ribs, compromise breathing, compromise oxygen flow.
And there's
After the spear, as Braun Breaker walks away, and Seth freaking Rollins right now might literally be fading.
He's not going to tap. He's going to pass out.
And well, Gunther will take it either way. And Gunther has Seth freaking Rollins dead to rights right now. Referee's discretion, the arm drops down. Referee checking on Seth freaking Rollins here. And Seth has passed out. That is it. Gunther wins. Holy hell.
Oh, what a match. What a match.
Yeah, and Braun Breaker literally reset the match outlook with a spear at 23 miles per hour to Seth freaking Rollins like a bat out of hell, getting his own revenge net against the Visionary, breaking the vision of Seth freaking Rollins winning. Gunther prevails this year at WrestleMania. I don't think Gunther had any clue that Braun Breaker did that.
No, I think he was still up when that happened.
Again, let's go to the replays here. The freaking animosity, the ferocity, the intensity, the incredible wrestling as both men took it to each other, literally 0 to 100 before the bell rung. After Rollins pedigreed Gunther on the Eagles announced him and followed with a curb stomp, I thought he pretty much had him dead to rights. He could have just taken the count out or brought the man back in the ring. And again, the referee was nowhere to be found. He was checking on him. And Braun, like a bat of hell, literally speared Seth freaking Rollins out of his boots.
Yeah, Gunther was nowhere to be seen. He was recovering from the curb stomp. He had no clue.
And look at the discoloration on Seth Rollins' head ash, literally nearly suffocating in that move. Gunther wins.
Gunther just like came to pick up the scraps, and he just like laser focused on getting the win.
As Seth Rollins eyes Braun Breaker at the top of the entranceway, the vision renewed with the very first person of Seth Rollins' vision, costing him at WrestleMania. Oh no! Buckle up your seatbelts, folks! Braun Breaker running down the ramp and Seth Rollins. Holy shit! What a spear!
In 4K.
Good God! That's faster than any car you'll find on the friggin' Las Vegas Strip.
Oh, Braun Breaker could run from one end of the strip to the other in 1 minute flat if he goes that speed. You'd have to shut down all of Las Vegas Boulevard, start him at one end, and just let him go.
I mean, to be fair, the strip had stoplights. There was no stopping him, though, on that WrestleMania entranceway. Good God. Top speed down the entranceway, fast and furious. Braun Breaker spears again. Seth freaking Rollins, who is not getting up this time, Ash.
No, not at all. Like, especially like after the damage to his midsection, not just from Braun Breaker, but from Gunther as well.
And look who's up on the stage. Paul Heyman.
He gets his moment.
Paul Heyman welcoming back Braun Breaker to his vision. For the next highlights thing in WWE, Paul Heyman makes sure Braun Breaker pays dividends towards the vision he wants to set at the expense of Seth freaking Rollins. The dog is back. Things have got a whole lot worse for Seth freaking Rollins, though, I'll tell you that much. And we knew this was going to happen eventually. We all knew this was going to happen eventually.
Do you think Seth Rollins is going to go through the visionary gauntlet, if you will, going after Breaker, Logan Paul, Austin Theory, not particularly in that order, but like try to get his hands on everyone after being drafted?
I think it's entirely possible. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a vision hit list, as we saw in that BTR. He's already cost Logan Paul. He cost Braun Breaker at the Royal Rumble. Bronson Reed's injured. No one cares about Austin Theory. And he curb stomped Paul Heyman. But Braun Breaker, he was the one that pulled the trigger in the first place. So I think for the vision to be destroyed, Seth has to literally break Braun Breaker. I'm not sure if that's possible, though. But I do think Braun Breaker and Seth Rollins on a collision course sooner rather than later.
Absolutely. WrestleMania Backlash next month.
And you know what? That's a very good point. Backlash, literally the backlash from this. Who knows what Seth Rollins going to do? As, of course, WrestleMania being seen around the world in Delhi, India, in Ireland, in London, Australia, Canada, Scotland, Mexico. 66 different countries, if I had to guess, of course, for the first time here on the ESPN app for ESPN Unlimited subscribers. And to the 934 of you that are tuning in to our coverage right now, thank you all so much. Hope you're enjoying the reactions and analysis. As again, we do this for the biggest shows and pay-per-views for the WWE and other companies. It's been a wild night so far. WrestleMania 42, where freaking Savage came out of the freaking wasteland and broke Seth freaking Rollins in fucking half.
The WWE blimp has been cursed. Seriously? Come on. They had to get him into the show somehow.
Oh, my gosh. All right.
Hey, there's the book he was talking about.
About to say. And of course, we'll hear more superstars' reactions on the post show, including Jacob Fatu and Paige and the Bellas that now hold the WWE Women's Tag Team Championships. So stay tuned for that. Following the main event, stay tuned for Aaron Britt's recap following the main event. And stay tuned for our short post-show discussion following the main event as we honor the greats of the past that were, of course, introduced last night in the WWE Hall of Fame. Ash, Mikey, did either of you watch the WWE Hall of Fame or catch any highlights of it at all?
No, I'm. So is this the Legacy Awards?
Nick Hogan and Robin Rossworth. Oh, that's for the match cast. Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant.
Ah. Oh, my God. Look at Dennis Rodman. Oh, man.
Family of Bad News Brown, actually.
There's
the worm. Oh, my gosh. Well, he fits the Las Vegas MO perfectly, I guess. It is so good to see Action Smash alive to claim the rightful spot in WWE Hall of Fame. Demolition for life. That's all I got to say about that. The family of Psycho Sid Vicious. I got half the brain that you do.
And here's Stat Girl's boyfriend, the phenomenal AJ Styles, as he makes his official Hall of Fame appearance.
I'm not surprised in the slightest.
And
the man that's given us 26 plus years to this business, a phenomenal standard unmatched for pro wrestling. And as here comes a woman unmatched in professional wrestling, Stephanie McMahon.
Look at that beautiful blue dress. Look at that. That's amazing.
She was the villain, the prominent princess that you always wanted to hate, but somehow you still appreciate what she gave to WWE in both business structure and in-ring character. Congratulations again to the WWE Hall of Fame class of 2026. Definitely a worthwhile class to some degree, I would say, as we have another streaming service commercial break. Fuck streaming services.
I did meet Andre's daughter. I did meet her. It was the last convention I went to in Los Angeles. She was there and she was right with Mark Henry. And of course, the program was that you could meet her and you could try on Andre's jacket.
Oh, nice.
The one he wore at WrestleMania 3 press conference, the same jacket. I didn't even want to touch it. I looked at it. I said, "Is this your dad's coat?" She says, "Yeah, go ahead, try it on." I'm like, I can't. This is your dad's coat. This is so. Then Mark Henry grabs it and he's like, "I'll put it on."
Hey, why
he
not?
He was swimming in it because Mark Henry's a big guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course he is.
It looked like a blanket on him. That's how big the coat was.
like a giant robe, just like walking like that, with the arms like that, just like walking like that.
Nobody in wrestling was bigger than Andre, literally, and the coat
I mean, if I put it on, I could have wrapped myself in it. I couldn't touch his coat because it was too it was too important.
I mean, you know what? That's absolutely fair. And again, thank you to all 950 plus you that are tuning in right now as our studios here, whether on the X or on our YouTube feeds. Again, subscribe to that Bad for Wrestling, follow Shabbat Ass, follow Statboy Mike and Stacker Adoy Lou, and Statboy Sports Bar and other escapades outside of Pigeon Forge. As of course, we'll be covering the draft. And again, follow us here for all the things we do across all professional wrestling. First and foremost, that match was freaking amazing. But that Braun Breaker, damn, I still argue with the result being different. Braun Breaker didn't get involved. I think Seth had good the rights.
It's evolved now into a new chapter. Gunther is now he's gonna focus on the next career killer. So this is Seth is gonna go off the deep end, and he's gonna rekindle that feud with the Vision. I would love to know who is going to come to Seth's aid if need be, because we've got Breaker, so therefore maybe Bronson Reed is back on the mend. We don't know. You could bring in Austin and Logan, but who would back up Seth? Seth has literally burned down, pun intended, bridges. I don't know if there's anybody on the roster that wants to bail out the Visionary. So he's going to need a lot of help and a lot of quick. But I'm stumped. So you guys all 957 of you, if you've got any thoughts and ideas, and push us to 1,000 before the main event, I would love to see that. Who will Seth Rollins recruit to battle the Vision if need be?
I mean, you literally were figuring about the Vision. And again, I've been saying the weekend. The story of the weekend is going to be cause and effect. Who just beat the Vapor in the very first match of the show? Yeah. I think the Usos and LA Knight, because at the end of the day, they all have the same freaking vendetta against the Vapor. They want to make sure they're wiped out. And let's not forget the Vapor has the Usos tag team championships.
I was thinking that too. Yeah, I was about to say maybe the LA Knight and the Usos about to form if it's an unlikely alliance with the Seth Rollins because they have like the common enemy.
And the enemy of the enemy is my friend, a proverb as old as time itself. And that doesn't just apply in wrestling, although we see it more often than not in wrestling. And to your point about Gunther, let's not forget, he said to Paul Heyman, now you owe me a favor. Gee, I wonder what that favor could possibly involve down the line in the near future. Just saying. But anyway, Gunther with a WrestleMania win, his first singles win at WrestleMania ever. Because again, his last win at WrestleMania was a triple threat. His only other win at WrestleMania.
That is very, very true.
And as you've pointed out so far, all titles have changed hands tonight, and we only have 2 matches left, and they're both for world championships. Obviously, coming up next has to be Valkyria versus Liv Morgan for the Women's World Championship. And why the Vision, the Vapor, has its fair share of enemies, the Judgment Day has not been in a lot of many people's saving graces as well, especially for the women's division.
1 match to go, Cody. 1 match to go, and then I will open this and try it live.
Well, as long as you don't smash the ball on the ground and Pat McAfee and freaking Randy Orton seize the gold here tonight. As again, we're waiting for the show to get back here because, again, fuck streaming services. But it's one of those things, though, we talk about, again, cause and effect. If Liv Morgan wins, and some would say she deserves to win, what does that mean for Stephanie, who has been here on the main roster now just a little bit under a year, to lose in her first WrestleMania, despite the fact, like AJ Lee, same statistic possibly, but she's been a mainstay here in WWE and a shot to the top quicker than Morgan ever has.
SummerSlam 2026 2-day combo will take place in Minneapolis.
Gee, I know the home of that for a certain person or beast.
And of course, US Bank Stadium, the home of the Minnesota Vikings.
Hashtag non-sports. But hey, my mom used to be a fan of them, so there you go. And she likes the color purple. And so does JJ. Speaking of which, shout out to JJ
That's
Williams.
why I'm wearing purple today.
There you go. See?
Yeah.
Of course, Ash, she's batting for Orange. And of course, she's a Blade Checker. As of course, the sky is still nice and bright over Allegiant Stadium this fine evening for Las Vegas. Of course, the host of WrestleMania 42. Stat Point Mike, red hot. Action Summit has been red hot. And let's go ahead and remind people again, the card for tomorrow. We will be back here 5 p.m. Standard Time once again for our 1 hour pre-show. Again, folks, live on ESPN, first and foremost, Oba Femi and Brock Lesnar kick things off for the entire night. That is our opener. Proclaim the real main event. That is the starting match, followed by the Intercontinental Championship ladder match live on ESPN. And of course, it will be concluded with World Heavyweight Championship, CM Punk, who wanted this his whole life since he became a wrestler in 1997, taking on the guy, the measuring stick, the franchise, your tribal chief, and arguably the biggest sports entertainer in modern history with a record-setting 11 main events now, Roman Reigns, one-on-one in the main event. All this and more coming tomorrow night, WrestleMania Sunday. And boy, what a freaking timeline CM Punk has had.
A lot of people will believe and say that since WrestleMania became a 2-night event, the final match of WrestleMania is the main event. And now CM Punk gets that honor. There will be no denying that he cannot say, I main evented WrestleMania. Bottom line. Hello, Stat Girl.
You might as well say Liv Morgan is about to main event WrestleMania, and her proverbial mind. And cry about it if you disagree, as we're about to get a lot of trouble on our screen, because it's time for Liv Morgan with Valkyria for the WWE Women's World Heavyweight Championship. Of course, you're looking at Liv Morgan, a little snippet of her new music video called Trouble. That is now her new theme that she enters with.
Go ahead,
Dressed for business, dressed for success, dressed for chaos tonight is WWE and Judgment Day's Liv Morgan.
I think Stat Girl has something to say. Go ahead, Stat Girl.
Sorry to change sports real quick, but go wild! 6-1 over the Stars.
What a random positive
You're welcome.
What a random positive moment. Thank you for that, Stat Girl. And always love Dory Lou and her positivity. Of course, the only woman to win in women's WrestleMania predictions history, back at WrestleMania 39. And Liv Morgan looking to get a performance in and out of the ring before the bell rings. Looking to cause trouble and seize Monday Night Raw's greatest prize.
The Stanley Cup playoffs have started tonight, and Dory is rooting for the Minnesota Wild. I'm rooting for the Anaheim Ducks. The Wild are playing the Stars. The Ducks are playing the Oilers. The Wild is up 6-1, game 1 to the Wild. There you go. And Liv Morgan just did a quick costume change, and now she's in her gear, ready to go.
Like I said, I think one of the things about Liv Morgan that still defines me of her insecurity, I don't think she takes things seriously enough sometimes. I think she still is that little girl that is sometimes afraid to reach her own potential, and she can't seize it. And when she has it, it's only because she has assistance. While Vaquer has done everything on her own outside WWE to make it to this stage and have a greater ascendance in her career in practically a year than Liv Morgan has in her entire career. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. How long did it take Liv Morgan to win the Royal Rumble? How long did it take for Liv Morgan to get to this moment? What's a moment, though, if it's a sour moment? What's a match if you don't achieve the accomplishment? That's the pressure Liv Morgan has here tonight versus Valkyria. That smile's going to change real quickly here if she's going to leave with that Women's Heavyweight Championship.
Indeed, as Stephanie Vaquer is now going to try and one-up when it comes to entrances.
And her first WrestleMania entrance, might I add.
Indeed.
Making her WrestleMania debut. And again, she was introduced to the main roster, Monday Night Raw, the day after WrestleMania at the Raw at Mania. Literally 1 year later, La Primera is a semi-main eventer and the current women's heavyweight champion.
Indeed. The devil has come to play in Las Vegas in the city of sin.
Dark Angel, actually. And of course, Ash, we have seen the rise of La Primera Vaquer since she arrived in NXT and won the NXT Women's North American Championship. And of course, the NXT Women's Championship from her forever rival, Julia.
Yeah, it's like, oh, like, I love her outfit. Holy crap, I love that
It is
robe.
very nice.
Oh my god.
Talk about
I want
Stephanie
that.
presence.
I want that robe. I want that robe.
Stephanie Valkyria, who's been the champion now for 210 days after winning the Palooza. She is also the 2025 Women's Crown Jewel Champion, beating Tiffany Stratton for that accolade, and has been a fighting champion, outlasting Raquel Rodriguez on 4 different occasions, and also Nikki Bella on 2 different occasions.
I also would like to say I think Liv Morgan is breaking out in her, I'll say it, sex appeal. Because as you remember, I believe it was last year or the year before that, they showed her in a club wearing that very stringed dress in the club. When I believe she had the title at that time, and to do this intro, kind of like Britney Spears, a little Britney Spears-esque in Las Vegas, to rip off her clothes and get ready in her gear. She's embracing a moment here that she needs to do.
She's gotten more comfortable in her own skin.
Exactly. Thank you.
Like I said, I may find her secure. She still has that on her forehead, but at least Liv Morgan is truly embracing who she is. And I'll give her that much when it comes to her progression as we get ready for our semi-main event here for the WWE Women's World Heavyweight Championship. Of course, this match, Big Fight Field, will be introduced by Alicia Taylor, so we'll get some stats here going shortly. But I also want to point this out, Mike. Just because you're toxic doesn't mean you're the purest fan that WWE needs for a title. And while she held this title, it was at the expense of an injured Rhea Ripley, and Mommy beat her. We'll see if Liv Morgan can actually live in the moment that she has worked her whole WWE career to create for her.
Indeed. As we get the official intros, again, Liv Morgan, 5-match WrestleMania losing streak. She is only 1-6.
Wow.
I know, right?
It
is kind of sad, but you know, you can lose 100 times and still have 100 great matches.
That's true, yeah.
Well, the record books are defined by the winners, not the losers. Liv Morgan, 31 years of age, 5'5", 117 pounds, 10 years, purely involved in WWE, has never wrestled or been seen anywhere else in the ring. Stephanie Valkyria, defined in Chile where there was no wrestling, 33 years of age, 17 years involved in the game, trained by Villano IV and Gran Apache, La Primera Champion of Champions, and of course, literally to the day, practically 1 year involved on the main roster, current World Heavyweight Champion.
Winning a battle royal, challenge facing EO, and then becoming a fighting champion.
For 211 days, of course, Stephanie Valkyria is the Women's World Heavyweight Champion, a title that Liv Morgan, Becky Lynch, and Rhea Ripley has held since this title's legacy. She is the 32nd champion in this title's history.
Stat boy approved.
Liv Morgan, a former 2-time holder of this belt. Her last run was 226 days. As we are officially underway for our semi-main event, and immediately, oh boy, Double A Takedown was talking about how volatile this situation has been, insulting each other's work ethic, insulting each other's families, and Stephanie Valkyria leaving that nasty knot on Liv Morgan's head, damn near concussing the young lady.
And then she gets revenge by putting Stephanie through a TV. Go figure.
And I'm about to say, I mean, Liv Morgan literally got blasted through that television after colliding heads with Roxanne Perez. And again, we've seen how personal and volatile this has gone in English and Espanol. Now, Stephanie on the run, though, with double knees in the corner. To your point, though, Mikey, right now, I will say this. Liv Morgan has come to the ring alone. But will that stay? Again, is Stephanie right? Can Liv do anything on her own? Well, everything's been handed to her. Well, you always had anybody with you, whether it was Riot Squad, whether it was the Judgment Day. Out of the corner, cartwheel, sunset flip, power bomb!
Ooh,
And
nice.
cover stacks around high, too. Count only on La Primera.
Like what you and I say about the House of Torture, even if the seeming alone, you're facing everyone.
The unfortunate fact for the most annoying freaking golf cosplaying faction, that's the other longest running reality story in WWE not named The Bloodline. And again, I also want to put this out here. Stephanie Valkyria has all the confidence and all the mess of the world. When was the last time Stephanie Valkyria was actually pinned or submitted? I don't think she has been literally since she's been champion. and prior.
I'll get on that right away. As Liv Morgan hits the Three Amigos.
Well, we've seen how many times Dirty Dominic heard channel the all-time great Eddie Guerrero. Oh, man. Big shot to the side of the head with that knee, and Liv Morgan in the control for the time being. Spin back here from our CMLL, NW Strong, AULL, and as we talked about earlier, NXT Women's and Women's North American Champion as well in her career. Looking at off the top rope with a Chilean background, runs into the boots of Stephanie, though. Now Stephanie trying to take advantage, hoisting up Liv. That drop driver. And right now, oh no, I knew this was going to happen tonight.
This is too early.
El Beso del Diablo. The
God.
kiss.
Okay, well, you know that.
Driving Liv Morgan's head in the mat over again. Booker T, you fucking idiot.
Can I tell you a story? This will be funny. So, I was with my dad.
Oh!
So my dad and I were dropping off for my cousin, and my cousin started talking about wrestlers she likes because she sees them on TikTok because she's one of the younger kids who goes on TikTok.
Worst thing this generation, continue.
Yeah, and so then we started talking about wrestling because she is going off about how much she loves Bianca Belair and Rhea Ripley. And then that's when my dad prompted, asked me, is like, I forgot who talked about it. It's like, so Stephanie Vaquer was brought up, and I mentioned like how, oh yeah, like because we were talking about how Stephanie Vaquer had a match, and I said to her like she's one of my favorite wrestlers.
Right.
To which my dad claps back with me and says, "You only like her because she uses her ass as a weapon."
Well, I guess Liv Morgan's going to try and do that too, and Stephanie not doing it, though. Crossleg cover and gets a 2 count.
To which I said to my dad, "That's not the only reason why I like her, Dad."
But you also just expose yourself saying, oh, the SCP. Hold that foot in the cover. Hold that both legs. Kick out at 2. But you also did expose that is a reason, not the only reason.
Yes. I mean.
Leave it to the freaking WWE Universe to like a butt DDT.
I also said she's a really good wrestler. You should check her out, Dad. There's more to her than her ass.
Well, at least you realize that, unlike most of the uneducated, so I will give you that, Ash.
I mean, how many times have we went on shenanigans and I talked about like how the Stephanie Vaquer match and her opponents was one of the many things I love about pro wrestling.
Again, La Primera discipline here. Look at her.
Oh, they gave her own finishing move. She did
Stephanie going to stab Liv Morgan into Inferno 2. No! What a major statement that would have been using Liv Morgan's own move.
Right? They're like hitting each other with their own medicine.
Dark Angel trying to send Liv Morgan back to the hell spawn she came from, apparently. But again, Melody, that's gotta wrap the challenger there, despite the fact she kicked out.
That's gonna light a fire under Liv Morgan, definitely.
And right now, Stephanie Vaquer looking for maybe the possible same move. Wait a minute! Roxanne Perez! Distracting the official! And again, as we talked about before, now Raquel Rodriguez, like I said, Liv Morgan can't do a fucking thing on her own. Her and Stephanie into oblivion! Are you fucking kidding me? Sits in the cover, 2 kick out, 2.5 by Stephanie.
Yeah, the look on Raquel's face, she's like really sold it.
The fix was in.
There's like
the fix was in by Liv Morgan and the Judgment Day, as I expected. And it didn't get it done here, thankfully, right now. And to your point, Raquel Rodriguez dropping Stephanie across the top rope, sending her up for oblivion by Liv after Roxanne's distraction. The same tactic that helped Dom win the Intercontinental Championship against John Cena last year's Survivor Series wasn't enough to put Stephanie down. Now Liv, though, looking for a finishing move again. Press kick, though, by Stephanie. Now Stephanie needs to be aware, though, that she has outside parties. Kick to Roxanne Perez. As it's turned to pretty much a 3-on-1, trying to swarm off these freaking outside allies for Liv Morgan. And Liv, though, low bridge, tope and Raquel Rodriguez.
That's
obviously set for oblivion again, and Stephanie was able to scout it. We talk about sometimes how wrestlers have a 6 springboard cross body, wiping out Raquel and Roxanne. And right now, Liv, though. Oh, no. Driving Vaquer into the still ring stats, bringing her back inside the ring. Now Liv Morgan looking to go up on the second rope. Looking for the cold breaker again. Rocking her back to the ropes and falls from another oblivion. Second time, cover, 2, and Liv Morgan's done it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Liv Morgan, the new Women's World Heavyweight Champion.
Wow, this has been a night of title changes, hasn't it?
Well, cry about it or live in the moment as Liv Morgan finally gets her WrestleMania moment. And it took the Judgment Day to do it. Again, Stephanie's words reign true, but it doesn't matter how you do it. Liv Morgan is once again the face of Monday Night Raw and the Women's Heavyweight Champion, too. A celebration here now with Dominic Mysterio and Liv Morgan. A WWE faithful would probably say that Liv Morgan was overdue for this, but at the expense of Stephanie's first, there might be a questionable split with the WWE Universe, considering how many people followed Stephanie. But Liv Morgan got it, and that's all that matters.
That's a fair moment.
It's going to be a 3-on-1, just like expected.
Yeah, that's the way of the Judgment Day.
Rather underwhelming, rather quick semi-main event, by the way, too.
Yeah,
Great.
It was pretty short, but we were able to pack in quite a bit, though. So for me, it was enjoyable for what it was.
Yeah, and again, it was Stephanie's first WrestleMania, but unfortunately, a very sour note for the Dark Angel.
In answer to your question, that was her first pinfall loss. She actually did lose a match to Raquel and Roxanne on November 3rd, but she was not pinned. Ever since that, it was all wins up until tonight.
Wow.
And Liv Morgan is the new WWE Women's World Heavyweight Champion because of it. Trouble brought forward, trouble back on top. Liv Morgan, once again, the face of Monday Night Raw for the women's division.
All right, now we just need Raquel and Roxanne to win the tag titles, and then we got the Judgment Day running Raw.
Oh, Lord. Well, I will say this. That'd probably be a better tag team for the Women's Tag Team Championships than what happened earlier. Just saying. But nonetheless, as of course, we now have another impromptu break. Again, congratulations to Liv Morgan. Cry about it, talk about it, tweet about it, hate on it, talk on it, love it. Doesn't matter. Liv Morgan told everybody, and she proved it.
All right, here's another stat I want set up. Is Asuka the only person to win the Women's Rumble to lose her match at Mania?
I'll get on that tonight. But I have a feeling. My early answer, I'm going to say yes. I have a feeling somebody in the comments will
Charlotte Flair,
no, but
she won the Royal Rumble and lost to Timothy Stratton last year.
She won that Rumble.
So it's not like 100%. Nothing is 100% except the women's Money in the Bank briefcase. And of course, my Money in the Bank will be fall this year, following SummerSlam, a unique change up in the schedule, as we learned, in September.
Yeah, that's very odd. Has the reasoning been given for that?
No, as far as I'm concerned. I just know that it's official.
Okay, so it's lull, schedule change.
Well, here's something that you might hope for a change for, Ash, because on a night where we've seen every title change hands, we're now going to see who shapes this story. Brought to you by Wheatley American Vodka and Step Boys Hands. Giant Bravo Pat McAfee and Randy Orton's corner goes out to the SPW Championship and its 15th title against the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. And this is our WrestleMania Saturday main event.
Smells good. Let's see how well it tastes.
You know, when we did our predictions for AEW Dynasty and how I felt about, or not Dynasty, for the MJF Hangman match, in which I said I didn't want either person with the title.
Yes.
Same logic applies here.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and hear from John Cena, which is somebody you can enjoy on your screen for now, Ash, because it looks like we're going to get an attendance number.
All right, yeah, embellished attendance number. Let's go.
I love the fact you use embellish.
Well, I mean, let's be real here.
Accurate.
They all are. They all are, because no matter which way you split it, which side you are on,
yep,
they are. When it comes to attendance numbers, it's either they're all embellished or they're all accurate. There is no in between.
Look around, there are people everywhere. I'm going to wear the same suit tomorrow. Proud to announce tonight's
That's
official
low.
$50,816 have attended WrestleMania tonight.
That's not a bad number.
It's more than 40,000. It's definitely
Hey, look who's back! Oh,
What?
Hey!
Well, I'll be damned.
Oh, long time no see.
Yeah, no kidding. For a woman that you literally cannot spell WrestleMania without the EST.
Ew, she's looking
and
pretty.
no braid. That's different. Her braid is gone.
Oh, wow, you're right. But Bianca Belair is once again back gracing our screens at WrestleMania.
Seems like she has an announcement to make of some sorts.
It does certainly seem like it. Of course, we haven't seen Bianca Belair since last year at WrestleMania when Rhea Sky and her tore the house down that Sunday night for the Women's World Heavyweight Championship, and she suffered a hand injury and has been out indefinitely due to that. But the EST, who has defined WrestleMania since being part of WWE, since being the main event at 37, being the man at 38, beating Asuka at 39, she has been literally a reason why you can't spell WrestleMania without EST.
Man, this show, not only was it a night of title changes, but a night of pleasant surprises as well. Paige returning, Braun Breaker showing up out of nowhere, and now Bianca? What's next? What's going to happen in the main event?
The main event could leave it with a sour note here, Ash. I'm just saying. But we'll find out soon enough. But it looks like the EST, as you said, might be here to just take in the atmosphere.
No,
I certainly missed, in my opinion. That's for damn sure.
She's got something to say. So let's see what the EST has got to say at WrestleMania.
It's got to be important if she's literally here before the semi-main tonight. Either way, welcome back, Bianca Belair. Been far too long. Of course, the favorite out of Knoxville, Tennessee.
Go Vols.
I knew you were going to say that.
Thank you.
As I said, accurate. Been a long time. Been a while. Thanking us for all the love, support, and the stress that this young lady's been going through. Good grief. You know, you got to remember a few surprises, right? Yeah. John?
She's taking off her coat, and oh my God, she's got a baby bump.
What?
Aww.
No. Bianca Belair is pregnant!
Bianca Belair is going to have a baby. Oh my gosh. Well done.
She's going to have a little EST. Bianca Belair is going to be a mommy. Well, I'll be damned. If there was ever a woman that had a dream besides being a WWE superstar, there's no greater dream for a woman than being a mother. Well, I'll be.
How about that?
What a touching moment.
Well, that explains why she's been gone for a long time, other than just the finger injury.
As John Cena thanks her for allowing us to share this moment of hers. The youngest superstar to come.
He's adding one more to the attendance.
So 50,817 to be with the EST about to have a baby.
Oh, that's adorable. He's including the baby in the attendance.
Oh, what a good set. Well,
this is a good segue because I said I was gonna open it. So in a sense, Bianca, salud. This drink is for you as I try the Wheatley American Violet. Let's see how this tastes.
Well, from a touching moment to what could be a bittersweet symphony in the legacy of Cody Rhodes, as indeed coming up next is our main event for Saturday Night WrestleMania Las Vegas. Cody Rhodes defends the gold and possibly coming against TKO against Giant Bravo Pat McAfee and Randy Orton. God help us if Orton wins thanks to that goober.
Wow. That's good vodka.
Oh, nice.
And again, congratulations, as we heard, as the EST is having a baby. Bianca Belair's pregnant.
That girl approved.
Clearly, I figured everyone's approving. Dory Lou, Seth, Matthew. And again, a shout out to the, holy hell, what the fuck? 700, damn it.
Oh, wow.
1,730 plus of you that are tuning in now to us at the Super Reliable Studios and our YouTube channels. Thank you so damn much. I hope that you are enjoying. Again, please let us comment, tell a friend. Follow SR Studios 2024 on the X today. For they do this for all the biggest shows, special PRs, and pay-per-views for all things wrestling. As we have another intermission, 4 minutes probably plus. Again, fuck streaming services. But again, thank you, Bianca Belair. Congratulations. And again, thank you so much to each and every one of you as that number continues to rise. As we get ready for our main event, let's go ahead and remind people what we've been through tonight. ISO Speed gave us a moment, of course, as we saw him and the Usos in LA Knight stand victorious at the expense of the Maverick and the pressure, lack thereof, Austin Fury, as the Usos and LA Knight got the win and ISO Speed splashed the Maverick through a table. We also saw Fatu go unhinged, off the leash, saw gas, no brakes, no mercy, as he was able to break Drew McIntyre with a moonsault through the table. As we segue into the main show, the women's tag team championships are on the line as Alexa Bliss, Charlotte Flair, Bayley, and Lyra Valkyria, Brie Bella, and the returning Paige, while Nikki Bella was injured, took on their Irresistible Forces, Nia Jax, and Last Legend, which led, thanks to Nikki's interference, Bliss getting twisted on the Twisted Bliss. Paige turned the page, the Page Turner, and the Rampage. And you are hearing me right. Paige and Brie Bella are your new WWE Women's Tag Team Champions with Nikki Bella. I think we got a Freebird rule coming into play here, folks. Just saying. We also had AJ Lee versus Becky Lynch. Of course, Jessica Carr was the official. A very volatile situation between competitor and referee. Go figure. And yes, folks, the man got the better of your favorite wrestler. Becky Lynch is once again the WWE Women's Intercontinental Champion. In what was our most highly contested bout of the night, Seth Rollins and Gunther burnt it down till Braun Breaker returned and speared Seth Rollins in fucking half, and Gunther incapacitated the Visionary and won WrestleMania, and then Seth got speared again afterwards. So clearly, Braun and Seth is going to have backlash. Whether or not it's there, stay tuned. As we also saw, Trouble once again is on top as Liv Morgan lived in the moment and seized it with the help of Judgment Day. Liv Morgan is the new WWE Women's World Heavyweight Champion as Stephanie Vaquer lost, being sent into oblivion. And on that note, as of course we just heard, Bianca Belair, the EST, is having a baby as she becomes a mommy. Congratulations to her. As of course we have 1 minute and 40 seconds to return back to the regular feed. It all comes down to this in our main event for the WWE Undisputed Championship. Cody Rhodes defends the gold and WWE against TKO against Pat McAfee and Randy Orton, this year's Elimination Chamber winner. Guys, the very nature of the business might change tonight as we know it. If Randy Orton seizes 15, it's been a tale as old as Cody when it comes to usurping above authority and proving why he is undesirable to undeniable to fucking undisputed. But with a man that knows him so damn well since his first match in 2007, defining a legacy alongside him for the better part of his career before he left and literally made his own name to come back home. Can Randy Orton once again upset Cody Rhodes and seize the gold and take one step closer to becoming even better than the GOAT, despite the fact it might be TKO influence. Ash, this is the one match we haven't heard your thoughts on, and whether or not you agree about either man being champion, you have to choose one. So what's your outlook on this main event?
Either a legacy continues or a legacy is cemented with number 15. And for me, I'm done with Cody Rhodes being champion, but at the same time, I don't want to see Orton with the title because I don't care for either person. But I think we can get more mileage out of Orton becoming a champion again, especially if whoever they're building up as like the next top babyface other than Cody Rhodes, that's going to be a huge win on them being like, oh my God, this dude beat Orton. What? Oh my God. That's where my head's at. I'm not usually I try to enjoy the now, but in this instance, I'm trying to think of what's going to become of the title scene.
Well, I mean, again, we've already seen Cody at the top of the title scene, and we saw that literally led to friends betraying him, and we've seen Randy Orton at the top of the title scene, sometimes by any means necessary, and the people that have confronted him in a past legacy. Whether or not he was in a voice in his head and putting people into the next week, or whether or not he was literally betraying Bray Wyatt, or whether or not he was literally the youngest World Heavyweight Champion after being Chris Benoit to, of course, win that when he was 23 years old. As we get ready now for our main event, which I believe is going to have a cold opener here. What is this? Here's a little fourth removable object. Oh, this must be a W2K26 some ad. So again, fuck streaming services. It's just one of those things right now where I do feel like we're not changing the landscape. We're keeping it the same way because they haven't been able to find Cody or Orton, anyone outside Cody Orton, excuse me, to hold that mental. We thought it was going to be Drew McIntyre, and they flipped the script on us, quite literally. So either Cody or Orton at the top. Does things change or do they remain the same? Especially with TKO influence. Why the fuck we got this freaking goober involved here in a match that doesn't need it? This is a legacy defined with fucking 18 years of history.
Mm-hmm. And also, it's one of those things where, other than Cody, what babyface does SmackDown have that's ready to take that main event spot?
Nobody that I can think of right now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that being said, we'll talk about the future more after we're done with this, because it is time now for our main event of WrestleMania Saturday. Oh boy.
Indeed. It's been a great show, and I am very proud to announce, and I want to say a big thank you to my family for allowing me to do this. And I want to thank all 2,000 viewers. I asked for one and I got two. This is amazing. You guys rock. Thank you so much for making WrestleMania one of the biggest viewed events on the Simply Reliable studio and the Casa D18 studios and the Jay Hebert side of studios and the entire IWC. Thank you, my friends and family. This has been amazing. I've had a great time doing this. And tomorrow, like I said, you guys have got to top this. Mm-hmm. Good luck with that. And amazing.
Man. Well, that in mind, we got a cold opener here. Why don't we go ahead and bring in James Hebert, who may have something to say. James, welcome into the booth. We got a cold open. Please speak a quick thought, my friend.
Yeah, I just have one thing to say. Guys, you killed it tonight. I just want to state you have officially, from the looks of things, you're about, with the two platforms we are on, we have officially passed Denise Salcedo on X viewership. Wow. You guys literally are the number one watch along stream, at least from what I can tell, on all platforms that I've been looking at. I've seen it on my Twitter, other Twitters, random other Twitters. Like, you guys are like the number one stream on X right now.
Oh,
My
that's
God.
awesome.
That's
Yeah.
amazing.
Well, thank you all so much, and shout out to everyone else that does this, because it takes a community to bring that passion forward, where we all love this, talk about it, criticize it together. But thank you for that stat, James Keybird. And again, I hope that you all continue to follow along with us, and may this encourage others to just be yourself, engage in the business with friends, create your own family, adjust your life, and enjoy wrestling as we get ready for our WrestleMania main event, where there is no love here, just adversity, in one trying to continue a story, in one, as said, trying to define a legacy as we get ready for our main event. Thank you so much for that, James. And we'll see you if you want to join us post-show. We'll have a post-show discussion, I'm sure, here following the events tonight before we get into tomorrow. So
I'll tell you right now, I would, but I got a show to call literally at 11,
right.
and
Stay
I
tuned,
gotta
folks.
sleep. I gotta
Yeah,
at least
Cheers.
get
You got
a
the
power
clusterfuck.
nap in. Yeah,
Yep,
I got a
get the
power
sleep.
nap in,
Yep.
so that way I could at least call the clusterfuck. So
Well, you have a great time with that. And thank you so much for joining us, man. I'll take you out now. Take care, my friend.
take care, brother.
Well, again, thank you to everybody that's made it possible. Again, follow us. This is our Studio 2024. That is our mothership for, of course, everything we do here. But please feel free to subscribe to all of our YouTube outlets. Again, like I said, Pat McAfee was not needed. In my opinion, Pat McAfee's office got what it deserved. The only thing Cody didn't do was rearrange Pat McAfee's face. The fact of the matter, though, is Randy Orton, he has been the gifted boy. He has been the future. When Cody Rhodes was just literally a sidekick. He was literally just an opening guy. He was there underneath Randy Orton's tutelage. And we will see tonight if Cody surpasses arguably his teacher.
And now he makes his
fuck me.
entrance. Why does he get his own entrance? I mean, I asked myself to say, that's real good. Oh yeah, telling the Las Vegas crowd that you're number one. Yeah. Oh, and no censorship either.
Well, I mean, you know, we're supposed to be rated TV 14, right? So I guess, you know, ESPN, as again, Pat McAfee flipping off the attendees here, and honestly flipping off the state of the business, because the point of Pat McAfee is the business right now fucking sucks, and Randy Orton is the one to save it. As Ash has her hand in her head in her hand, and I don't blame her.
What's creative doing here? Because I get what they're trying to do. It's the case of right message, but wrong messenger. You do not want to what? Why all of a sudden change?
Here's the thing.
I'm trying to make sense.
I feel with you on that, Ash. I'm sorry for cutting off, but look, I am all for freedom of speech. But right now, what Pat McAfee is doing to the crowd is wrong. It is obscene. It is offensive. Again, like I said, free speech. Okay, freedom of expression. I get it. Not on a front like this. Okay, that is not what a WWE superstar. Stone Cold did it, of course, but I mean, come on. Unless you're sending a message, knock it off.
Let's just call it what it is. Let's just call it what it is. He is a freaking poser, wannabe, to be somebody in the WWE. If he can't be it, he wants to control it. This freaking annoying nuisance, corporate puppet, fuck corporate Cody. Pat McAfee is the biggest puppet to TKO, unless you don't know the damn man that's at the head of it is his fucking agent, and he's literally trying to reshape the business in his own proverbial image. That's what this is about at the end of the day. It's not about friendship. It's not about sportsmanship, and it damn sure isn't about proper business conduct. It's a fucking corporate puppet trying to seize the WWE as TKO sees them as their biggest money-making asset.
There's going to be
I don't give a shit. He's been loved, he's been hated, he's been criticized.
Some kind of fines or something. I don't know what. As we get a giant viper coming out to bring Randy Orton to the ring.
I don't have that yet. So you might be a few seconds ahead of me, Mike. Now I see it. It's literally wrapping around the pillar. So you might be just like a couple seconds ahead, but you're fine.
Okay, I'll pause it.
No, you're fine now as I see it piercing out, but you're good. Anyway, it's just one of those things, though. At the end of the day, we are looking at the construct of the WWE as we know it. And we talked about Liv Morgan being toxic. If the venom of Pat McAfee and TKO infests the landscape and control the championship, there's no telling how much more corporate, celebrity-driven, overrated entourage will get from it.
Like I said,
Randy Orton is no stranger to being led by authority.
Like I said, there's hope for me in WWE at this point if I shall speak into it. But I know for a fact, even if they gave me the permission to do what Pat McAfee did, I still wouldn't do it. You couldn't pay me enough to walk down the WrestleMania ramp with a middle finger in the air just because. That is probably the one thing I would refuse to do if I was given a WWE contract. I would not do that to the fans. That's not my style. I would say almost anything, but that, and I get it. It's been around for years. I get it. I mean, the middle finger, whatever, but I mean, come on. To be that blatant and that disrespectful, I mean, come on. Really?
I'm about to say, when you literally are on TKO's payroll, you can do whatever the fuck you want and not be called the final boss. I'm just saying. That being said, Ash, though, again, the audience, we heard the live and loud meter. They're still singing the Viper to the ring. And even with the Pat McAfee influence, I do think people want to see someone else hold the championship besides Cody, even if it is a TKO freaking agent, Randy Orton.
I was about to say something really bad, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to put that shit in the ether because I have a tendency of joking about stuff about happening in pro wrestling, and then it actually happens.
I would say it. I would say go ahead.
Talk about karma.
We've gone past the point of no return on this one.
And by the way, on a record saying stream match, I don't want you to hold anything back. So if you're going to try and dictate the future, fuck it, go for it, because you're not going to be able to take it back.
I don't know why, but for some reason I see somewhere down the line a WWE champion being held by Pat McAfee.
Yeah, you heard it here first. But that being said, we might be literally minutes, buckle up, it's going to be a long one, minutes away, though, from a new WWE champion in Mr. 15 at the expense of Cody. Much like John Cena at the expense of Cody last year, got 17. Nonetheless, though, Randy Orton is also a mainstay of the WrestleMania stage. This is his 21st WrestleMania.
I just want to put it on record that I don't want that to happen, but I can just see it happening with the way the TKO creative is currently at the moment.
Would you think he had more credibility than David Arquette?
I'd say to be.
I was just going to bring that up. You took the words right out of my mouth. WCW did that all the way back in 1999. Do we really want to revisit that era that happened over 25 years ago? I don't think so. I mean, there are worse people in the world to be WWE champion than Pat McAfee right now. I mean, what would he do with it besides put it on his desk?
Hey, your guess is as good as mine on that one. And about to say, Nathan's not. Oh, James came back in.
I have another stat, and this is going to blow your guys' mind. I have it on good authority to tell you.
What?
The SRS 2024 account has officially surpassed Denise Salcedo in viewership. 1.7K. I can't believe it. We are actually the number one stream with just one account.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Like I haven't seen anybody else do it except her and us. Wow. We are number one.
Denise Salcedo, because she is such
seriously. Like that's
business.
That's more of an accomplishment for us because we respect the hell out of Denise. I just wanted to come in here and state that. So
thank you for that unique
job.
And again, please show love to everyone that's doing this, folks, as much as you've shown love to us. And I'm sure Stepway Mike's liver is not loving him right now, as he already indulged in the American vodka that this match.
Oh my God, have you, Stepway?
Brother, it was just one shot. That's all I'm going to do tonight.
Oh, come on, Noah. That's not
it
that
was
bad.
One shot. That's it.
He'll be all right.
All right.
Tomorrow, on the other hand, I'm not driving and I'm not going to work. So if I'm smashed, I apologize in advance.
Oh boy, I might be in for a much more interesting call tomorrow, folks.
Have a good.
Thank you, James.
All right, have a good time, guys.
Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you very much. Well, again, as we wait for Cody Rhodes to come in here, again, the level of confidence that Randy Orton must have going into this has to be skyrocketed now, face to Pat McAfee and TKO's backing up. At the end of the day, TKO is backing up the Viper, not Cody Rhodes.
Why would they even announce that? Or why would they even, I mean, I get that we're in an era now where we do pull back the curtain and we do show some things, but that I think is maybe one stat that should not be revealed.
It's one of those things also where I think about Randy Orton and what he would do for this championship. Anything but good for the WWE. And what the hell is this? Going down under.
We've got 4 cases
what the hell?
Showing what?
I think Cody Rhodes' secret bat cave.
Not a bad idea. Not a bad thought. This is a very interesting entrance.
Or maybe Iron Man's locker room.
Maybe. I mean, so okay. So we've got his original green tights.
Oh, I see those now. Oh,
okay. They're giving us the timeline.
Yeah, good point. The little tights that Cody Rhodes came in with that Randy Orton beat him in his debut match on Monday Night Raw.
And now we've got the hoodie with the face mask when he was dashing.
And then, of course, he became grotesque when, of course, all he was to you was smoke and mirrors.
And then we have Stardust.
I don't see that yet. Oh, there it is. Ah, Stardust. Of course, former Raw Tag Team Champion alongside his brother. Of course, he never could go beyond that ceiling of being that character in WWE.
And then we have the classic red coat when he came back.
WrestleMania 38, when Cody Rhodes came home and the American Nightmare went to achieve the American Dream.
And in the middle, we're going to get...
No idea. Well, I mean, we all know Cody Rhodes is a freaking hero, hero fan, that's for sure. I'm not sure what hero you base this off of.
Whoa, look at that.
What? Rising up in the... Whoa. Well, I will say this. Cody Rhodes is sure going to leave one hell of an impression here tonight. Whether or not he's your Iron Man or he's literally your Doomsday might literally come down to who leaves with the undisputed WWE Championship.
A gold-plated jacket with the mask. Beautiful. Well crafted. I would love put that on WWE auction, as wrestling has only one royal family.
More than one royal family, Mikey, and this royal family might literally be removed from Randy Orton's legacy if Cody Rhodes loses tonight at the main event of WrestleMania Saturday. But to your point, the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes, who is now going into, get this, folks, his 5th WrestleMania in a row, and once again in the main event for the 4th time in a row, going in as champion, now a 3-time undisputed WWE champion. Lights go up, I'm home.
Whoa.
Pyro! Okay, now we got that out of the way.
Exactly.
Ash, your silence speaks volumes despite your disdain for QB1 center stage. You arguably could talk about Cody Rhodes being the hero that WWE needs tonight against TKO.
Yeah, a case for that can be made, because it's like, who would we rather have as champion, Cody or Orton? Like, you're picking the lesser of two evils here, unless you're a Cody Rhodes fan or an Orton fan, which all power to you guys. All power to you guys.
2 different dynasties, in your point.
Yes.
Match number 12 at WrestleMania for Cody Rhodes. Unfortunately, I don't like to say the record.
Go for it.
3-8.
Yeesh.
Randy, of course, match number 21, 9-11. So both of them do have losing records at WrestleMania, but it's the quality of the match, I believe. I think it is the quality of the match, not the number of the losses. That is my...
Yeah. The quality of the run is what defined Roman Reigns. Quantity, though, for Cody Rhodes here might define how long he gets to be on top of WWE. How much more does Cody Rhodes have left? Cody Rhodes once said that he wanted to stop when he was 50 as he hugs Liberty and Brandy, who are at ringside, his daughter and his wife. That's really been the biggest inspirations for the American Nightmare. That's living the American dream.
He does have 2 children. I would love to see the other baby too, but I guess.
Well, we also got 2 Canadians here at the Cinema Studios, and it looks like Nick wants to come in and say something real quick. So Nick, go ahead and say something.
You're right. Sometimes it's not about quantity, it's about quality. But we have been delivering. I got you guys legit on my tablet while I'm watching.
Nice.
We've been delivering quality tonight, and the numbers speak for itself. I think we're at like 2K plus between both channels. You guys are fucking hitting it on all levels. People that are watching on Twitter before this fucking main event gets on, like, subscribe, retweet, do what you gotta do. Follow us because we are, I keep saying it, and I'm going to say it again until I'm blue in the face. The Simply Reliable Studios is making fucking waves in 2026. So let's fucking go. Follow, subscribe, retweet, and show some love. And I love you guys. Okay, goodbye.
Thank you, Nick.
All right. Thank you so much for that re-endorsement, Nick. As this match, this night, this entire time is brought to you by everyone that's a fan of professional wrestling and everyone that's been a follower here at the Simple Hour Studios in what's been our rising chance since building our own kingdom across the internet spaces, up against the likes of Denise Salcedo and other great platforms. As we go down to Alicia Taylor for our main event introductions here. Again, folks, this is the main event of WrestleMania Saturday for the Undisputed WWE Championship. Cody Rhodes, Randy Orton. Only one man will leave with the gold. Only one man will define their legacy and continue their story. Referee for this contest is also Charles Robinson. The legacy of that man.
Oh yeah, Lil Nate.
Big fight, Phil! Oh boy.
Johnny Bravo wannabe. You said it best, Noah. Come on.
Oh, Lord. So apparently he's trying to be Paul Heyman. Oh,
okay,
my
you are not Rick Rude. Knock it off.
I mean, he is a bit narcissistic, though. I will say that. Anyway, that being said, Randy Orton, folks, is 46 years of age, 6'4", 275 pounds. He has literally been born and bred in this business and WWE alone in action for 27 years. Second generational talent, of course, father Bob Orton, trained by Danny Davis, Doug Basham, and Nick Dinsmore, a former Royal Rumble winner, a former undisputed WWE World Heavyweight Champion, 10-time WWE Champion, and of course the other 4, as you heard, are the World Heavyweight, former Raw, and of course former SmackDown and United States Champion, the standout, the Viper, the Apex Predator, your challenger, Randy Orton. And of course this year's Elimination Chamber winner to earn this opportunity. Going into Professional League, his 2,489th match tonight.
Oh, dang, that's a stat I didn't even get. Thank you.
And of course, the opponent, the champion, Alicia Taylor, doing it justice. 40 years of age, involved 19 years in the game. The son of a plumber, the American Dream, the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes, your undisputed, now 3-time WWE champion, trained by Al Snow, Ray Lloyd, and Bruno Sase, going into his 2,146th match tonight on record, according to the Cage match. And of course, is a former United States, Raw, AEW, TNT, IWGP, and WA World, WCCW, and of course, as I said earlier, Ring of Honor World Champion, a man that has been all over the world to find his way back home to build his kingdom.
Oh, come on.
Stop that McAfee, you freaking son of a bitch. Bringing Cody Rhodes there with the mic and letting a cheat shot there and going. And Randy Orton taking full advantage here before the bell rings. Like I said, the fix is in. This is corporate entourage here. And Cody putting away McAfee out of his sunglasses here, sending Randy Orton to the outside, showed it first into the ring post.
Yeah, get him, Cody. Send him back to ESPN.
Crossroads to that freaking idiot. Now go limb your way back to your studio.
Exactly.
And now that we got the freaking ass clown out of the way for now.
No, he's going to hurt him some more. He's going to put a hurting on him.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I don't blame him. Break his back. Let's make sure he doesn't show up again. Okay, we don't need him at Backlash. Cody Rhodes rearranging the furniture and wiping away the English announce table here. At the end of the day, Cody Rhodes knows what he's up against. He literally told everyone that represents Pat McAfee to fuck themselves. Kiss his ass. He doesn't give a damn about McAfee in the higher office. What he gives a damn about is Jelly Roll.
Jelly Roll.
Jelly Roll also supported Cody. And wait a minute, what is Jelly?
Oh, let Jelly Roll do it.
Announce table. No way.
How about a jelly splash?
If you and Jelly Roll drops the elbow through Pat McAfee.
There you go. That's
Send Pat McAfee right to hell. I knew I loved Jelly Roll for a reason besides the fact he's a Christian.
Yeah, he is a Christian. That's right, yeah. Okay,
now, can we get the garbage truck out and haul Pat McAfee back to the dumpster he came from? Fucking dumpster fire. Oh, dear. He might be hurt. Wouldn't that be a shame?
Oh, the world's smallest violin.
The world's smallest something else I could talk about below the belt, but I'm not going to go there tonight.
No, you don't
want to do that more than me.
Sorry,
I'm about to say, officials, of course, checking on Pat McAfee, trying to get the trash out of here.
They're bringing out the gurney.
Let's go ahead and look at the replay here as Jelly Roll just elbowed Pat McAfee to oblivion through the English announce table. About to say, Cody Rhodes with a treasure cat smile on his face, and so is most of Las Vegas, probably. And now maybe we'll finally have a true 1-1 match. The original purpose behind this match is defining both these men's legacies in their ever-long story. Now we got Rhodes and Orton 1-on-1 for the title. Let's get things in the ring. Let's fucking get things underway. We don't need to worry about the human car wreck in Las Vegas. That's nothing new on the evening news, all right? Focus on what's inside the ring.
What's the name of the medical facility in Las Vegas on there?
I don't know. We're just going to call it local medical facility tonight. Since Pat McAfee wants to bring the business back to a bygone era, since Pat McAfee, like others, don't understand that the Attitude Era is fucking dead, as Pat McAfee might be dead after this elbow drop by Jelly Roll. Couldn't be prouder of that country superstar. Everything thrown at Cody Rhodes. Another obstacle thrown at Cody Rhodes. The story of his career. His freaking M.O.
He's crossed his arms like he's dead. Okay, yeah.
JR here.
Bye, Pat.
No. Hey, goodbye. As again, we had a beautiful crossroads to Pat McAfee and an elbow drop. And just keep playing it all night. You know, do picture in picture. That's one picture in picture I don't mind seeing. Well, hopefully this means that Pat McAfee will be removed from the building, let alone go into an infirmary.
He's letting everybody know he's okay. Yeah, now. Oh, see, there you go again.
Again, no one gives a shit about that guy. McAfee, once again, defiant. And now Cody Rhodes and Randy Orton will finally get the one-on-one match that Cody was hoping for. And Randy Orton now realizes that. As Randy Orton is marching towards V15.
He's going to be on his show Monday morning in a neck brace and an arm sling and a cast and a crutch. And finally the bell rings.
Look, you can get Microsoft sound like Stephen Hawking to speak for him, all right? I don't give a shit. Let's go ahead and focus on this, shall we?
Good reference. I like the way you think.
Cody Rhodes, Randy Orton. Here we go for the undisputed WWE Championship. As long as the Marquis says that, I'm going to keep saying it, whether JJ likes it or not. And he's not here, so I don't give a damn what he thinks.
I can't agree with that one. He is your brother.
Whatever. Continental tie-up here between these two men. To think that these two men, Ash, have shared 152 matches in some capacity together.
And that's just been not just teaming, but singles as well, right?
That's every form of match possible. Royal Rumble, singles, tags, triple threats, multi-persons, career on the line, war games, no disqualifications, street fights, you name it. Cody and Orton have done it or shared in it.
Oh, wow. They've really been through it all. haven't they?
Were they all televised?
No, you gotta remember here in WWE, they actually did have at one point a house show circuit, and a lot of their growth was defined on the literal internal WWE house show tour. So no,
Gotcha.
I'll tie up here. Of course, every match literally defines a wrestler, either makes them stronger or shows proverbially how weak they might be. Randy Orton and Cody Rhodes tied up right now because the last time these two men faced each other was literally over a King of the Ring, and we all saw Cody won that night.
Yes, he did.
Again, we talked about the legacy, the relationship, Cody Rhodes, Ted DiBiase Jr., and of course how that fallout happened at WrestleMania 26. Shoulder block by the Viper takes Cody down.
Randy being also,
since Randy Orton came back from that back injury, he's become stronger and more dangerous than ever, actually. He's had a hell of a return, and to think Randy Orton never left. Cody had to leave WWE to figure himself out.
Yes, he did. And it's still the butt of a lot of jokes. A lot of people will let Cody know, oh, you left. He came back, and look what he did.
Yeah, but to
Well,
be
you
fair,
gotta remember that.
people like Randy Orton, people like Roman Reigns, people like Seth freaking Rollins, they never left, and they continued their way for WWE. Pop-up uppercut there by Cody Rhodes, rocking Randy Orton, and ducks underneath the clothesline, right up the ropes. Watch out! Punch slam like the Viper by Cody!
Got him with his own move. Very smart.
We talked about, again, the tutelage that the Viper has been instrumental in Cody Rhodes' career, Ash.
Mm-hmm.
The student has taught the teacher in something.
Randy Orton literally christened the future by evolution up the rope with a disaster kick on the waist lock, and now the headlock. Oh, man, backbreaker. And Randy came up a little bit gingerly, though, on that left ankle there, and you hear him literally saying, damn, as he might have tweaked something.
You might have heard himself. Here's tweak something in his lower back.
Well, let's also forget, Ash, what he also learned from was the dirtiest player in the game, the 16-time WWE champion, 21-time world champion overall, the Nature Boy, Ric Flair. And again, right now, trapping Cody Rhodes in this side headlock here. As Cody said it, it's as simple as this. It's a story of two of the best professional wrestlers with over 18 years of legacy, culminating at WrestleMania 42 for the richest prize in WWE. Now Cody hoisting up Orton and taking him down. And again, Randy, the grimace and the frustration on the Viper, seeing how that happened. Of course, Randy coming back from that back injury, pun intended.
Odd that he took a swing on the way down, like something might have really happened there. That was, and I have a feeling he was over by his wife. I think I saw his wife.
But get to the midsection, and Randy Orton is not going to try and show Cody Rhodes any signs of injury or weakness, especially for the Undisputed WWE Championship tonight. And again, the Viper has not been able to get out of the gates since Pat McAfee's been removed from the equation. And Cody catching him, though, with a stiff kick to the shoulder. And right now, hoisting forward, Cody Rhodes driving Randy Orton into the corner. As Stephanie said, Cody, you can't beat this Randy Orton unless you literally can outsmart this Orton or become more diabolical than him. And Cody Rhodes has literally shown no signs of remorse or possible awareness of maybe feeling bad for Randy Orton. He's not showing any sympathy. He is here to literally leave as champion. More than ever, I would say he's dedicated to this.
He has dedicated this match to his daughters. His daughters' names are on his boots, Liberty and Leilani. That's beautiful.
Again, right now, single leg crab being applied here, hoisting up Randy Orton. Again, attacking in the small of the spine.
Yeah, just targeting that injury.
Go with what you know. It's a dirty move, but it's a smart move.
Well, I mean, it's not the first time we've seen that back literally affect the Viper since he's come back. Let's not forget, against Gunther, there was conspiracy when Gunther won, of course, King of the Ring that night with Randy Orton due to the lingering injuries of his back in that pinfall. So for all we know, that back still might literally have been exaggerated since that point. Right now, Randy Orton in the corner. You were saying, Ash?
That's a good point.
Hard Irish whip into the opposite corner, and again, back first goes Randy Orton. Randy Orton's been looking like anything but a predator so far in this match. More so been looking like the prey.
You never know when a Viper's going to strike, you know, just when you think you've got it beat. And I'm not saying it's going to happen, but a Viper will strike at a moment's notice. So Cody has got to keep pushing right now.
That's a fair point. I'll give you that. Now, Cody literally gone into the bathroom with Lyra Press, gets a 2 count. And again, Cody literally says, I don't know how to be a bad guy. I don't know if I can be a bad guy. I got my dream job. I got 2 kids. I'm on top of the world. I got the championship. You've all supported me in my journey on this story since day one when I went from undesirable to undeniable to fucking undisputed. It was because of you that I beat Roman Reigns for the title at WrestleMania 40. And Cody Rhodes wants to prove why he is once again the undisputed WWE champion, and this time doesn't want to be at the expense of celebrities or someone that was part of his legacy.
Indeed.
Point of the elbow to the side of the temple of Cody Rhodes, the Irish whip. Now Cody and Orton exchanging up in the corner. Orton and Cody able to follow through. Schoolboy roll up. Cover. Gets a 2 count. They kick in the midsection. And again, Orton rebound off the ropes, and Cody again attacking that back. Man, he's having trouble just standing up without the ropes. Can't even stand. He just dropped to one knee.
Ooh, that's not good.
Well, again, you can't show weakness here. At the end of the day, it's not about who you're with. It's about what you're doing. Cody Rhodes has one job here. That's leave as champion. Cover now of the suplex. Gets a 2 count.
If you do remember when Orton was training with Ice Show Speed, they worked on, you know, the cell. I don't want to pull back the curtain too much, but maybe we don't know. We don't. That's the beauty of professional wrestling right now. You don't know what's real. You don't know what's fake. And Cody's going to go up to the top, and he's going to do something big.
At the end of the day, Mikey, this isn't ballet. This is actual athletes physically contacting one another to a degree. Now Cody Rhodes to the top rope, and and Orton taking out the base of Cody right in the Liberties.
This could be the opening Orton needs to capitalize. And
well, we all know. Yeah, we all know, Ash, how calculated WWE's apex predator is.
He's called that for a reason.
A class of his own, despite the fact he is the last of his class. If you look at the WWE landscape, still active in WWE. And now Randy Orton teeing off against Cody here. I guess Brock Lesnar tunneling was also a part of that. But again, the jury is out what happens after tomorrow, let alone after SummerSlam. Yeah. And again, we'll talk more about that after our the night concludes on our little post-show recap and discussion, folks. Stay tuned. And also stay tuned to Aaron Ripp for his live recap at No DQ and his review as Orton looking for Harvest Mill Superplex.
Who do you think that took? Who did the Superplex? Was that Orton?
Well, look at Orton literally screaming to the heavens and grimacing as he delivered it.
Okay, I was about to say, who did that hurt more, himself or his opponent?
That was a very Pyrrhic move, and I don't know if Randy Orton's going to regret it as this match keeps getting deeper and deeper. But at least right now, Randy Orton has found some sort of stability. Now taking Cody Rhodes down with a short-range clothesline, and again, takes down the champion, ducks underneath, and watch out, there's that power slam.
There it is.
He's on his comeback now.
And Randy Orton might be feeling it or hearing those voices in his head.
That's not Pat McAfee.
Thank Christ. And right now, blocking out the pain, putting Cody Rhodes in a very familiar position. Well said. Ash! As he hits the draping DDT, but immediately grabs the small of his spine following. Every move that Randy Orton is channeling and changing only seems to be further exaggerating that back, as he might. Wait a minute.
He hesitated there. That's different. What? Oh,
I'm
he
about to
wants to let Cody know it's coming. He
Oh,
doesn't
yeah.
want to be surprised. He wants to be in front of him and saying, I am going to RKO you through the ring.
Out of not nowhere, pushed off though, and again, the ropes able to counter. Cody though, the sidestep to Orton, as Orton goes to the outside amongst the English table wreckage.
Ooh,
And right now, Cody Rhodes looking to follow up and caught on the run in of the attempted tope suicida with a forearm. Again, look at the wreckage at ringside. Good grief almighty.
That was before the bell rang.
We've got
Exactly.
a shattered table at ringside.
And I'm about to say, there's another table though. As Orton backdropped Cody on the Spanish announce table.
There's glass on the table, around the table. Are you saying?
Well, it's wood shavings. It's not glass.
Yeah, it's a wood partition. There's wood and metal, and there's plastic.
I was gonna make a Shattered Dreams Productions joke, but
I'm sure you'll get your moment, Ash, because Warren has his way. I'm sure he's willing to shatter everybody's dreams. That's a fan of the American Nightmare tonight. Take a little bit of hydration right now. And, of course, the Viper, once again in his element, dictating the pace of this match and literally scouting his prey. It's like slow, methodical crawl, bringing Cody Rhodes back up inside his arm. And Cody driving Orton face first into the ring
Cody
post.
strikes. Interesting. Cody strike. That was a little viperish there, striking out of nowhere there.
Well, I'm about to say again, like I said, the greatest student of Randy Orton was Cody Rhodes, despite the fact of how many mentors both Cody and Orton has had in their respective careers, including not limited to their own damn fathers. As Charles Robinson is trying to bring both men inside the ring, of course, Tiger Lynch's hands be a pinfall or submission inside the ring. Charles Robinson back inside. And Randy Orton's been busted wide open, hard way it looks like, after crashing into the ring post. And now Cody literally seeing blood, not sensing it, teeing off against that open wound against a vulnerable Viper.
That is a bullseye. That is the target.
Exactly, and this is going to show if Cody Rhodes does have a killer instinct. We know Cody Rhodes can turn up the animosity when triggered. We saw what he did to Kevin Owens in that ladder match. Didn't give a damn if he buckled that man's spine or neck. But does Cody Rhodes have that same killer instinct to defeat the Viper tonight at WrestleMania?
We're about to find out. I mean, you would think in this era that they would stop the bleeding at least, but they're not for some reason. I mean, Robinson does have his gloves on, but usually there was a rule: you see blood, you stop, and you stop that. But I guess not. I don't know why they're not going to stop it, but it's for the title, so.
About to say, because of what's happened over the last few weeks, there's still a polarizing crowd reaction, Ash, to Cody Rhodes, as you just heard the chorus of boos as he's doing the methodical stomps that Randy Orton is known to do.
Man, the WWE really paint themselves in the corner with this Cody Rhodes title run, haven't they?
Yeah, about to say, more than one corner, if I'm being honest, off the second rope. Disaster kick connects!
There you go.
Staggering the Viper, and Randy Orton is down. Now Cody Rhodes cover, lateral press, and kick out at 2 by Randy Orton.
Because I'm thinking here, like if Cody Rhodes does retain,
hold that thought. Cody went a little bit dark there just now, painting himself with Orton's blood. That's a side of Cody I've never seen.
Well, he did say here's voices in his head, but we don't want to know what those voices are saying. And I do think those voices are saying, kill your legacy and define your kingdom and keep building your dynasty. To your point, literally looking to hang Randy Orton's head on his mantle. And now sending Randy Orton to the outside. And you cannot be serious, Cody.
Oh, he's going to do it.
I'm about to say, beaten, battered, dead weight Viper. And to your point, though, Ash, we don't know what the outlook of the WWE landscape is going to be with either of these men on top. Is it going to be the same as usual with Cody? Is it going to be worse than before with Randy Orton? Or is it going to be business as usual with the Viper when he last held the championship? There's a ton of what ifs based on who leads tonight as the Undisputed WWE champion.
I guess we'll have to find out on SmackDown then.
He's got him hooked.
No way. No way.
And he drops him.
Cody! Draping DDT on Randy Orton.
The student takes a page out of his teacher's book.
Sometimes you're going to surpass your teacher. You literally got to play their game. Again, we talked about Cody Rhodes and his legacy. We talked about Randy Orton and his journey, of course. We talked about both these men's stories, not only against each other, but also on their own roads to the gold, to here tonight. And now Cody Rhodes literally lurking and coiling against Randy Orton. And now just mocking the Viper.
And he
Cody
is
Rhodes
letting him
right
know
now.
that it's coming.
A man possessed. Randy Orton stared to his feet, sidestepped all looking for the RKO, and now, no way, no way. Time out, fair play. Charles Rhodes by Randy Orton, and the counter. Oh, kick out two by Cody.
That's been a staple a lot. Everyone's been using everybody else's moves, so why not in a match for the title? Why not? It makes sense.
Especially with the familiarity with these two men. Take a look here at an emphatic crossroads by the Viper. A double cross, I would say.
Right? I was like, oh my god, can you imagine if like Orton won the title off Cody using his own finishing move? That's an insult to injury.
Well, at the end of the day, are we looking for more than just a win here tonight? What sort of statement is to be made with these two? And now Randy Orton is coiled. The Viper ready to strike. Seeing red in his eyes. Cody stay on his feet. Nope. And the backslide cover. Two. And he would escape.
And he hit, oh my god! He hit an RKO!
Kick out to by Orton.
Cody Rhodes with an RKO out of nowhere!
Literally.
How about that?
Escaping the backslide, and Orton immediately got caught in his own finisher. Cody Rhodes almost uncoiled a victory tonight against the Viper.
And I will say this, I think he hit better than Randy did.
To be fair, how many times has Randy Orton hit that, let's call it what it is, proverbial back bump cutter?
Okay.
AJ Styles once called it a knockoff diamond cutter. How many times did the diamond cutter, the Vaquer respect the DDP, led to championship accolades that could match Orton or Cody? Randy Orton right now literally staggering to the Smash announce table, and Cody Rhodes again, seeing red, driving Randy Orton face first into that wooden partition. A relentless assault here by the undisputed WWE champion. And right now, Cody hoisting up Randy Orton with his own backdrop onto the table. At the end of the day, Cody Rhodes took the high road. He took an honorable route. If tonight means he has to literally rearrange that moral code to beat Randy Orton, I think Cody's willing to do that. He wasn't willing to do that last year with John Cena. And look what it cost him. This year, he can't give Orton a chance.
Yeah, you think Cody might have learned from his mistake from taking Cena too lightly last year?
It's hard to tell. I mean, I would say I would say no, honestly. If he does it, it's a surprise. Sizing him up.
Oh, RKO! Out of nowhere! Coming from 15 title kick out 2.5 by Cody.
Randy showed him how to do it the right way.
Never count out the Viper. Sudden impact, Ash, to your point. An emphatic RKO. Again, though, as we saw, though, Randy Orton was also staggering in the aftermath. He only literally got his body on the right side of Cody. Cody got the left shoulder up. Eventually, though, someone has to win. I don't know what it's going to take or how many of your finisher it's going to take, but somebody has to win here.
Mm-hmm.
The main event of WrestleMania Saturday, WrestleMania Vegas, WrestleMania 42, the undisputed WWE Championship hangs in the balance. Randy Orton, Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes, who beat Drew McIntyre shortly after the Elimination Chamber. Randy Orton, who earned this opportunity at the Elimination Chamber. Loving right hand by Cody Rhodes to Randy Orton. Now Orton, though, gets the midsection there. And Cody answering in kind as both these men are fighting on reserves in whatever they have left.
And then some.
Now Cody getting the better of the exchange, rocking the Viper. Cody Rhodes right now staggering Randy Orton. Came around. Orton, though, answering in kind with a receipt. Both men trying to find their bearings. Cody Rhodes shedding a little bit of blood. Orton might have cracked him over there.
Whoa.
And finally, eye.
Oh, no. We got
now
them back.
No! Charles Robinson just got dropped.
Oh, no. It's the dreaded ref bum.
Well, now what the fuck's going to happen? We got no official. Again,
And
he
Cody's
punched Orton in
busted
the
open.
eyes, and Orton capitalized against the wrong person. And now Orton and Cody have no referee, and Orton, Orton right now looking from behind, looking for a PK up in the middle region. Oh, and Cody below the belt to Orton, shattering maybe Randy Orton's dreams act.
Yeah.
Turnabout, it's fair play. What
That's
you can do, I can do better. That's going to be the story of Cody Rhodes and Randy Orton. As Cody up the second, up the top. Oh my God! He caught him here! It's an RKO!
But
What's
there's
the
no
Cody cutter?
referee. No referee. Robinson's still down.
He's not going for the cutter because he realizes that.
Oh my God, it's Pat McAfee.
Oh, come on. Are you serious?
I knew that Lynch was not going to
No,
leave this
come
equation.
on. This can't count.
And Pat
Not like
McAfee goes in and counts the cover, two, and Cody kicks out.
I'm laughing at the ridiculousness of it, by
This,
the way.
this is so damn corny at this point. Are you serious? Come on. They're not going to count this.
I'm about to say, he's not a licensed official, despite the fact he's wearing stripes like a zebra.
And a stinking neck brace.
You called the neck brace, though.
I'm about to say, you did call that, Mikey, so maybe that's on you. And right now,
That was
Orton in
so
disbelief.
dumb.
And Pat McAfee, though, back here inside the ring. Again, we got no referee. Charles Robinson is trying to stir. Pat McAfee trying to guide traffic here, literally telling Orton
Oh my
to attack him, to kill him. And
What?
Pat McAfee by Orton!
Okay, that was interesting.
Crossroads! And Charles
One,
Robinson into the
two,
corner! And
three.
Charles retains the Undisputed Television Championship!
What the hell, man?
Okay, sure.
What
but-
a finish.
All right.
All right, well, that was the thing.
Yeah, that's the thing, and it happened, all right.
Cody Rhodes rebounding from last year's WrestleMania tonight enters and leads with the gold as Pat McAfee and TKO can suck it, according to the American Nightmare. Cody Rhodes is still undisputed WWE champion.
Woohoo! Yay!
Well, this is a time where I am glad I got this match wrong. But what the hell was that?
Well, let's take a look at the replay and take a look here. Thumb in the eye, and Orton, inadvertently or not, he literally RKO'd Charles Robinson. And as the match continued, he was looking for a punt kick like McAfee. Instead, Orton got shattered dreams right in the nether region. And this is where things really went to hell. As we saw Cody looking for the top rope Cody cutter, caught out of midair by the Viper with an RKO, literally out of nowhere as Pat McAfee came in, and Orton couldn't stand no more of this ass clown. He RKO'd McAfee. As Cody capitalized on moment of vulnerability, another crossroads, Charles Robinson position leads to Cody Rhodes retaining.
Well, it looks like we got our backlash match. We're probably getting McAfee versus Orton.
I mean,
No,
are you
he's
sure
done.
about that?
He's
It was
done. He's
Orton that
done.
pulled the trigger against Pat McAfee. I don't think Orton agreed with this business relationship. Regardless, wait a minute, the title. Oh, and Orton's in claim
some
the
more shenanigans
championship.
going on here. We got some more shenanigans. He stole the belt out of his hands and hit him with it.
No, look, at the end of the day, Orton came in here for one thing, to get number 15. Pat McAfee interference be damned. Randy Orton won the Undisputed WWE Championship, and he failed.
Are we gonna get a
No,
backlash rematch?
I mean,
So he's gonna go with a good old fashioned. I'm gonna take it, and you can't do a damn thing about it.
I mean, I don't know. We don't know what those voices are telling Randy Orton, Mikey. I'm just saying. And Ash, I think the Backlash rematch is far more better and far more worth selling.
Oh my God, he's gonna punt kick him!
Oh, he's
Oh,
gonna punt
no,
him.
come on. No. Not like this. Orton. Come on, Orton. Punch out to Cody.
He punted Cody in the skull. Oh my God.
The Viper showing his most evil within, punching somebody at one point you would have called his closest friend. Frustration boiling over out of the Viper tonight at Allegiant Stadium as Randy Orton stands tall, but is not your undisputed WWE champion. What the fuck was that about? Like, I don't know what the fuck just really happened here.
Guess we'll have to tune into Raw to find out.
I suppose so. At the end of the day, Saturday night ends with still your undisputed WWE champion, the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. But at what price? Talk about looking like anything but a winner tonight. Jesus Christ.
For real, yeah.
Well, that being said, WrestleMania has officially concluded. What we're going to do here, because we don't have shenanigans for the full week, I do think we owe it to everyone here tuning into this record-setting stream of 3,000.
3,000.
James, I have something to say real quick before I give us another intermission. Oh, wait, one more thing. Fuck streaming services. James, you're muted. What do you need to say real quick before I send us to an intermission? We're going to do a short little post-show, recapping the night, and also shout out to Aaron Riff, who will be doing his own review. James, speak now. I'm going to give you a 73 seconds before I send it to a commercial break. 3, 2, 1. Okay. That being said, folks, that is WrestleMania Saturday 42.
Nope. He's back. We still muted though.
Thank you, idiot.
I am here. Hold on. I actually have this thing going on the thingy, but awesome job, guys. I'm literally was about to make the final tweet, so my bad. I apologize. I literally have my headphones off. But congratulations, guys. I was literally like live tweeting the entire show. That's why I was trying to focus on it. So I'm going to go back on mute so that way you don't hear feedback.
All right, very good. Nick, you got something to say real quick before I go into intermission. And then I think me, Stepway, Mike, and Ash, we're going to give you all a short little post-show summary outlook on tonight before we do what you got to say real quick, Nick.
3, the number 3. We got 3 fucking thousand between both channels.
Wow.
This like
I mean, again,
this is fucking great.
It's about wrestling. And again, thank you for that.
Love you, boys and girls. Love you guys. We've been killing it. You guys have just been on a fucking roll all night.
You're nice. God bless you.
But Noah, let's be real. This it was just you guys have. Oh man, I have nothing. I have love for you guys. I love you guys. I fucking love you guys.
Well, you're
And
awesome
we
too.
can do it again tomorrow.
No, that's all
we got
you all are
WrestleMania
doing it
Sunday
well.
ahead. So stay tuned for that, folks.
Yeah,
but
just,
3K guys. Keep it up. Again, like, subscribe, retweet.
Do all the
keep
things.
going.
All the
Keep
things.
going.
All
All night long.
All night long. All the things.
Love you guys.
All right. Thank you, Nick, so much. And thank you for that, James. And again, thank you to the 3,150 plus you that's tuned in. Again, we're at Sibaba Studios, Falls and SR Studios 2024 for continued coverage, engagement, reactions, for all the wrestling and all the commentary as WrestleMania Sunday concludes. But we're not going to bid you off fine, I do, considering this record-breaking number. Ash, Mike, you want to stick around and talk a little bit about what we saw tonight?
Sure.
I got a few more minutes before I got to go do something before I crash for the night. But yeah, I can stay for another 15 or 20 or so.
Well, let's go ahead and run down the line then of what we've been through as WrestleMania concludes. So again, folks, welcome officially to the WrestleMania post show as WrestleMania 42 concludes. To your point, Ash, at one point, you saw all the championships change hands, but the main championship, the main event, Randy Orton failed to capture the title against Cody Rhodes. What are your thoughts regarding the outlook now in the WWE landscape? New women's champion, new women's Intercontinental champion, new women's tag team champions, and Braun Breaker is also back with a vengeance.
I'm looking forward to see who Becky has as her next opponent, and maybe somewhere down the road we'll get Jessica Carr versus Becky Lynch because Jessica has been training. She has been training.
And,
Not for the title. It doesn't have to be for the title. They just
I'm not
could
saying
get
it
a
doesn't have to
one-on-one
be for
match.
the title. So,
No, of course not. No. That's just a nice little one-on-one match just to blow off the feud. That's all. No title needed.
That's fair. And again, Mikey, as we saw, again, I don't know necessarily if we changed the landscape of WWE entirely, but there's certainly been a shift in the women's division on Monday Night Raw, particularly across the board.
Indeed. I mean, all women's titles change hands, so the ladies, they get that accomplishment, another notch in the belt, another accomplishment knocked off, and all that. McAfee is now supposed to be gone unless they're going to play some kind of legal loophole rule that he can come back, like he can get a miraculous miracle comeback. Otherwise, you know what? You're done. Honor your statement. Go back to ESPN. Go back to work. Okay? That doesn't mean I hate you. I just don't. That doesn't mean, I despise Pat McAfee as a person. I will still respect him. I will tell him that if I ever meet him. But go back to what you're good at. I'm not saying he's bad in wrestling, but that was just an odd ending at the very least, as we see all the fans are filing out of Allegiant Stadium and heading to their cars, and they're probably going to the Las Vegas Boulevard at this point to go out and enjoy their night.
Some of them are going to need a drink after tonight, I'm pretty
Oh,
sure.
yeah. I mean, Las Vegas Boulevard is, if you think New York is the city that never sleeps, Las Vegas, they're going to continue the party into tomorrow night. Where do we go from here? Who knows? Again, that ending is just going to be called upon. I think the IWC is going to just call it out as they're going to call it the worst possible finish to whatever.
Would you say it's the worst ending in WrestleMania history?
There've been worse. They're going all the way back to WrestleMania 11. I mean, you had a football player defeat a wrestler at WrestleMania 11 as a main event. Not saying that was bad either, but their opinions are stronger than mine, I believe, because the IWC is just a conglomerate of talent and opinions. I'm just one opinion. The IWC is millions upon billions. So
at the end of the day, we're all fickle too. So again, just to bring people up to speed, let's just go ahead and run it down real quick. Logan Paul, Austin Fury, and ISO Speed, they lost to LA Knight. Jey Uso and Jimmy Uso. And we also, of course, saw ISO Speed give us a viral moment as he jumped off the top of the ring post and crushed Logan Paul with a splash, as you ugly put it, Ash, through the English announce table. Jacob Fatu, he went full-on savage animal against Drew McIntyre and defeated him in that unsanctioned fight. We have brand new women's tag team champions Brie Bell, the returning Paige, defeated Alexa Bliss and Charlotte Flair, pinning Alexa Bliss, as well as Bayley and Vaquer and Nia Jackson Lash Ledge, their irresistible forces. Becky Lynch has finally broken the jinx and regained the Dirty Women's Intercontinental Championship against AJ Lee. And Gunther defeated Seth and Rollins, facing the returning Braun Breaker that speared him into oblivion, not once, but twice. And speaking of oblivion, Raw has a whole lot more trouble now, too, with Liv Morgan once again holding the Women's World Heavyweight Championship, as Vaquer just lost, and as the fans right now are still leaving in droves. We saw Randy Orton wasn't able to defeat Cody Rhodes, even RK Owen, the man that was trying to, in most people's fans, put the fix in. Now, whether or not, let's also keep this in mind. I want to just say this. Remember what Pat McAfee says, if Randy Orton loses, you will never see me in this business again. Randy Orton lost. Cody won.
Yeah, bottom line. So, honor your words. You're done. We do not want to see you anymore. Okay. Honor it. Bottom line. Unless they decide to play that miracle clause or reinstatement or new contract or whatever they want to play to get him back.
And And I think it was a stiff shot right between the forehead that cut Cody up. It might have been like
Yeah,
one of the
it was that last interaction that did it. I
or
guess
the elbow.
And I'm partially glad now that let's just do the what if scenario. If Cody did lose and Randy did win, do we really want to see a bromance between Pat McAfee and Randy Orton? No.
Yeah.
I'm glad I didn't say the words. And I'm not going to say it. I'm sorry. I don't even want to. I want to try and erase the thought. But it would have been a Billy and Chuck moment to a higher degree than it already was. Okay, that's what you guys are smart. Figure it out from there. That's probably how far they would have gone at that point, and I will leave it at that. I will not say anything further on that. So, like I said, Pat McAfee, go back to ESPN, lick your wounds, and continue what you know, which is sports. You had a great run in WWE, but it's over. It's done. That's done fair. With it.
So, Ash, with that being said, now we go away from the main event. Let's look towards the women, because again, the women's wrestling landscape on Monday Night Raw has changed across the map. New champions, all 3 bouts. AJ Lee lost, Irresistible Forces lost, and Stephanie Valkyria lost. Judgment Day back on top, and Liv Morgan finally got her WrestleMania moment. What are your thoughts from Liv Morgan seizing the moment at the expense of Vaquer with the help of the Judgment Day? She told us she was right.
I mean, I love Judgment Day. I love their shenanigans. I can't wait to see how they implode. That's what I'm waiting for, and I've been waiting for a while. So who's next to leave the Judgment Day, and how is that going to affect Liv Morgan's title run? And who's going to be after Liv Morgan, and everyone else dealing with the Judgment Day as well? Because when you wrestle with the Judgment Day, you're wrestling everyone, not just your opponent.
Right. And of course, we know the Judgment Day, Liv Morgan, the only one to hold a championship for WWE, but of course, Dominic Mysterio, the Triple Down Mega Champion. You were talking about all 3 women maybe holding gold. The women's tag titles, of course, the women's Continental Championship under new hands. Sounds like the Bellas are now 3-some with the returning Paige. And I do think people, regardless, didn't have the Bellas going in here for the win because they didn't want to see us revert back to the Divas era. Nonetheless, we got the Divas and a bygone NXT holding down the goal for the newly incarnated tag division of WWE. So do you think that immediately Roxanne and Raquel are going to seek that, or could Roxanne maybe go after the Women's Continental Championship despite the fact it's not necessarily her wrestling mother? What do you think is next for both those championships as they also changed hands?
I was thinking of like Roxanne going after the Intercontinental title, because I wouldn't mind seeing that, or having Roxanne, or we can have Roxanne with both belts, tag team and Intercontinental. Because when was the last time we saw like a women's wrestler with 2 different sets of titles?
Lyra Valkyria last year. She won it as Intercontinental and won the tag. Bayley and Sasha literally have both singles titles from the both brands and the women's tag. It would not be a first time.
Exactly. Well, it's for actually with having a proper reign though, like not just be transitional though.
Then if I'm about to say, yeah, then 24 hours. Don't remind me. And again, whether or not the Bellas and Paige lose the titles in 48 hours, much like we saw in 24 hours last year with Wrestlemania, Mikey, I have no idea. But you know, Alexa Bliss and Charlotte, everybody in that match gotta be pissed.
Oh, well, yeah, but I mean, when one door opens, another door closes, and all that stuff, you know, they starting Monday, it's a clean slate. It's a brand new year. So, you know, the pencils are already going to paper, as Triple H once taught us. He is going to start writing WrestleMania 43 in Riyadh tonight. He's going to start writing pencil to paper tonight. I still believe the split will start on Monday. The Bellas and Paige, they're gonna do something. They're gonna probably wait it out until Nikki becomes medically cleared. We're hoping
Nikki, arguably, Paige and freaking Brie probably would have won that. Remember, they removed Charlotte Flair from the equation. Remember, they used the Fatal 4 rules to their advantage when there's no qualifications. Nikki pulled Charlotte out, hit her with the crutch in the midsection, brained her over the back with it, Bliss was distraught. Bliss got caught with the knees up, and Page turned the page with Rampage to win the championship.
Indeed, great. It's great writing. It's great. And here I see Page coming out to on the post show to address the crowd.
I'm sure she'll have a lot to say, and I'll probably look more into that later. And again, I'm not going to argue that was a nice moment. At the end of the day, WrestleMania is about the moments. It's not about the matches. That's always been the MO of WWE. They are moment bringers, not match historians. The moments have defined the WrestleMania stage in their inception. Sometimes WrestleMania is a one-match show. As we look away from the women and look towards what was probably our match of the night, Gunther and Seth freaking Rollins, a match literally defined about who was the better wrestler, the pride of a wrestler. The fact that Gunther wanted to prove that Seth freaking Rollins couldn't lace my boots. Braun Breaker Spear aside, before that, we were still the jury's out whether or not Gunther and Seth, who was going to win that. With the agenda in mind, though, it does sour maybe wrestling fans' outlooks on that match, but it was the right way to course correct a story yet to be finished with for certain backlash. You know Braun Breaker was the first victim, so it makes sense that Braun Breaker literally gets his revenge against the man that cost him his chance for WrestleMania this year, Seth freaking Rollins. Now Gunther, of course, who's owed that favor by Paul Heyman. Whether or not we see what we think we're going to see Sunday night at WrestleMania in our opening match, nonetheless, Gunther just beat Seth at WrestleMania. So again, we're thinking about, is it as straight as day? Is Gunther the career killer going to kill Brock Lesnar's career at SummerSlam? Or is there something else between there since SummerSlam is so far away? What is next for Dalingadalo? And for Seth freaking Rollins, how soon does he get payback? Or how soon do we see the fallout, the backlash? How soon do we see Seth continue to usurp his hit list against the Vision? There's a lot of big what-ifs right there besides just being cut it dry. Oh, okay, Braun Breaker versus Seth. Gotta have it at Backlash. Gunther versus Brock. Gotta have it at SummerSlam. I think there's still a lot more we gotta think about in that equation.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, you know, like I said, Monday starts everything. Monday is day 1, 2026. The pencils are being written right now. Nikki Bella and Paige are looking like they're going to celebrate Las Vegas tonight. They are dressed and ready to go. They both look beautiful. Good luck to them. They're going to go out to the club tonight. They're going to be up till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning and pass out and be ready to work tomorrow morning. And they're going to do media all day. So, you know, it is a good question. Where do we start with Gunther? Where do we go with Seth? Does Seth go after Braun? Answer, yes. How does Gunther come into play? Could Gunther be part of another part of Vision, perhaps? Could that be a bit of a twist? Could that be, oh, well, guess what? I beat your boy, so I want to finish him off. And by the way, I'm going to force myself into your little crew. And maybe even Gunther will pick off Austin Theory and keep Logan Paul around. Who knows why?
I mean, pick up Austin Theory probably an improvement for the Vision. I'm just saying.
Probably so. But first you'd have to get the tag team belts off of them to re-establish something and go from there. You know,
to that point, Ash, we saw the Usos and LA Knight get the better of the Vision in the first match here. So again, I think that would also put them in title contention. So would Paul Heyman still think that Gunther owes him more? Would he use it as an insurance policy? Would he promise him more favors? How indebted is Paul Heyman to Gunther with the fact that he protected him from possibly being injured again with another curb stomp? And the fact of the matter that Braun Breaker, the Golden Boy, got his revenge against the very person that started the Vision last year at WrestleMania.
Yeah, we're going to see, like, I see Gunther getting tangled up with the Vision somehow, but I don't see him actually joining the Vision. He's just going to be like an enforcer for them, and as a way for him to get what he wants from Paul Heyman.
Now, again, we'll see tomorrow if we see any sign of Gunther regarding what happens in our opening bout, the real main event, as Paul Heyman christens it, as we see what is ahead for the Vision. And speaking of what's ahead, we also saw Jacob Fatu maybe put away his past in the person he thinks that assaulted him. We still don't know the full answer to that, but he was able to defeat Drew McIntyre in that sanctioned match, probably injured themselves further. With Jacob Fatu once being in the conversation for the Undisputed WWE Championship ahead of number contenders match, Cody bloody, still holds the gold. Jacob Fatu beaten and battered and bruised, he was able to overcome his most notorious foe. Do you think that pushed Jacob Fatu back in the championship conversation, or do we stick right now with the Viper Randy Orton based on this personal vendetta that Cody's got to have against him? Because again, Cody won this time, but he was also laid out.
I think possibly at Backlash, we're probably going to get Orton versus Cody. And then once that's done, that's when we put Jacob Fatu back into the picture, because him winning the unsanctioned match against Drew McIntyre, who in himself is a former champion, should make him go up the card as possible a contender, especially seeing how when Drew was champion, we never really got that full the interaction with Fatu and Cody, because Fatu did go after Cody as well. So it's not just Drew he has to have unfinished business with, it's Cody Rhodes as well.
And Statboy, again, whether or not it's in the books, the bottom line, Drew McIntyre, who was waiting to assault Jacob Fatu and end him, he lost at WrestleMania. You think he's going to go to the X and complain again? Is he now at the back of the line? Does he leave Fatu alone? Does he look towards maybe a new way to get back to the gold at this point, considering now he has nothing to lose, everything to gain? But how does a man that loses everything regain everything? That's going to be the story of Drew McIntyre, I think, this year particularly.
It makes sense, but I still think it's too soon right now. I mean, Jacob going after Cody would right now be the way to go. I mean, again, pencil to paper and all that good stuff. And of course, and Jacob is now getting welcomed onto the stage on the post show.
Yeah,
so,
you know what I mean? Continue.
But hold on. Let me go here. It makes sense, okay? But is it truly championship potential? Right now, I'm going to say no. Jacob is in the wings now. Yes, his stock went up because he beat Drew. I get it. Drew is going to continue. If Drew is not going to continue this whiny attitude, complaining to Adam Pearce that he wants the belt back, that he wants a chance, then maybe we can take it and we can put Drew versus Randy again. That has happened before. Let them go for it. Then throw in Jacob. I know a triple threat is the quick way out, but that will work also. Let the three of them battle it out. Winner gets Cody. That gives Cody a chance to, zen out a little bit, have a celebration on SmackDown or on Raw, whichever one he's on. I don't know which one, but Backlash is about a month away, so we can give Cody a small break. You could go, we could start off Jacob versus Randy. Let them go at it. Drew gets involved as revenge. That's going to set up Drew versus Jacob 2. Randy gets involved. Adam Pearce comes out, blah, blah, blah. Hey, you three, I'm sick and tired of you all getting into it. Triple threat match. Winner goes on to Backlash, gets the title shot. Cody will probably retain again if they unless Cody wants some time off to be with the family. That's something else. But it could work. But you gotta let it cook. You can't just immediately go into the night one into Monday Night Raw and say, oh, well, hey, you won, you lost your match. I'm sorry, you go to the back of the line, blah, blah, blah.
I mean, microwaves cook Flash Bros and stuff in a matter of minutes. So I could definitely see WWE doing that because they do like the hot shot stuff. It means a moment. But I do see what you mean. But either way, I do think both Jacob Fatu and Drew McIntyre are not going to be done with each other. I think they're going to get more volatile. I'm not sure how. Then again, we saw a match where Brazier coming in Hell in the Cell. And as far as Cody and Orton, I think it's going to be the ongoing saga, much like Cody and McIntyre last year, considering Cody is not leaving on his own 2 feet. He literally freaking got bludgeoned. So it's one of those things where I do think that we are not done with either of these formulas in the equation. As we shift gears now, again, Ash, you were talking about the women earlier and Judgment Day and the outlook. I don't think a lot of people necessarily wanted to see Becky Lynch beat AJ Lee, but that certainly was the case. So with the fact that AJ Lee came back on such a monumental pop of a moment and come into her first WrestleMania since she returned to lose the championship to the only person she basically had a rivalry with, Becky Lynch, does that set AJ Lee back in any way? Or do you think now this means that AJ Lee could focus on bigger things?
See, this is interesting because so far the only person AJ's feuded with right now was Becky Lynch, and now that she's lost the title to Becky Lynch, I'm not sure where else AJ could go. That's the thing, because where could she fit in the main event scene, and if so, how? Because I'm uncertain of. I wish I had an answer, but I don't really have one, sadly.
I'm in the same boat, honestly.
Yeah.
I'm partially happy that Becky got it back, but again, where do we go from here? Especially with AJ, you are absolutely right on that, Ash. I mean, I don't want this to be like AJ's now gonna, go back to the quiet wife life. I would love to see her stick around a little bit longer. If she that then of course that is her choice. But again, you have a great point. Where do we go from here? Pencil to paper.
Well, let's see if another person can add some inquiring aftermath thought as we continue forward here in the first ever Simple Studios pay-per-view post-show. Please welcome to the booth the man that pioneered this whole thing that encourages us to go on YouTube, Jeff Meacham. Jeff Meacham, good to see you. Good to see you at WrestleMania. I decided to host a little post-show regarding tonight's festivities and the record-breaking count of people that are engaging with us in analyzing. So as we talk about the Women's Championship match, please lend your thoughts towards the fact that AJ Lee lost to Becky Lynch.
I wasn't entirely surprised by it. I'm not gonna lie. It was I personally thought the finish came off, like why didn't Jessica Carr disqualify Becky for pulling her in front of in the line of fire? That part caught me off guard. But as far as where do we go from here, I think we go forward with Becky Lynch just being that insufferable bitch that she's been since she became the Intercontinental Champion. You know what I mean? She won. She won, and she's got that momentum back, and her husband got jobbed out by Heyman in the Vision again. So that household is going to be a mixed bag of insufferability and just wanting revenge. But here's the other thing. She is full-blown heel. I'm back on top. Fuck all y'all. And Seth is now the babyface again, having to overcome the Vision. So where do we go from here is they're not going to be paired on screen, I don't think, for a while, because they've both got to resolve their own individual shit. But opening up the Intercontinental Championship to a heel as the champion, I've always felt it's better to have a heel be chased. But as much of a heel as the character was and still is, after what happened at Bloodsport, I need Natty Neidhart to walk in there and go, all right, Becky, we're done fucking around now.
I mean, that's a fair point as well, because, of course, it was Natty that eliminated Becky from the Royal Rumble. I don't think Becky forgot that. It took this long for Becky to beat AJ Lee. This saga with Becky and AJ has been going on now, folks, for practically 8 months. In less than 4 months, Becky only has pretty much one little asterisk in the previousness of her career so far this year, and that is Natty Neidhart, who eliminated from the Royal Rumble. So I think you're on point there that Natty and Becky could very well be the next program coming, considering Natty is here to decimate, especially after putting away Maxine Dupree, her own student. So it's just one of those things right now where, again, WrestleMania is supposed to reset the WWE landscape, and very much so. We saw that throughout the night, almost entirely, except for the main event here. Before I continue any further, Stat Boy, I remember that you gave me a verbal timer. I think we just hit the quota. Is there any closing remarks you want to add for Saturday night before you bid us adieu before we get back on here tomorrow with you?
Wow. All I can say is, the crew of night 2 have. I don't want to say you've got a lot to clean up and go on to, but the bar is set very high. And I cannot wait for night 2. I want to keep this party going. I am very, very grateful again to everybody who watched. I am very grateful and thankful for my family whom I helped out as best I could. There's still more to come. Like I said, night 2. This is only night 1, folks. There's a 2-night thing. We gotta keep going. And exactly. Where does everything go from here? Who knows? We all have our thoughts, and we all have our ideas, and we all have our plans, but nothing is going to be set in motion until we see it at some point in the next who knows when. But all I can say is, again, I cannot be more proud and more thankful. We've done a great job. And as much as I would love for this to continue, I do have some household necessities that need to be taken care of. So I do have to bow out at this point. I will see you guys tomorrow night. I love you all, but I got to bail out.
Well, then go ahead and say the phrase, and I'll take care of you. So with that being said,
good night, everybody. See you tomorrow. Stat Boy out.
Thank you so much, Stat Boy Mikey. As we got a tremendous threesome here, still discussing the aftermath that was WrestleMania. Jeff, I know tonight was also very personal for you. Not only the future of Natty Neidhart pursuing the workhorse tournament that you put her down as first ballot candidate for, several of your friends had a very accomplishing night here tonight. But for one of them, it came at a very heavy expense. As Ash was talking about, again, Judgment Day maybe going after the Women's Tag Team Championships and resetting for the 11th nonagon time the Women's Tag Team Championship landscape. Your girl Nikki was unable to compete, but it seems like she's still very much an influence, much as she was during the Divas era, and we could have a 3-broad rule on our side here, with Paige returning and winning alongside Bree. So what are your thoughts seeing the Nikki's controlling the WWE Women's landscape, preferably the team that everyone fought since day one-ish? When Women's Tag Team titles were introduced, they were the ones that should have been spearheading it. Now they are with Paige, who is no stranger to these two in any capacity.
I tried real hard to not think about it too much, knowing I was going to try to pop in here after I was done with Greg, and then the three of them came out on the post show on WWE, so now I'm off the clint again.
I knew it.
I'm so fucking happy for Brie and Nikki. Like I get it's, and God, I'm so happy for Paige. I'm so happy for her. I can't even deal. These are three people that. I don't know. I'm not intimately friends with Saraya or anything. Like I've met her and it's been a wonderful experience meeting her. But yeah, it's the fact that the twins left WWE for that first time in 2018 and there were tag team championships less than a year later. It was so frustrating for them. And just to see them at that table, and it was very subtle at the post-show table, but the Paige had her tag title on the desk, but it was still slightly in front of Nikki too. So it indicates to me we're going to have that Freebird rule, which I hope. I don't want this to turn into a storytelling device of how Nikki turns against Brie or whatever. That'll break my fucking heart. Like it really will. And I don't need that as a storytelling thread. Like I'm good with them just having the Freebird rule and letting Nikki properly heal. Because I mean, you heard her during when she came out, but she tried everything she could to work through it. Had new gear made up, and my God, did they look good tonight? Everybody in that match looked fucking good tonight. I'm trying very hard to just
capitulate.
I'm happy for them.
You're right.
I'm happy for them. I'm happy for Bayley and Lyra that they got their moment as a team on WrestleMania. People are like, oh, Bayley got jabbed again. Look.
Wasn't a bomb decision. Want to just point that out
Yeah.
there. Wasn't a bomb decision.
Yeah, exactly.
This time wasn't a bomb decision.
Exactly. And I'm happy. God, let me just say right now, Nia Jax has just completely 180'd my opinion on her since she's been back. Her and Lyra were badass tag team champions. Not Lyra, Lash. I'm sorry. I keep fucking doing that.
Lash and Lyra, Lash
Nia
and Lyra.
and Lash.
Significant difference, by the way.
Yeah. Lash and Nia were the most unexpected badass duo for me to watch. I was so happy for both of them, especially Nia. I said it during the call with Greg. I am so happy for Ashley that she's been able to have her career redefined by teaming with Lexi. And I'm happy for Charlexa that they got that moment. I fucking hate that being a parent has like made me such a marshmallow. I started tearing up when Lexi leaned over and gave Hendrix a kiss. I was like, I mean,
sometimes parenting softens the heart, but I do see what you mean. Again, Nia Jax, Last Legend, they literally owed victories over these teams, whether or not they had a kerfuffles, no cause provocations. All this continued animosity and back and forth feuding led to this fatal four-way, and Paige was just an outlier that upset the landscape. And at the end of the day, it was a moment, but it was so still a moment. Nonetheless, and all 8 women were able to leave an impression. Now, whether or not the rest of the women's division agrees with you on that analysis, a whole different conversation. But speaking of softening and parenting, let's go ahead and give a shout again to the other remarkable moment of the night as the EST of WWE returned to the stage to remind us, to tell us she's having a baby. The biggest accomplishment, I think, for any woman, first of all, strike that, any woman in life, I think, is to be able to start a family and be a mother. If that's not one of the goals for someone in this world, I don't know what you're doing with your life if you are on the female side. Because I do think that's one of the biggest accomplishments to achieve or to strive to achieve, because you literally get to lead the next generation. You literally get to create maybe another you, if not a better you. You get to start a family. So I will never deny anyone in pursuing that legacy. So congratulations to the EST, who is now pregnant and will soon enough have a baby, joining so many others in WWE as of late, it seems.
Yeah, I was about to say, as someone myself, I don't plan on having a family, but it brings me so much joy when I see people, especially couples who have been trying so hard to have a kid and then finally be able to get that bundle of joy. It just warms my heart, because even though I don't want kids of my own,
Same.
I got no issues with kids. Like,
I work with teens every week. I mean, come on now.
Right? Because if I see a kid in trouble, I'm helping that child. I'm helping that child. And it's so funny because I have this talk with my family all the damn time. There's this like, how come you don't want kids? Do you hate kids? It's just like, no, I don't hate kids. I just don't want any of my own, because it's just something I personally never thought of. It's because for me, it's just like, I never pictured myself having a family. I just pictured myself as like a career woman excelling at her field. Same.
Well, man, but I do understand what you mean. And that being said, again, on behalf of Samoa Studios, I just want to congratulate the EST, who continues her road to recovery, but now has a different road to pursue, and that is the road to becoming a mommy. And for those of you that don't know, if you're a pregnant woman in the business, you're not going to see her in a wrestling ring anytime soon. Just freaking saying. That being said, let's go ahead to Jeff real quick and get his thoughts on this moment and any closing remarks he has as we wrap up a little pre-show here for WrestleMania Saturday. Jeff, the floor is yours, my friend. Closing simple takeaways for the night.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I have to bounce. We're having issues in the house. So just really quick, this is going to sound a little shady. I love that they figured out a way to undersell the importance of the lack of attendance, because they added one more person to the attendance. Whoever wrote that into the script, no, for real. Whoever wrote that in was on their shit today. Okay, just say. And I say this, you will appreciate this. My boy in the next room sent me a stat. going into tonight, WrestleMania had less paid attendance than this year's Wrestle Kingdom. WrestleMania Saturday was underdrawing Wrestle Kingdom. I went, whoa.
Yeah, and keep in mind that Wrestle Kingdom was sold out.
Oh no!
Just
100%.
on the basis alone of Hiroshi Tanahashi's retirement.
Right.
No card was announced whatsoever.
Nope. Exactly. And then a surprise ticket sales when Okada was mentioned.
I am looking forward to WrestleTix, WrestleOps, all those things, getting the numbers for tonight, just for tonight, and comparing them to January 4th. Because if they actually outdrew Wrestle Kingdom outdrew WrestleMania Saturday, holy fuck. Right? But how do we cover that? Oh, Bianca's having a baby. Ding. That's why Nick Khan's that's why Nick Khan's a great businessman, and that's why for everyone that wants to crap on Pop H's creative, that's fucking brilliant. Anyway.
Yeah, I think that was just a little joke, but still, it's funny.
Accurate. Continue, Jeff.
It may have been a little out of pocket on my end, but I don't think I'm entirely wrong. You know what I mean?
No, you're not.
Anyway.
We even said this on air that the attendance, quite a bit, especially like just in general for pro wrestling, is always embellished.
Accurate.
Well, valid. Yeah, I love that they had John do it because you're not gonna shit on John Cena's integrity. And generally speaking, no fucking way there was 50,000 people in there. No fucking way. I'm sorry, there wasn't. No way.
I wanted to be nice, but yeah. But anyway,
yeah.
Attendance and baby aside.
Behind the camera, you could tell. We didn't hit 50.
Yeah, anyway. I think there's a reason why they downscaled the set. Just saying, maybe they should have upscaled it to cover up some of that. I don't know, but anyway.
No, you're probably not wrong there. But as far as the rest of the night, since I am going to have to take off here.
Yeah, your simple take on Saturday.
Yeah, it was so, I'm seeing the comments in the chat. Oh, it was a shit for I enjoyed it. I was Are you not entertained, bro?
Are you not entertained?
I was entertained, but I was grateful. I was glad I was wrong about the Usos and LA Knight winning. I love that I show speed. If there was ever a more picture perfect, perpendicular to parallel frog splash onto a table, tell me. I'll wait.
Nope.
He couldn't have that any better if he did it 100 times. So good by speed there. Jacob Fatu and Drew McIntyre was. I saw the thread by Aaron that it was underwhelming compared to the AEW unsanctioned style matches. He's not wrong.
Not wrong.
But it was still fun. But it was still fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Again, my girls winning the tag titles, so cool. Becky and AJ was good. It was short. It was a little too short for me, and the finish was Gunther and Seth was good. I personally, for one, am glad that Gunther's WrestleMania losing streak is over. And I loved, and I said this on the call, the replay camera was not even fully ready to catch Braun Breaker. Fuck, dude. He was moving so fast.
I think Braun Breaker could outpace a speed gun.
Dude, it was just absurd. Liv and Stephanie was good. The story was good. The shenanigans was good. Like, everything about it was good. I don't give a fuck if it was only 9 minutes. Cody and Randy, I heard you guys talking about it as I came on the air. Mikey was talking about Backlash.
Right.
I'm definitely curious where they go. Immediate gut reaction. None of this shit with Pat makes sense now. Not a damn bit of it. None of it makes sense. Okay, well, I'm gonna leave if he doesn't win the title. Okay. There may be a team up in the next show. Well, Randy just RKO'd the fuck out of him. Are you going to want to team with him? And again, I love Pat McAfee as a talent, as an on-air personality. Okay. Running back in after that splash through the table, or the up through the table, running back in is fine. Running back in a ref shirt is fine to help try to screw Cody. But running in a neck collar.
Not selling.
Yeah, it seems like the character of Pat McAfee as this heel douchebag is just not in tune with anything else that makes any damn sense.
No.
And that's a problem with the WrestleMania main event ending in things that make no damn sense. So I see who's in the chat, so I will finish out my statements. I am of the mind that I'm going to regret picking against the grain and picking Punk now. Because I have a feeling that Orton winning made so much sense to me that I picked Punk because of that. I have a feeling the corporate bullshittery is now going to be inflicted on the world title match instead. So we'll see what happens tomorrow, but hopefully I'll be able to come on to Shenanigans with a much stronger voice and a much better signal, because both suck right now.
Fair enough. And again, it's also late. So thank you, Jeff, so much for joining us. And I look forward, of course, to spearheading the longest Shenanigans probably in history, as we've already had a record-breaking week and weekend, as WrestleMania, of course, continues tomorrow with WrestleMania 42 Sunday. But I know for now, you just got to get some rest. So we'll bid you find out do good, sir. And we'll see you tomorrow.
I will say this. I will give him the intro that I feel I can deservedly give him. This poor bastard and I were up until 4 o'clock Pacific this morning because of those goddamn juggalos and fucking Vince Russo, and he's still here kicking. Ladies and gentlemen, your friend and mine, James Hebert.
Also, really cool, dumb things on the internet. Thank you for
real
that,
quick. Before you leave, not only did I call the action with you with the Juggalo show, Jeff, I then got my happy ass up after only 4 hours of sleep to call Effie's Big Gay Brunch.
So, James and I haven't talked about this privately, but I'm gonna call an audible. I don't like ICP no more. I like Vince Russo even less.
I agree.
Okay,
I agree.
It was, dude. If it's 4 o'clock Pacific in the morning, no juggalos.
7.
That's a bad juggalos.
Brother, I was on the air at 1:30 the day prior, and then I didn't go to sleep till 7 today this morning.
Hey, welcome to my world sometimes. With being
No, because you're doing what you love, and
we
did
some
shit. No, dude, like I told Ryan, his jokes were getting so out of pocket. His Gene Lint was getting jealous. Like this, it's just fucking just
yes.
Like my God,
dude, you got to watch that back for a pure.
If
comedy,
if you have the balls to go back and watch that show, especially the main event, Ryan's joke cracking during the Vampiro Vito PCO triple threat match. I've never had to control my bladder with so much difficulty in my entire life.
It was like if George Carlin was commentating on a wrestling show.
Oh,
valid.
Yeah,
and
really.
Dude, you guys think that James and I and Noah give no fucks when we're like hepped up on fucking delirium at the end of Shenanigans? No,
hilarious with Ryan. He was so funny.
Dude, I need Ryan in my life to offset the sheer calm and stability of this man, because Ryan is so the opposite goddamn direction.
To a degree, yeah. To a degree.
All right.
All right. I'm out of here for real though.
Bye,
I
brother.
love you guys.
Bye,
I love you both.
See you tomorrow.
Yes.
Bye, Jeff.
Yes.
God bless you.
Right. Bye.
James, what do you want to say real quick as we kind of get towards the end of our WrestleMania post show and land our closing thoughts? What's on your mind, bro? I have to talk about this because this is me and this is just my opinion. What? But I seem to not be the only one that, is of this opinion. I thought, other than two things, which was a match and a moment, that was Gunther and Rollins, and then I Show Speed's Frog Splash. No, I'm not kidding. I thought this card sucked. Actually, Fatu and McIntyre was okay. Fatu and McIntyre was okay, but that's it. And I'll tell you why I think that.
Both women's matches, all three women's matches went way too goddamn short. All the matches went way too goddamn short, quite frankly, for my liking.
I think the advertisements got more in the entrances combined than the actual match time of the card.
Yep. And that's fucking unacceptable. And, you know, the main event had no business being as long as it was. And I'm a Cody fan. It had no business being as long as it was. I don't understand why we did this. The Pat McAfee thing was a complete goddamn waste of time, like everybody said it was going to be. And there is no amount of unreal that's going to fucking circumvent that. I thought that main event was a goddamn dud.
So, to add to James's outlook here, we're looking at the Paul Levesque era here, the TKO era, honestly, I should call it what it is.
Yeah.
Paul Levesque been in full control since 40. We saw what happened there. We saw 41. Here's 42. His third now completely in full creative control. Would you say, I know we're only halfway through, was this the weakest card he's booked?
I can answer that for you.
I'm going to hold off my judgment until night 2 happens.
I think that's the honest respect that everyone should give this, because at the end of the day,
that's fair.
We're at half. And let's be honest here. Let's be honest here. I do think I speak for a lot of people. There is more engagement and excitement in this because the only other greatly built match for WrestleMania is kicking things off tomorrow. Again, folks, we'll be back here tomorrow night, 5 years third time for our pre-show. Oba Femi and Brock Lesnar.
I just want to state this too. You are correct as the whole package. If you're going to take the whole package, then I'll give you that. But I will still state, as of single night WrestleManias, single night shows.
Right.
So this is if we're separating the two nights.
If you want to, but you can't.
This is the second worst one he's ever booked. That honor goes to Mania Night 2 from last year.
Well, the women kicked ass, but
I mean, listen, I think people jumped the gun. As much as I hated the Pat McAfee thing, nothing will beat how bad that Travis Scott thing was. That was abysmal. Man, that was fucking abysmal.
Right, I get that.
I can't place any judgment because last year I only watched WrestleMania night 1 and I just skipped out on night 2 because most of the matches I was looking forward to happened on night 1.
Good girl.
The only match I was looking forward to on night 2 was the women's match, and that opened, and I was like, okay, I'm good. I don't need to watch the show no more.
Exactly. And by the way,
weekend.
Exactly what Nick said. We could book a better card. I'm pretty sure a 5-year-old can book a better card than this.
Okay, I don't know if 5-year-olds are that mature yet as WWE fans. I'm just saying,
but I'll
for the kids.
And by the way, I'll tell you who can book a better card, or at least with the women's portions of the card. Tune in to Queens Road tonight. Cheap plug. Tune in. It's gonna be at 3:00 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. And you know what you can tune in for? You guys can see me right after this stream goes off. Actually, not right after. In about like an hour and a half, you will get.
Why I want to. I've been trying to do. Yeah, you see him
and Ryan do the thing. Okay.
Do all the things. I'm just gonna say this. It was underwhelming. I'm happy for Bianca. Liv Morgan has been in WWE her whole life. She's waited for this moment since 2013. So congrats to her. Cody and Orton was not the match I expected to be. Makes me sad. Gunther and Rollins stole the show despite the angle. And the women's four-way Page moment. I'm happy for Saraya. That means that she is back in a better state. And Fatu, I hope that the future is much brighter for him. Speed, great moment, but I'm hoping more for LA Knight and the Usos. And Ash, I do see your hand.
I wanted to comment on about like the matches being short. Okay. AJ and Becky, I thought the match was fine for what it was. And this is AJ Lee. She's always had short matches. That's
correct.
The thing of hers. So I can't
which I'm fine. I understand and I'm fine with. That's why she's the IC title. I wouldn't even be mad at that because men's Intercontinental title from Mania 17. A lot of people forget was short, but it was a very good short match.
I mean, WrestleMania 25 impromptu. Rey Mysterio won in 26 seconds, and Nick can also tell you that.
Yeah, well. I have no issue with that. It's just I don't like the whole women's card of this event was so fucking shortchanged. I hated that.
Yeah,
I will
that's
say
fair.
this
Go ahead, Ash.
about the Vaquer Liv Morgan. I thought like for the 3 women's matches,
Bro,
that one. felt
okay,
more-
no, that was the most egregious part of that. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off fast. That pissed me off the most. They were cooking, man. They were fucking cooking, and they cut it off at the fucking knees before they could get into that fucking third gear that I know they were getting to. I was so
yes,
mad.
the Judgment Day interference. I know what he was referring to, but anyway,
Dude,
let
it
Ash
was
speak.
so annoying.
All right, calm down, James. I know that your tism's being triggered, and so is your anger. But let's go ahead and get Ash's thoughts before we get it to Nick, and before I let you all go to sleep. Go ahead. Ash.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say about like the Vaquer Stephanie Vaquer Liv Morgan match. I thought that was way too short because going like what James said, it looked like it was like picking up and then it just abruptly ended. It was kind of felt like the Super Mario movies.
Damn. Fair enough.
Where they had like a lot of good moving parts.
It was the Galaxy movie. Exactly, Ash. It was the Galaxy movie. Exactly that.
Right, and we've already spoken ad nauseum on the main event, which is like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? But anyway, go ahead.
What was Pat McAfee doing there? Like, he had no business being there. It made no sense. Why?
Simon Miller will give you more up and downs and give you more whys than we can right here, and even he won't be able to give us the answer, but he'll be able to roast us better than John Alfred tonight. That being said, let's go ahead and let Nick speak his mind real quick before we maybe try and wrap this thing up so James can get some rest. And Ash, you could also get some rest because I know you have a fun day ahead of tomorrow too. And of course, I have church. Nick, what's on your mind, man? Welcome to the after show. We're in the post show. We're getting close to wrapping up here. Your outlooks on our coverage and what WrestleMania Saturday was.
For the first time tuning in to a WrestleMania in its entirety, thank Christ I don't have to pay for this. That was oh my.
All right. A little bit of a solid judgment here.
The commercials. Oh my God. You're telling me in a 4-hour, so I don't know where I saw this, but it was on Twitter. In a 4-hour show, because the show was 4 hours.
Yes.
They gave us an hour and 20 minutes worth of wrestling. Let that sink in. And the matches that they gave us. Listen. Why are you? First of all, why are you giving me an unsanctioned match? And I know AEW. People are going to be like, AEW does blood. Why are you giving me an unsanctioned match when there is absolutely no color? That boggles my mind. I don't understand that.
Which is why I said it was only okay, because it's not like the work that the guys did was bad either. It's just there's no color in it, just kind of.
You gotta remember, guys, it's WWE, and they sometimes just don't do that at their showcases. They don't go as hard as other wrestlers in other companies do or other presentations do. We gotta keep that in mind.
But then in that same vein, I understand what you're saying, but then don't give me an unsanctioned match stipulation. You give me a stipulation where I'm not expected to see at least some color, because and exactly I get it that the main event had color. I get it, and they didn't want to do a color. Like, this is not a doing color all the time. Again,
I just feel like the main event was an audible between Orton's back and the color, honestly. And Pat McAfee was just the clown pushing the audible. I don't think that main event necessarily got everything they wanted out of it.
You're right. So I mean, but again, don't give me an unsanctioned match when I'm not getting color.
Exactly.
It doesn't jive.
And to add the next point, and I'm gonna do a funny here. As deadpan as I am, because my voice is fucking hoarse.
I can tell.
This is exactly why no blood and all these advertisements and shortchanged women's matches are the biggest ad for fuck corporate wrestling I've ever seen.
Oh, sorry, James.
I actually approve that statement.
I lied to you guys. Hold on.
Yes.
Oh, fuck. Hold on. I didn't know it looped. I lied
to you.
Damn it, Chad, you freaking idiot!
I didn't know it looped.
In 4 hours in a 4-hour show, because I'm watching JD as we're doing this.
Oh,
in a 4-hour show.
Please don't bring him.
No. in a 4-hour show, we actually got an hour and 2 minutes worth of wrestling.
Oh, piss off.
So there's that. Main event was fucking confusing as all hell. I don't understand the ending of that at all. And I'm not going out of my way to try to do mental gymnastics to figure
Please
it out.
don't, dude.
It was Pat McAfee's inclusion in this main event was a stupid idea from bad creative, period.
Anyways, there was that. There was, listen, if your plan the entire time was to put the WWE Women's Tag Team Championships on the Bellas, why in God's name did you put it on half the Bellas? Mind you, love it. Paige is back. I get it. Great. Gave her a great spot. I'm happy that she's back in WWE because I feel like that's where she kind of belongs.
Okay. This is a nice notable note. Well,
but again, you've been telling us that this is Nikki and Bree's last run. So why not put the titles on Bayley and Lyra or anybody else other than them? To wait for Nikki to get better for them to come back and like.
I think my friend Caitlin, who is a die-hard Bella Army member, would actually agree with you. She was despondent with the fact that it wasn't Nikki and Brie that got the win. Nikki assisted Brie to get the win. So at the end of the day, the Bellas did get a WrestleMania moment with a longtime friend, Paige.
And I mean, listen, at the end of the day, I am happy. You know who I'm happy for? Out of everybody, I'm happy for JJ and Walter that they did not have to pay money to go sit and watch this show because I feel like they'd come on here and they would fucking be pissed.
I would have been so mad. Remember when we were all
You're right.
Remember when the plan was for like you, me, most of us to go to WrestleMania? God, I would have been so pissed seeing this one.
Buddy, you would never see me pay those exuberant prices to go sit at WrestleMania.
I'm a frugal man, so I don't spend that type of money on things that don't, fit my budget.
At the end of the day, this show did not cut it. They used this show more as a stepping stool to Backlash than it being actual WrestleMania. And mind you, granted, people are going to be like, "Oh, Nick, you don't watch the product. You're an AEW show and this and that." But if you can't be honest with yourself about this show, then I think you have something like you need to, I think, take a break from wrestling if you can't see.
Well, no, I don't think that's no, because I don't think that's fair because people are going to always try to look at the positive and everything. Yeah, it's subjective. They're gonna try to find the positive and everything, Nick. That's something you got to remember, and I don't think that's even necessarily a bad trait. I don't. In fact, I think we should encourage that shit because goddamn, there's enough goddamn fucking negativity in this goddamn cesspool.
Amen.
So if there's one message that I can leave to the 3,000 plus of you fucking watching, thank you, crazy yahoos. It's be more kind and more understanding of people. Not everybody has to be the same. Not everybody has to think the same. Not everybody has to be the same. Not everybody has to be called names. Not everybody has to be,
No.
Dealing with that shit.
It's also one of those things where you look at
nobody needs to be talked down to. Put it
absolutely
not.
If you enjoyed this show, good on you.
If anything, I wish I was you because you enjoyed this show.
Yeah, like if you enjoyed this show, good on you. And after this, I'm going to take off because you guys are doing a great job, and I don't want to steal your thunder anymore.
Well, we're also going to wrap up here too because I know James got to call a show, and as you know, has some closing remarks, and I'm going to hype up tomorrow. Then we'll bid on what I do. But go ahead.
Listen, if you like this show, if you like this show, again, to the 3,000 of you that are in here, if you like this show, that's great. I'm happy for you that you like this show. But you can't. If I'm going to the restaurant, if I'm going to a 5-star restaurant, and I've given my order, and I'm asking for a medium well strip loin steak, and that bitch comes to me fucking well done, you bet your ass I'm gonna be giving you a 3-star review. That's all I'm trying to say. If you enjoyed it, great, love it. I hope you did enjoy it. I'll say for me and me personally, whatever happens in night 2, you ain't getting me to tune into Monday Night Raw, right? And that's kind of the gist of it. I didn't.
fair.
This show didn't do it. And I love you guys. And again, you guys have been. Noah, you have been fucking on the ball, sir. You have been on the ball all night. You continue to do fucking amazing work. Ash, honey, can we go to Winnipeg, Manitoba one day? Nice. James, stop with the sexual innuendos about Zack Sabre Jr. Okay, it's not nice.
Yeah, but you were part of that too, Nick.
I don't know what you're
dare.
talking about. You might have to go back and listen.
You joined in. Oh, by the way,
You might have to go back and listen.
I just want to state.
I love y'all.
I had to bring that up to 3K people. For all intents and purposes, it was a joke. For legal purposes, that is a joke. Okay,
What?
We don't actually mean that seriously.
What are you talking about?
With the jokes we told Ash. We don't actually mean that.
I thought they were pretty funny, so it's okay.
Listen, if you guys had a chance to go back and watch the Big Gay Brunch and our commentary on it, it was to die for. We were dying of laughter, and we were having so much
Breaking
fun.
Ash again already. Good grief.
Good fun, good vibes.
Yes,
That's what
I
the
love you
smile of the
guys.
show was.
Noah,
Fair
I will see you
enough.
tomorrow because we are calling Spark Joshi Pro tomorrow together.
Yep. Kai McKenna, Hazuki, Burt Vixen, other names, of course, across Las Vegas, as well as names that open the Joshi circuit will be involved.
You're right, and I'm going to lean on you with all the Joshi wrestlers. Love you
Story
guys.
of my life.
I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Okay.
All right, Nick. Get some good
Yeah.
rest. See you tomorrow night. And of course, folks, stay tuned as James and company will be calling the GCW Clusterfuck here in about 90 minutes or so. And again, to everyone their own, as a professional wrestling fan, I thought that at least a couple of matches delivered my quality as a fan, but everyone has their own outlook and level of experience they hope to engage with as a professional wrestling fan. For me, versus last weekend and other forums, hell, everything else we've covered, this was probably the weakest showcase. I'm hoping that tomorrow picks things up. But again, congratulations to whether or not you agree with the WWE choices. They still are the workers. Support the workers, not the brand. Congratulations to Liv Morgan, Cody Rhodes, Becky Lynch, Gunther, Jacob Fatu, and whether you agree or disagree with it, it is still Brie and Paige and Tetley Nikki, all winners tonight at WrestleMania, as well as the Usos LA Knight. And for those that do follow him, congrats to the ISO Speed fan base. We'll be back here tomorrow night, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with our pre-show for Sunday. Headline kickoff with Oba Femi versus Brock Lesnar. As you see, the first two matches will be live on ESPN. Following that, Intercontinental ladder match, 6-way, Penta Simeon versus Dragon Lee versus Javon Evans versus Rey Mysterio versus Rusev versus Jada McDonough. We have Jay versus Rhea for WWE Women's Championship. Sammy versus Tripp for the United States Championship. The Demon Finn Balor returns to take on Dom Mysterio. And in our main event, we will see if CM Punk finally achieves at his dream, being the main event of WrestleMania, defending the World Heavyweight Championship against the Tribal Chief Roman Reigns, who has said, if I don't win, I don't belong here anymore. So we'll see what follows through with Sunday night. But overall, that concludes WrestleMania Sunday. And also, again, congratulations to Bianca Belair, who will soon be the EST and a mommy to a baby, as she announced she was pregnant. That's a very touching moment. To everyone that's there in Las Vegas, drink responsibly, drive responsibly, treat responsibly, and above all else, be better and act responsibly. I know that's an oxymoron when you're in that city, known as Sin City, but nonetheless, all I can do is try and encourage. We're not going to show, we're not going to plug, we're not going to stay here all night long like Richie. Again, if you want to hear more all night long discussion and outlook and stories of all of our coverage, stay tuned for the Shenanigans 2 file that I will be hosting following WrestleMania Sunday, where we will look at the entire outlook of WrestleMania week from in and out of Las Vegas with JJ and Walter's stories. But again, that was WrestleMania Saturday. Tomorrow comes WrestleMania Sunday. So for James, for Ash, for Nick, for everyone here at the Simple Labo Studios, for all of you that engage with us, all 3,290 of you, follow us today at SR Studios 2024 to be continued part of the ride and the conversation of interviews and watch-alongs. We love you all as you make this possible. But until next time, we are on your YouTube feed or your X on your phone screen. Make a positive impact in life. I'm Simon Noel Foster. Have a good night, and I will see you all tomorrow for Spark Joshi Pro Wrestling. And following that, WrestleMania Vegas. Have a good night, folks, and thank you all for tuning in.
Night, everyone.
Night, everyone. Tune into the clusterfuck tonight.
It's literally going to be what the name implies.